one more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Buongiorno, Pokemon trainers, and welcome in to the culinary capital of Italy. And boy, do we have something cooking for you. We have 16 ingredients simmering in the heat, and they will make up a dish for you. That is the top cut of the Bologna Special Championship. I'm Marcus, and I'm here with my friends Farid, Martijn, and my colleague Abi. Welcome.
Thanks, Marcus. We are in the Bologna Special Championships. This is the last event of the regional circuit here in Europe, and I think everyone has so much to play for. I'm really excited.
I'm super excited because it is also the last championship in the Might and Mastery meta. From the 3rd of June, we're gonna have new movesets in this season.
But this is not over yet, because as we're closing out the Might and Mastery series, this is where it's happening today.
And it's a wonderful way to look at where the season started out. We started out in Lille and now we're in Bologna, where the meta completely changed over time. But then again, what we notice is that there's always some Pokemon that are stable that always exist in these metas.
Right, yeah, and everything leads to Worlds, right? That's where competitors end up, and who wouldn't be dreaming of becoming a world champion in this season?
And I wonder, these players, they have fought meticulously and ferociously to qualify for that World Championship. But how do they get there? That is the question.
How do you qualify for the World Championships? Well, for that, we have championship points. As you can see here, the amount of championship points trainers can earn by their placements in regional or special championships. And you can also directly qualify for the World Championships through winning an event or getting to top 4 at an international championship or the last World Championships, no matter the region. That means also APAC players could directly qualify here by winning the event.
And not just championship points on offer here this weekend, we also have prizes. And all of these players, particularly those that get really high into those top cut places, will get booster boxes of the latest trading card game set. I know Marcus is a big fan of them, but these prizes everyone will enjoy.
And one of the things that we talked about as well is winning those championship points. Why do you need to win these championship points? Because you collect it and it gives you travel awards. There are different tiers of travel award. Tier 1 travel award goes to the first 8 places, and Tier 2 travel award trickles down as well. It's a great opportunity for trainers to supplement, let's say, some of their travel expenses.
And we see a lot of the trainers here. PvP David just outside of the Tier 2 Travel Award, and he's undefeated still in this tournament. So let's maybe expect PvP David to have his high hopes of making it into those tiers. But maybe you guys want to see how PvP David did manage to get into Day 2 of Bologna. Let's take a look at what happened in Day 1.
Right, game 1 is gonna wait for a little bit. We're gonna talk about what happened yesterday exactly. You talked about David. I want to talk about Colin, the reigning champion of Bologna, defeating our good friend Tomahawk last year in the grand finals, and now he's making an appearance again on the winner's side of the bracket.
What I'm really looking forward is that matchup that we could potentially see his nickname going up against Colin. Colin was a completely dominant force last season, but this season he's still looking for that first place medal. But nickname has already won 2, and he's going for that unprecedented 3rd medal as well.
Now, it's interesting that Marcus mentions PvP David, who's just outside of those travel award placements. And I was speaking to a few of the players who already are in that top 8, and they were saying, I think we're rooting for Colin. We need to make sure that these players that are just outside of the top 8 don't go and take our place. But if Colin were to win, if Nickname were to win, they would become the first European player in history to win 3 events in a single season, 3 regional or special championships in 1 season.
But Colin would then be the only player, if he wins, to be a 4-time winner here in Europe.
As would Nickname, of course.
As would Nickname. So both of them have something extra on the line, because right now, both Colin and Nickname are tied for 3 championships each. And that makes this event extremely special.
It's all going to culminate to this, right? It's always great to see these trainers do well throughout seasons, and then there are personal records they can follow up as well.
So let's take a look at the matches we have in store here today, because we've been talking about Colin. For example, he's facing off against Kazim, who has already won a championship this season.
And Kazim is one of those players who is desperate to get a travel award placement as well, but not just that. He wants to prove to the world that Dortmund was not a one-off. He is a player that we've seen on the Go Battle League leaderboards all season, and I think he will really try to show everyone that Colin is not a fear for him.
And I would really like to see how Feelback will do. He's a trainer that hasn't competed in many championships, but he is so consistent in the Go Battle League. And so far it has translated really well to his performance here in Bologna so far. But he's facing Nickname, one of the best European trainers this season. I'm curious to see how this showdown is going to go.
A matchup that I'm also really looking forward to is the one with Fria. Fria has been a consistent battler. He's going to go up against SirCoghez, who is an Italian and who wants to defend the Italian turf here. So that is a matchup that I'm really looking forward to see.
And it's interesting, we've obviously got Witherd again in this top of cut, and he is a player that we have called a young prodigy potentially, but he is against another player, PvP David, who was also deemed that title, and he played against Pataman last time. Do we all remember Witherd versus Pataman? And it was like these 2 young players, such quality. I think they're going to put on a show again. PvP David and Witherd, I'm excited to see that one.
It is no coincidence that they are on the winner's side of the bracket. We only had 2 Italians on the winner's side, but we have a couple more on the loser's side of the bracket. Not on the first match, that's going to be Stone Collection versus XL Cactus. One of my favorite, Alejandro versus Alfie, an Italian clash there. We have Borha, top 3 at Sevilla versus the 2023 Bochum regional champion, 23 EGB. And then we have Fastberry versus Ampolini, 2 trainers that have been around for a while but haven't had that much success just yet. So it's really exciting to see them here in the top 16.
And I'm very excited, especially for that Borha versus 23 EJB matchup, because you and I, for Abi, we expected these trainers to do particularly well, because before this weekend we did a fantasy caster draft. That means we picked some players that we believe could have a deep run in this tournament, and I put my money on 23 EJB and PvP David, and I have 2 of those of my 3 picks still remaining. Martijn.
I don't have a lot of money.
But yeah, so you still have Borja run in the running for the tournament.
One of the reasons I picked Borja was that he was so calm and composed, and he had this very happy personality. I don't know, just a very fun vibe, and he's also a dancer. Being a dancer myself, I want to see another dancer do well.
Yeah, I'm in a tricky position here because I've obviously got Kazim in my fantasy draft, and he's up against Colin 6, as we know, the reigning champion, currently leading on the European leaderboard. So I think my poker coins are going down the drain.
If there's one who can take down Colin, it could be Kazim. But for you viewers, if you don't want to miss any of the action, you need to go into Pokemon.com/broadcast. There you will find all the information you need to follow these broadcasts for the rest of the day and for the rest of the season. Everything that you will need to know will be available right here. And of course, you don't want to miss the show. So go into our YouTube and Twitch channels to see all the battles taking place. This YouTube channel is brand new. It's at Play Pokemon. Not just Pokemon, but Play Pokemon, because that is where we have all the battle concentrated content concentrated. Great pick of words there. I was actually one of the first 500 people to sign up for that brand new YouTube channel.
You have told every single
Multiple
member of
times.
production here.
And I'm going to keep on telling it as well because it's one of my greatest achievements so far this season.
Great.
Thank you. Also, top 8 EYC, but also top 500.
How'd you get to top 8? Why didn't you get further? What did you do in one of those?
What is important, trainers, is to keep watching and keep paying attention. And please, write in chat, who's your favorite to win this entire event? I can't wait to hear from you guys, but I know there are 2 very cute casters who are eager to bring you these battles, so let's send it over to them.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
Here we are, trainers. Welcome to the action here in Bologna. We're gonna get into our top 16 today. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as Nadequins. And I'm joined by my colleague / friends.
Sometimes, friend.
Sometimes friends. Except when, well, you know, when you...
It depends, but things are getting spicy here in Bologna. I think we're all very excited to see these top players, and they all want to know how far they can get, and we get the pleasure of commentating over them.
Do you have any favorite matches? I know it's very hard because these are all really good trainers and matchups to see. But do you have any favorites that you're looking out to see?
It's tricky, but I really, really want to see PvP David go far. I think he's done really well in so many of the events that he's played, and he's coming off the back of a lot of confidence, I think. This season has been really strong for him, and a good performance here in Bologna not only puts him in the Travel Award placements, but it really puts him in a great position for the World Championships in Anaheim this summer.
I believe he even got, was it the top 8 at the last World Championships? He did phenomenal there. But I think a lot of Europeans are actually not cheering for me here. Because if he, as a previous regional champion this season already would win, it means that one qualification spot will not cascade down to another European on the CP leaderboard. So a lot of players are probably more looking into maybe Colin, maybe Feelback. I know that a lot of the Italians are looking at Feelback and Alejandro particularly.
Yeah, we were speaking to some Italians at dinner last night, and they were pretty confident that Feelback had a really good chance. They said if he can get past Nickname, then he could go on and win it all. They also said that if Nickname beats Feelback, they would back Nickname to go and take the crown. So I wonder if that is the matchup to watch most this weekend.
Well, we will find out soon. The first match we're gonna get is Colin versus Kazim. Teammates, friends, and they both have a lot of confidence. Although Colin, I think, really wants to win something this season because he's the type of player that is used to winning. He's like the European Doombug.
He is. We've called him the final boss here in Europe, and he's chosen to go for a team that is, I think, identical to Axon's winning team in Portland. And we've mentioned yesterday that that team has had a lot of influence on the Pokemon that players are choosing to bring this weekend in Bologna. So let's take a look at the Pokemon Day 1 top usage.
If we take a look here, we have that Jumpluff, Shadow Jumpluff as the #1 Pokemon with acrobatics one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game and being so neutral in a lot of these Pokemon. Tinkaton, obviously, as the Steel and Fairy type Pokemon, has a lot of resistances to it, and that is one of the reasons why it is up there. I'm actually surprised that we see so few Typhlosion after it was so good in Utrecht, but I'm not surprised that we see so many Blastoise, even a party had Blastoise yesterday, in our top usage after the victory of its Axen in Portland.
I think it makes a lot of sense when you see a player like Axen perform the way that he did in Portland to just think maybe he knows exactly what he's talking about and we should look to emulate that. So Blastoise makes its first top 12 at the very end of the Might and Mastery season. Let's see if it can go all the way and get one more gold medal.
I believe there's also a couple of those in day 2 here, and it's made it to the top usage at a 25%. One of the Pokemon that stands out the most here to me is Corviknight that we saw a lot today, but also Malamar at a top usage. I thought it was kind of underperforming yesterday, losing a lot of battles, but still 69% is a really nice number to get into day 2, and I believe half of those are actually Shadow.
Yeah, so 69% total Malamar usage in day 2, of which around just over half of them were the Shadow variant, which is why we've got the Shadow graphic in front of you here. And then also that's standing out to me is this Corviknight Swampert, almost as a pair. We've seen Skarmory and Swampert for years in PvP. Corviknight is the new Steel Flyer of choice. Let's see how far it can go.
It reminds me of the Skarmory Swampert core that we've seen so many times in the GO Battle League, and that just is it's a core that is almost unbreakable, especially when fighting type Pokemon that are usually pretty oppressive are not really existent right now because of so many jump bluff. That kind of core can work really well, and Corviknight in general does have a lot of believers, and I'm so proud of Corviknight.
You're proud of Corviknight.
I'm proud of Corviknight.
Yeah.
I know Skarmory is your favorite. I like Corviknight a little bit more, that can actually get so far. We don't see any Corviknight here in this match, but we do see 2 Blastoise.
Yeah, both of these players look like they have... Colin's gone for a team that I think is identical to the Axen Portland winning team, and Kazim has gone for one that's a slight derivative of it. He's made a change there. You can see the Lapras is a Feraligatr, and he's also brought in Shadow Drapion as well.
Lapras from Colin is not Shadow, and it's also lacking Skull Bash, meaning that it is worse into opposing Water-type Pokemon, but better into the Jump Love from Kazim. I think on both sides, the Diggersby and the Drapion both look good, but Diggersby being good also means that Drapion might be a little bit of a risk. Of course, with Aqua Tail, it's very good coverage, but yeah, we'll see. Like I said, Ice Beam Lapras, it's going to be a little bit difficult to bring into a team with a Blastoise from Kazim.
I think both of these players will have practiced a lot last night, and that is the advantage you get. As soon as you start day 2, your first round, you know your opponent the night before. You get the opportunity to look at their team and prepare. And so these players, they should already know their strategies. They should already know their game 1 lines, and I expect to see a real show to kick us off here on day 2 of the Bologna Special Championships.
Feraligatr has really been making a show here in Bologna, an absolute menace actually, and it's been just as common as the non-Shadow variant lately. We're used to seeing Shadow Feraligatr because Hydro Cannon just packs so much damage, but apparently the bulk of Feraligatr also has some use to it.
Do you think that there are a particular Pokemon that Kazim has chosen and opted for the regular Feraligatr for?
Possibly. It's also just possible that, just like Colin, Kazim's like, okay, I'll just take a nice looking team and I'll try that out. Both trainers are locked in. We're gonna get ready for our first match on day 1. We have Colin on the left, Kazim on the right. It's going to be the Lapras into the Tinkaton. This is a very neutral match.
Yes, Lapras does 1 damage per Psywave to this Tinkaton, but it also is so bulky that it can tank a lot of attacks as well. So both players are going to stay in. It's a relatively neutral matchup.
I am so surprised to see no Diggersby on the side of Colin, and I would say perhaps Kazim predicted that a little bit, but I don't know. Blastoise and Jump Love in the back is also a particular choice to tackle it. The playoff comes through, but if you have a Lapras with a very high defense and HP, it might hang on and get to 3 Sparking Area here to win this matchup when no shields are used.
That's right, and I think that this is a very, not just a neutral lead matchup, but actually when you're looking at the backlines as well, the whole game is going to be based on energy management and not necessarily on alignment.
And I think that Kazim's not exactly happy to see that lead here, so he switches out because he has better answers to the Lapras in the back, going into the Tinkaton now. And you resist the rollout damage here. However, Hydro Cannon is going to chunk. 2 Hydro Cannon barely won't be enough to knock out this Tinkaton, but the rollout damage will almost put it in there.
And quite nicely for Kazim, he's managed to draw out this Tinkaton with his Blastoise, so Jump Up will have a lot more play in the backline, but we know that Colin also has a Shadow Jump Up in the back. So energy management and shield advantage could be crucial. Let's see how these players play out this mid-game. Another play rough lands, and Kazim is at multiple Hydro Cannons now.
I do want to say, though, the Lapras has a little bit of energy and packs Ice Beam. So I think shield management on the side of Kazim may be even more important, especially after Colin has seen the Tinkaton already. He kind of probably knows where to place that Jump Bluff already. And letting this Hydro Cannon go, he's investing everything in the Jump Bluff.
Now, this Tinkaton goes down. Do you come back in with that Lapras, or do you go straight in aggressively with your Jump Up? Colin chooses Jump Up, and Kazim meets it with his own. He's 1 Fairy Wind behind, and that means that there might be bait scenarios involved here.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. And looks like Colin is no-shooting the first attack. This is an Air Ace call. That's a tremendous play from Colin there. Actually, he didn't even build up to it, so kind of interesting because now he can go straight Air Ace. But man, if you land an Acrobatics here, it's gonna do a ton of damage. He lets it go. It's an Air Ace as well.
Aerial Ace from both sides, and you can see these Jump Up in the yellow. They are getting into a range where one more Aerial Ace will start to threaten a knockout. Kazim's shield goes up.
Let's see, putting up the first Protect Shield to make sure that the Jump Bluff stays around. He needs it a little bit more. The HP of Kazim is running out here on all of his Pokemon. He still has 3 Pokemon, but they're pretty low HP here. And Colin still has a Lapras that is near half health. It doesn't have a lot of energy though.
There are catches available for both sides, and you can see the Lapras now come back in. This Tinkaton has a massive amount of energy. Does Colin recognize just how much it has? If he shields here, he could then take his shield back. If he calls the player off, no, he's going to let this go, and it does take out that Lapras. All of that Lapras energy gone.
I think now you want to get the Fairy Wind down as Colin here, but not before Kazim would get to another charge. He's going for the Bulldoze. This would do almost no damage, Colin is considering. And he does put up the very last Protect Shield. You need the Fairy Wind down, but how much energy is there on the Jump Bluff? And you also still need to knock out the Blastoise in the back from Kazim.
I think Kazim's Jump Bluff might be so close to an attack, and that could give him a huge advantage because Colin has no shields available, but he has a ton of energy onto this Jump Bluff. He doesn't have the ability to swap. He tried, he clicked into it, but he's now having to put up a shield.
It's gonna get to Charge Attack Purity now because both players have an Area Ace loaded. Who wins Charge Attack Purity? It is Colin, and now it comes down. If the Blastoise from Kazim has any energy, this area is gonna get really close to knocking out. I think the Jump Bluff is down from the field. Does Blastoise have any energy? It doesn't!
Here we go. They're reaching for the attack. Colin reaches the Aerial Ace. Kazim nods his head. He knows how close that was. Everything pivoting around that charge attack priority on the 2 Shadow Jump Bluff. Colin takes game number 1.
Wow, the Grass type actually taking out the Water type. He doesn't even need Grass type charge attacks to do so. Colin taking game number 1 in an extremely close match here in Bologna. The reigning Bologna champion against someone who really likes Italy and wants to become the new Bologna champion.
And so many players lean into bulky Pokemon. They try and maximize their defense, their HP, and tank as many attacks as possible. These are the situations, the examples that show you that attack can be really crucial. That entire game around that charge attack priority, but that is information that both players now know they will take forward into the next game in this series. This is a best of 3. If Colin can win the next one, he is through to winners round 2.
However, Kazim would not be out just yet, as Kazim would then move on the loser side of the bracket. Of course, you prefer to be on the winner side of the bracket. However, we've seen a lot of amazing losers runs as well, but we're not there just yet. How are both trainers going to adapt in this match here? I'm actually surprised that we didn't see any of the Diggersby of Colin here because it matches so well into many of these Pokemon. It has a great matchup into Tinkaton. It does really well into Feraligatr. Despite Super Effective Hydro Cannon, you double resist the Shadow Claw. You do okay into Blastoise because you resist Rollout as well, and with the same bulk that you can take on Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, you also take him quite well from the Blastoise.
Now, do you know what I was surprised by?
Tell me.
Any player that has a Shadow Drapion on their team usually brings it no matter what.
Yeah, and Kazim didn't bring it.
And so, is that something that Kazim will now try and lean into? We know how flexible it is. We know how strong a Shadow Drapion can be. And Kazim is a player that is able to utilize energy and shields and aggressive farm downs. And one other technique that you will always notice from Kazim, he will pause just before he throws a charge attack to ensure that his opponent is in the middle of a fast attack animation and therefore cannot catch.
in these kind of matches. Every single charge attack and energy matters. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. Pokemon Go PvP sometimes looks so flat on the surface when we're just tapping on our phones. However, behind that, the decision trees to throw your charge attack, manage your energy and health are just a fraction of a second sometimes.
Colin 6, he knows how important this is to him. This is one of the titans that he is up against. He's up against Kazim 33 in the first round of day 2. He has locked in, Kazim has locked in. Let's get things kicked off here in Bologna.
And we have that Tinkaton into the Shadow Drapion. This is a decent lead for Colin, as Tinkaton, despite being a fairy type, actually does great there because resists Poison Sting. In comes the Blastoise from Kazim, and there's no real answer here from Colin. He has double water in the back.
And we've mentioned this before, that Blastoise safe swap into a Tinkaton is nice because you can reach that Hydro Cannon before the Tinkaton reaches the Play Rough. Colin's going to let this Hydro Cannon go and immediately throw the Play Rough. Will he then pivot into one of his water types and save this Tinkaton for the Shadow Drapion that's now in the back?
I would expect him to go into the cool Blastoise. In comes the cool Blastoise. Why do I say cool? It is actually sunglasses for it.
That is true. We saw a party hat Blastoise last time. This one's wearing the sunglasses. Let's see which one comes out on top in this matchup.
Skull Bash coming through, shielding it up. He's protecting the cool Blastoise, and even though this will increase the defense, the Blastoise from Kazim is already so low that it's almost in Hydro Cannon range, and Colin is just farming up energy, and it will get to so many Hydro Cannon in this match.
And the first time you throw an attack with a Blastoise, all of your attacks for the next few charge moves afterwards, they will come slightly quicker. And that is a huge advantage now for Colin because he's got a massive amount of health, a ton of energy, and he can start to throw attacks really aggressively into this Shadow Drapion. This is a Skull Bash. It will do a massive amount of damage if it lands. Will Kazim shield it up?
Oh, he no shields! Cool Blastoise throwing the Skull Bash and putting Shadow Drapion straight into the rest, and increasing the defense. Now you can take this crunch so much more comfortably and get to another Hydro Cannon even.
Blastoise is rolling through this matchup. Shadow Drapion is already in the red. Blastoise still has a ton of energy. He's going to bank that Hydro Cannon, come into the
he goes down with it.
and he sidewaves it down, and Kazim's heart breaks before our eyes. Colin grins. You don't see that much from him.
Yesterday, Kazim was making the Italian gestures all the time, but there's no time for that right here. He's in a tough spot here as Colin is sitting comfortable with that Lapras. He still has energy on the cool Blastoise, and his own Tinkaton is still out of range of 2 Bulldogs barely.
Kazim is throwing the Play Rough. This will do a decent chunk of damage into the Lapras, but let's remember how much energy Colin already has on that Blastoise. A hefty amount of health on the Tinkaton in the back, and Lapras is very comfortable as well.
Another Sparkling Area is coming through and will put Tinkaton just barely in the yellow, under 50% health. But at this point, Colin is the one to manage where to put his shield. And like I said, you have the Tinkaton, you have some energy on the Blastoise. You're in a really good spot here. It looks like Colin wants to get not only the final shield, but also just a little bit of chip damage with the Psywave, because it does more than the Fairy Wind and the rollout that he had in the back.
Yes, Colin knows that he is in a dominant position here. Kazim is not going to give up. He's going to hold on to this Tinkaton, see if it can pull through for him, but it's a huge hill to climb. Colin now comes back in with that Blastoise, a Hydro Cannon loaded, no Protect shields remaining for that Tinkaton, and Kazim thinks he knows what's about to happen.
Cool Blastoise landing the Hydro Cannon, almost takes out the Tinkaton. Looks like Kazim concedes. Colin takes this match 2-0. The reigning champion proceeding to winners round 2.
They call him the final boss for a reason. Kazim's run, game over in the winners bracket, but all is not lost. He drops down into the losers. Colin progresses. He is now into the top 8 players here in Bologna, and that will give him great momentum going into the final stages of this special championship.
Getting closer to that finals. Colin hasn't won a championship just yet this season, but he's definitely looking for it right here. And his next matchup could be a really exciting one if that is against Nickname. But for now, he can rest a little bit. This was a tough one to overcome.
He can sleep easy.
He can sleep easy. I feel like the first match of day 2 is always one of the hardest, because not only do you have a lot of time to prepare between the end of day 1 and the start of day 2, so does your opponent.
Yes, though I was speaking with Colin last night, and I didn't want to say this before his match. I didn't want to put any extra pressure on him, but he said to me, I'm going to win this.
Really?
He said, I am going to win this.
Well, how embarrassing would it have been if he didn't?
I would never have told the world.
Really? Well, I'm glad for him that he did it. Kazim is still in the loose side of the bracket, so it's not over for him just yet. And we know that Kazim is a phenomenal player as well, so there's still a lot of opportunities for him too.
And it is crazy if you are in the loser side of the bracket right now and you are desperate to plow your way through, and then these titans are coming down from the winner's bracket and you're thinking, things do not get easier, but that is the name of the game here in Bologna. Colin 6 taking on Kazim in our first match of day 2, and what a match to kick things off.
And if we look back here at this match here, the jump bluff mirror going straight area ace Kazim, and Colin did as well, but more as a bait as he built up to the acrobatics. That led Kazim to still try and call it, however, and in the end game of that game, the jump bluff from Colin was able to win the charge security in the mirror and then outpace this Blastoise. The pace of jump bluff was just so important here.
Yeah, Shadow Jumpluff remains the top Pokemon. It is so aggressive. It might not be the most used Pokemon, but it definitely is a star of the show so far this weekend.
And Blastoise here. Cool Blastoise with the sunglasses. He knows it's warm here and the sun is out in Italy. Going for the SirCoghez and it landed. That did so much damage. Plus, there's a 100% chance to boost your defense with that.
I really think that if Colin can go all the way with this Blastoise, someone needs to get him some sunglasses for the Grand Finals.
I actually have some with me, so perhaps we can make that work.
Yeah, but yours aren't cool, so that would be a struggle.
That's unfortunate. Would you give him yours, or are they too expensive?
That's I trust Colin. You know, you can't bet against Colin. This is the thing. He is such a good player. He is so meticulous in his plays, and when he goes on a roll like that Blastoise, he is unstoppable.
Right. Colin has been a player that's been so good in this circuit. He will also be competing at the North America International Championship. I saw Wholesome, I saw Lil Winery in chat. You better be prepared for Colin.
And this will be the 3rd international championship that Colin will be competing in, because he is one of those players that has taken full advantage of the Travel Award. Each time he competes, he does so well. He earns the Travel Award for the next international championship, and he allows that ball to keep rolling. And that is why we get the opportunity to see a player of his caliber at so many events. That is a privilege to watch.
I believe he got a top 8 at the Latin America International Championship as well. So he is very familiar with success on the big stage there. He got to the top 24, I believe, last season at the World Championships. You played against him there, didn't you?
At the World Championships I did. I knocked Colin out
with
of
your
the World
Bastiodon.
Championships. I put my Shadow Bastiodon, and he wasn't very happy with me, but that's the way it goes. This year, he says, I want to win another gold, I want to win a trophy, and I want to win Worlds. Let's see, are those available to him? He is sure going to try.
I'm sure he's confident, and he's ready to tell us now how he's doing. So let's go to Marcus and hear from Colin.
I'm here with Colin after a fantastic game. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Must have been special for you to play against your teammate Kazim.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate to face him in round 1 today, but me and David, also teammates, practiced, and he practiced with Witherd, who's facing David. So it's a team affair.
Okay, so there's like a mirror matchup just across the bracket.
Yeah, there's 2 sides basically of Team Pizza right now.
Oh, it is. But so you prepared a little bit last night for this matchup, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. We did some scrims with David. Went okay. Both sides had a lot of play, so wasn't sure what's going to happen, but it worked out in the end.
It did work out. It was very close game 1, and then you rolled them in game 2.
Yeah. Game 1, a bit more of a riskier line, which ended up working out. It ended up coming down to CMP, which I luckily won. Then game 2, played like a pretty safe line, I think, and it ended up working out.
But you're already qualified for the World Championship. What? And probably the Travel Award too. What are you competing for here in Bologna?
Just the gold, I guess.
The gold.
I've just, since Utrecht, I've been itching to go here still, since I didn't do too well there. Found a good deal to get here, and it's like, why not?
Yeah, why not? Why
see
not?
some friends as well, it's always good.
Exactly, it's always a bonus, or is that why you're going?
50-50.
50-50, that's what I like to hear. So you're still 100 points behind Pokémon for the #1 spot on the EU leaderboard. Is that something you're eyeing up?
Yeah, I don't think I can overtake him with this tournament, because I already have 5 top 8s. But if I outperform at NAIC, maybe there's a chance.
Maybe there is a chance. And that's what Colin is going for. He's going for gold, he's going for friendship, and we are going back to Martina Farid.
Thank you, Marcus and Colin. And I want to add a little bit to what Colin said in terms of his motivations coming here in Bologna. There is one other reason that I think that he is here, and that is because Nickname is here. Nickname is off the back of 2 titles so far this season. If he were to win the Bologna Special Championship, he would be the first, the only European player to have 3 golds in one season. And Colin goes, well, hold on a minute. I wouldn't be the final boss if I didn't set him a challenge.
So you're telling me this is personal?
I think
He came here just for Nickname.
There is going to be something juicy on show here in Bologna. Something is sizzling in the background, and I cannot wait to see it emerge.
We're going to find out here because we have Nickname on the left here, our previous champion from Utrecht. And we have him against Feelback, a champion in the GO Battle League. He has been doing so well there, but to face a Titan like Nickname is not going to be an easy feat. A lot of Italians will be supporting Feelback, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, so many Italians backing Filbe, and a lot of commentators have said that Nickname's team, in terms of team composition and team advantage alone, if Filbe doesn't take him out, no one will. Let's see if that can be the case. Does Filbe really have the advantage? Does he have the mental to be able to take on such a decorated player like Nickname? He's brought that Furret. He also has a Swampert, not a Shadow.
Both have Swampert.
Yes, so Nickname has Grass, Water, Fire, and they both have opted for the regular Swampert over the Shadow.
See, that's why you need Rayquaza.
Yeah.
to beat those elemental typing Pokemon. And he's also the only one who's stuck to that Typhlosion. Like, there's almost no one else who had the Typhlosion or had success with it, and it actually looked good into many teams with double water. But I would not want my Typhlosion on a Swampert.
Now, it's worth pointing out that both of these players have Shadow Malamar. We saw Malamar. It topped the usage for day 2 here in Bologna. Which of these players will utilize theirs the best? And this is another situation where Charger type priority could be crucial.
All right, we'll take a look again at the team of Nickname here. Shadow Typhlosion, an absolute staple. He's used a lot in practice and had so much success with it. And Superior is such a tough Pokemon to use, but I feel like they core pretty well as long as there's no Dragon type Pokemon on the other side.
Yes, Shadow Typhlosion, such an incredible Pokemon. As you say, the top players have had a lot of success with Shadow Typhlosion, but Superior and Swampert as well can create tricky situations for opponents. You really have to get your alignment correct, and maybe Nickname can be very aggressive with that Shadow Malamar in achieving it.
Shadow Malamar is going to be so tough to use in a mirror match though. If you see the mirror here, it really would come down to Wind's Charge Purity because Psywave does no damage. It is triple resisted on a Malamar, so that means if 2 foul play knockout, one of them will win with a lot of HP remaining.
Now, we've seen that Flame Charge on that Talonflame. Obviously great into Corviknight, great into Superior. I wouldn't be surprised if Nickname plays a team that is so strong against Talonflame that he then tries to disrespect it later. The players are locked in. Let's get straight into game number 1.
And we see from Nickname the Azumarill into the Shadow Malamar from Feelback. This is an excellent lead for Nickname. Let's see how Feelback will anticipate. He's going to stay in and farm some more energy. The Psywave neutral chunks, but the charge attacks are resisted, so I do expect Feelback to swap out at some point, but going for the resisted charge stack here first, chipping this Azumarill.
Yes, so many players will opt to stay in with the Shadow Malamar while the bubbles are coming through, and then either shield up an attack from the Azumarill or try and catch it onto another Pokemon. Feelback here, he doesn't have 2 Pokemon that he wants to catch it on. He has his own Azumarill in the back, but he might not want to give away the Furret just yet, so he's going to shield up this Malamar and continue to Psywave down, and look at that Psywave damage go.
I love the way Nickname was swiping those bubbles, trying to pretend it's a play rough, but he's holding his phone under the table almost, so it's kind of pointless.
You can never be sure, Martin, you can never be sure. But actually, Shadow Malamar could take the 2-shield scenario against an Azumarill, and maybe Feelback is going for that.
He's doing it again.
Enlightenment. He is doing it again. Look at that strategy.
That's a load of baloney there. And going for the Ice Beam here. Nickname is just getting farmed down. If he's going to stay in, can he get to another Ice Beam? I don't think you can. Can he get? No, he goes down with the Ice Beam, and Malamar has so much energy now, which is going to be valuable in the rest of the Pokemon of Nickname here.
You can't Psywave this down.
I don't think you can.
That is an interesting play from Nickname because you're almost forced to maybe get some energy and then what, aggressively...
That's so much!
Yeah, one more foul play will take this Malamar out. Filbe is absolutely flying with this Shadow Malamar.
He's letting it go!
We spoke about this yesterday. When you play Shadow Malamar, if you want to degen with a Shadow Malamar, play it in the lead, use both of your shields, and look at what this is doing here.
So how are you going to tackle this Swampert? You mentioned yesterday a regular Swampert, so non-Shadow, will not be able to knock out an Azumarill with 2 Sludges here. And that might be really key here in this match for Feelback because he does have the Azumarill in the back.
I love this play from Filbe. He doesn't even bother to go up to a Trailblaze because he knows all he needs to do is get this Swampert into a range that he could fast attack it down. And that's what he's going for. Swampert will need to throw 2 Hydro Cannons to take out the Furret and 3 Sludges to take out the Azumarill.
Nickname shaking his head. He knows the position he's in. The only way he may win here is if there's a Talonflame in the back. But this Swampert is so low already that 1 Incinerate and some Psywave may already knock it out. But there's no Talonflame in the back. It's going to be the Azumarill, which doesn't get knocked out by 2 Sludge here.
Their Nickname sees the shake of his head. The reason he kept onto the Swampert is because he felt that Filbe was so weak to water in the lead that he wanted to preserve the Swampert water type for a potential Talonflame, as Martin said. In the back, he shakes his head when he sees an Azumarill. Filbe absolutely flying in this game number 1. Shadow Malamar, 1-0.
And slaps it down. Swampert goes down. Feelback taking game number 1 for the Italians here.
This was superbly played. I love the aggression from Shadow Malamar. I love that everyone suddenly thought, hold on a minute, this guy is cooking. That Shadow Malamar Psywave rinsed through the Azumarill, and Nickname was in such a tricky position, such a huge hill to climb up after that.
So this is kind of something we know Malamar can do, but that you hardly ever see in practice because no one really likes to put 2 shields right away. But Malamar can win the scenario against Azumarill with 2 shields in play for both Pokemon because Psywave just adds up so much to the point where the foul play will knock out. However, Azumarill's never going to shield, and there we saw the problem in Nickname's team was that he hardly had anything to tank the energy from Malamar when the Azumarill was gone, and then he couldn't really even farm it down because he brought in Malamar, which has triple resisted Psywave, and Swampert, he wanted to keep that as a closer.
Answer me this, Martin.
Yes.
If you lead a high attack Shadow Malamar into Nickname's team with 2 shields, what can he possibly do to stop you winning the lead?
I don't think there is a lot, but sometimes you don't always need to win the lead. If you had something else as Nickname, perhaps if you had like the Typhlosion, you can use your Protect Shields and Incinerate down, then you are the one with a head start in energy. I think the core Feelback in the back was just really good as well, so you could always catch something off guard there. I think that the Superior from Nickname was so valuable there. And I'm actually somewhat surprised it didn't come out because it has 4 decent matchups in the Furret, Shadow Malamar, really good into the Swampert, and the Azumarill. But I guess maybe he's fearing the Talonflame.
Yes. Well, Martin, you and I, we've known each other for a long time, and I know that your life mantra is one that Filbe might want to lean into right now. Win lead, RPS backline.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
It is absolutely such a great opportunity for Filbe here. When you see on your team of 6 that you have a Pokemon that can win against almost everything in a 2-shield scenario, why not take advantage of it, particularly when Azumarill is best with shields down anyway?
And one of these trainers has locked in, the other one hasn't yet. I see a Lucky Bastiodon that they have there. That would have been a great Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Bastiodon. Not a Pokemon we're gonna see here. Both trainers now have locked in. We're getting ready for game number 2. Nickname on the left, Feelback on the right. It's going to be the Shadow Malamar Mirror.
Let's see who wins charge attack priority. This is going to be crucial in determining who comes out of this lead on top. Let's remember that Psywave does such little damage, so everything is on those charge attacks.
Let's see who's the best Squid Gamer here. First foul play coming through, but this is so scary because it comes down really who wins charge attack period. Now, I would not be surprised if Nickname at some point tries to catch an attack on the backline, but feel the same
power. Oh. This is a really interesting play. I don't think it's necessarily needed, but it might put the Malamar into a range where something else can farm it down, so maybe that's the strategy that Nickname is going for here. He's actually going superpower into a foul play. Now, the other way round is typically what you'd see, but perhaps Nickname says, I don't mind anyway because I'm probably going to stay in and I can't be Psywave down.
It could also be just a Bamboozle. He's like, if I throw superpower first, then my opponent thinks I switch out, and then Bamboozle. I didn't switch out, I'd throw another foul play to get your shield. And now Nickname takes a shield advantage.
Yeah, that is interesting. He does put this Malamar into a way lower health range. And actually, I really like this play from Nickname, because if you had gone the other way round, that Malamar would have loads more health than it otherwise would have. Now we've gone straight into the mid game. A lot of swaps happen there. Superior's now up on the field for Nickname with Furret there for Filbe.
This is really interesting because Feelback brought the Tinkaton, and Tinkaton is good in the entire line of Nickname there. Its best matchup might actually have been the Malamar, but it also does quite well into the Superior, resisting all its charge attacks, and also the charge attacks from the Azumarill.
Furret taking that first attack. It is a bulky Pokemon, but it has got a lot of energy, throwing the Swift just before Superior reaches that next Aerial Ace.
Swift is being shielded up here. Nickname preserving the Superior, perhaps predicting a water type in the back here, and Superior is really good with that energy. Going for the Charge Attack Purity, but that's a miscount by Nickname because you lose Charge Attack Purity with the Superior to the third, and he's putting up his last Protect Shield now.
Oh, Nickname puts his head in his hands. He knows that that was a slight error. Can he claw his way back? Furret is now putting Filbe into a commanding position in this game.
And Feelback has already seen the entire line. Nickname hasn't seen the Tinkaton just yet, and in comes the Malamar still, going for the Tinkaton right now, and Nickname knows that this is looking terrible for him because Tinkaton resists all the charge attacks from the Azumarill. Is going to have a really comfortable time here.
The Italians in the crowd, they raised their flags. They put their warning out there. They said, Filbe, he is the one to watch. He is the man that can take down a player of Nickname's caliber. And this Tinkaton is guiding the whole way through this. Play rough landing on that Azumarill.
Another player is going to be needed, however, with some fair winds, the next player might knock out. And remember, there's also still a foul play on the Malamar from Feelback, so he also has a charge deck loaded for that Superior.
Here comes the resisted Play Rough and the bubble damage slowly whittling down this Tinkaton. But Tinkaton is a Fairy and Steel type Pokemon. It is here for a reason. It is here to take on that Azumarill, and it is doing a great job in doing so. Now the Malamar comes in with a foul play to knock down the Azumarill.
Another foul play coming through here, and then we have the Superior. This is resisted, but still does a good amount of damage. Superior, how much energy does it have? Does it have enough health? It doesn't have a lot of health. Going for the superpower. It's not fair that this Malamar is not just good, it also has superpowers. Going through on the Superior. Feelback taking it for the Italians.
Here comes Andiamo! Malamar, the Shadow, takes down Nickname. Filbe wins this winners round 1, 2-0 against the Utrecht Special Champion Nickname, and he proceeds to the next round on the winner's side of the bracket here at the Bologna Special Championships.
Meaning that his next opponent will be the reigning champion of Bologna, Colin. Colin would also be pretty happy with this win, as Nickname was his nemesis for this tournament, but Nickname also still on the loser side of the bracket is still in it. Feelback with that amazing performance there, and I feel like with that translation from the GO Battle League to Show 6 here, it really worked out well for him. He has competed in 3 championships before. His most recent performance was, I believe, a top 10 at Lille.
I think I have played Filbe in the past, and I've also played him a number of times in the GO Battle League. He is such
We were playing on the toilet.
Player. Perhaps one of those times. Playing everywhere, to be honest. I'm obsessed. But Filbe showing everyone that he could be one to watch. He's got the backing of the Italian crowd. This is his home audience, his home turf, and he will definitely want to go all the way.
I wish that I had put him on my fantasy draft.
Yes. It's actually somewhat disrespectful that you didn't.
There are so many good players coming, so many interesting players to watch.
Do you remember last year, Utrecht in the 2024 season?
I do remember very well.
He purposefully didn't put you on the fantasy draft to give you that extra motivation, and maybe that's the same momentum that Filbe's going to jump on the back of.
Well, so far it's been paying off. This has been an impressive victory for him to continue here on the winner's side of Bologna and progress on the winner's side there. I believe he's in the top 8 now.
He is. Now, I want to talk about one thing that happened in that match that I definitely don't want to overlook, and that is that Nickname threw the superpower first in the mirror match. And when it happened, you and I, we both looked at each other and we had a bit of a puzzled expression. Why would you throw your debuffing attack first? With some hindsight, I think that is a really nice play from Nickname.
Tell me why.
Because he knows that your second attack is always going to get shielded in the mirror, because you want to preserve your Malamar. And so Psywave is still doing 1 damage anyway. you guarantee that your harder hitting attack does land. And so even if you let your Malamar go down, you put their Malamar in a position where you can just farm it. I think that was really smart.
We also saw that for the first charge attack, Nickname did not want to get the charge attack purity tie. But then when he went for the back-to-back, he didn't mind. I think he was trying to throw Feelback off there.
Yes.
Going for the superpower first, also to some players, will give a hint that their opponent is going to swap out, right? Because they're debuff. You don't want to throw debuff energy, perhaps preserved for a next Pokemon. And at that point, Feelback was the one who didn't throw his energy immediately. Yes. So that kind of threw him off, perhaps. And I really like that play from Nickname, getting that shield advantage there. But Feelback was prepared, man. He was prepared. He was not having any of that.
He was prepared, and preparation is so key when you come to these regional and special championships. And these players have been playing for so long, both in grassroots but also in their local scene. So if you want to know how you can get more involved in the Play Pokemon circuit, keep your eyes peeled.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And this is where I met one of the players that has gone into production now, Triptondo. Yeah, he has had a lot of success in the locals, but it's been great playing against him.
Yeah, it makes sense why he's moved backstage to help us out, but he is a great support, and you could honestly learn so much by entering your local scene.
He learned a lot from us. He had Legends last time for the first time in the Go Battle League.
He told me that he looks up to you in every regard, and I completely understand this. So yes, shout out to him, but also shout out to everyone who is attending those locals, making such an effort to really grow this game, grow the community, because that's what it's all about.
And of course you get championship points from them, so they also count for the qualification and the Travel Award standings. A lot of these players that you see here have also competed in many of those local tournaments, so they increase their odds at qualifying or the Travel Award that they could earn here. And here we have our next match. We're gonna get on the left another Italian player, SirCoghez, and on the right we have a German player, Fria, who's competed in many tournaments, has a lot of experience in it as well, and I believe his first championship, the 2022 European International Championship. I remember, I was there. He got to, I believe he was the runner-up even. He got so far there immediately, and ever since, he's been trying to get that success again here. And now if we look at the teams, we see only one fire type yet again, but this time it's a Talonflame.
Do you know what I like about the teams this time?
Tell me.
For the first time in a long time, we're seeing a Cradley. This is an interesting Pokemon because at the beginning of the Might and Mastery season, when Cradley was given Rock Tomb, so many people thought it would absolutely dominate the Might and Mastery season, but so many teams have actually opted against it, and you've gone for this Shadow Drapion, Azumarill Core, you've gone for the Malamar and Lapras, and then players have gone for Pokemon like Claydol as well. Claydol has had a lot of success. It's a little bit clunkier to use, it's a little bit slow, but Mudslap and Rock Tomb objectively is an incredible attack stat.
And like you said, Cradley, also Rock Tomb. I also think that Pokemon's clunky, because whereas Claydol is slow and Mudslap adds up a lot, Cradley, on the other hand, is a little bit faster, but the fast attacks don't do a lot. Yes, Talonflame, you take it out with one Rock Tomb, but with 2 shields up, that matchup was actually not that bad for Talonflame because your bullet seed don't add up. I've seen a lot of scenarios where Talonflame just plays out the 2 shield scenario, and right before the last Rock Tomb, switches out, gets energy elsewhere later, and then you have that energy to knock out the Cradley.
So tell me, are you more of a Claydol guy or a Cradley guy?
I like neither.
The dilly or the dollar? That's what they ask.
I'm more of a Giratina guy.
You're more of a Giratina guy. Well, we do have the Shadow Malamar on the side of Fria. We have the regular Malamar on the side of SirCoghez. Will these players use it? We are locked in for game 1 of this winners round 1.
Drapion! It is into Cradley. This might be exactly the detail he's looking for. SirCoghez again 4 times weak into Cradley, so it's great to see it here with the Claydol and the Talonflame in the back. Going for the crunch on 6 poisoning, meaning that a full bullet
Ottimo, excelente! Crunch lands into this Cradley. It puts it into the yellow, and now Cradley, on optimal timing, throws this Rock Tomb. This will do decent damage, but it will also guarantee an attack drop on the Shadow Drapion.
And it looks like Fria might not be really looking to win this match per se. Going into the Corviknight right now. This is awkward for SirCoghez because he's going for the Charge Tech here. I think this energy could have also been used later, not debuffed. And you also have the Talonflame to take on this Corviknight, but staying in for a little bit longer, perhaps getting some more energy before going into the Talonflame. Here it comes, the bird!
And look at this. Fria is being very, very patient with his charge attack throw. I was waiting to see, could you catch that Iron Head? I think that's what SirCoghez was going for. Talonflame now going to try and fully incinerate down, but Fria is in a position where the second Sky Attack will actually threaten a knockout on this Talonflame, and so SirCoghez might put a shield up here.
You have two protections here as SirCoghez, but no, he's letting the Talonflame go, putting his shields on another Pokemon here, perhaps fearing that if he uses a Protect Shield, that he can get taken out in one Charge Tech on his other Pokemon by the Cradley. Barely doesn't get the Iron Head off, but now your Claydol has a good amount of energy. There's still the Cradley and a full Diggersby for Fria on the back though.
I mean, Diggersby looks like a really good response into this Claydol because it forces it into throwing Ice Beam rather than Rock Tomb. Fria's actually opting to go in for the Cradley instead. Here comes the Rock Tomb. This could threaten a knockout. Cradley might just
awkward.
Hold on. It does hold on. It's in the red, and it does reach that Grass Knot. This will do a massive amount of damage if it goes unshielded.
You can't let this Cradley go, because if you do that, the Claydol could permanently debuff your Diggersby. So luckily, that Cradley barely hung on, and now you can use it as a switch later in case SirCoghez goes for Rock Tombs again here. And he might, because it's still 2 Protect Shield in play for Fria. At some point, you have to use them.
I quite like this play from Fria. Overall, you put your Diggersby in a position where you will reach the Scorching Sands before you have to make a shield decision. Here comes the Ice Beam. This is super effective, but it's non-stab. It doesn't have same type
he's calling it!
bonus. It does a decent chunk of damage, but the Diggersby still has a ton of health. Let's remember, there is energy on that Shadow Drapion.
But there's so much fast attack pressure here, so this is going to be pretty rough. I think Fria tried to call a Rock Tomb there, which would have been pretty obvious. The Scorching Sands is not going to knock out just yet. You're going to need a Fire Punch as well, but the Mud Slaps are going to end up. That debuff really helps here.
Are we ready for a combination play? We're going to throw one attack. I actually think you could have just thrown the Ice Beam here, because you have the energy on the Shadow Drap to snipe anyway.
Perhaps.
Go for the Rock Tomb, so you get the debuff. Will the Drapion come in and try and throw an Aqua Tail? There it is. It's Charge Attack priority. Fria try. Oh, it's not Charge Attack priority. The Fire Punch came in first because the Shadow Drapion...
That was lightning speed for Fria there, and the Fire Punch takes out the Drapion. There are no shields in play anymore for SirCoghez, and the Diggersby paces quickly. He's gonna get to the Fire Punch to take game number 1 here.
That is crazy reactions from Fria to throw that Fire Punch into Diggersby. When that Shadow Drapion came in, did it do a Poison Sting first?
I think it did, because the Aqua Tail, I saw him tap on it, but I believe also a Poison Sting went through, so the Aqua Tail didn't go off immediately, and Fria was just ready for that switch.
I was expecting the Snipe to come in. When we say Snipe, we mean you already have a Charge Attack loaded on the Pokemon in the back, and you switch in and immediately throw it to take out your opponent's energy when they're low. And Fria was anticipating Shadow Drapion coming in, and as soon as he saw it, he pressed Fire Punch. The problem is Shadow Drapion had done a Poison Sting during that time, and so it wasn't a Charge Attack priority event, which Shadow Drapion would have won, but instead that Fire Punch landed, took it out, and takes Fria 1 game up in this series.
I think when the Drapion didn't launch a Charge Attack, Fria was like, well, that is wunderbar. I'm just going to knock it out immediately, and that was very fortunate for Fria there. SirCoghez, however, still has 2 games to come back here. One of the Italian favorites here on the winning side of the bracket, but how will he adapt here? Cradley is such a menace. I think you can basically always expect it to come out, but you cannot really use Malamar as a reliable counter here, because Fria covers the Cradley with double Fairy.
I think it's also worth noting how little value Talonflame got in that matchup.
I'm actually surprised by that.
That to me was very surprising, that the Talonflame got the Incinerates through, but 2 Sky Attacks from that Corviknight were enough to take it out. SirCoghez was hoping that one of them was an Iron Head, which would be resisted by Talonflame's Fire typing. But no, Sky Attack, more than enough to take out the Talonflame and put Fria into a great position in that first game.
I think if you shield the Talonflame there, you could ramp up with those Flame Charges. What's Cradley gonna do? Bullet Seed you down? Is not gonna do that. Cradley was not gonna have an easy time. And here we go for game number 2. Let's see if we see Cradley again from Fria. He's brought the Malamar this time, and it's met with the Shadow Drapion from SirCoghez.
Shadow Malamar can put a ton of pressure onto Drapion with access to that superpower, but Shadow Drapion's crunches will also do a ton of damage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Fria start shielding. Maybe SirCoghez will do some baiting. No, he goes straight for that crunch. This is no shielded. This will do a huge amount of damage.
Chomp, chomp, chomp. Crunch comes through, does so much damage, but it looks like Fria knows his matchups, goes for the superpower right before the Aqua Tail here. I think this superpower will almost knock out this Shadow Drapion. SirCoghez is not respecting it, and the top of Forte brings Drapion just as low as the Malamar was, and now making the catch on that Azumarill. That is a tremendous play from Fria. He is so close to another charge on the Malamar as well, which may be very important for the end game here.
I really like that play from Fria, absorbing the energy from that Shadow Drapion onto his Azumarill. SirCoghez meets it with his own Azumarill, and now we're in a little bit of a situation where the players have some time to think about how they want to navigate the backline. Fria is one bubble ahead.
This is such a freaky play from Fria, because now the main threat to the Cradley has been almost neutralized. Shadow Drapion is low in health, but also has no energy. So Cradley in the back is just looking really good here into the Azumarill Cladle backline from SirCoghez.
Yes, and both of these players need to be cognizant of their win conditions in the end of this game and take advantage of the energy and the shields that they might have available. We know that the Shadow Malamar almost has another superpower loaded, but Cladle with shields is generally a very strong Pokemon in this meta.
And Fria is going to win this matchup either way, unless the Azumarill from SirCoghez will hang on by 1 HP, because he's one bubble ahead on that swap in. In comes the Cradley to get a head start. In comes the Cladle. It is behind on energy though, and Fria is not messing around here, going straight for the grass knot. The win condition for SirCoghez might be to call a Rock Tomb, and is he going to no-shield here? Yes, he is going to make that call. Even though this lands and does a lot of damage, I kind of think that's an excellent play, because that is your win condition perhaps.
It was your win condition to try and recognize the Rock Tomb, but at the same time, from Fria's perspective, his win condition is to put SirCoghez in a position where he needs to make a shield decision. A no-shielded Rock Tomb would have been really, really difficult for the Cradley, and now Cradley is starting to ramp up, and you can now go for straight Rock Tomb.
Going straight Rock Tomb is going to drop the attack of the Cladle. Not exactly preferable. Fria still has those shields as well. And I believe that the Azumarill from SirCoghez has a little bit of energy. Cradley going to win the charge attack priority. Both Pokemon are really bulky.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon have a very similar attack stat, so this is information for these players, but it might not matter if Fria can take this all of the way. Ice Beam, this will do a heavy amount of damage if it lands. Will Fria put up a shield? No, he's going to let this go.
Well, it is debuff after all, so the Cradley can hang on here. In comes the Shadow Drapion, but it does not have enough health. Azumarill comes in simultaneously from Fria to bubble down. And where do you go here with SirCoghez, because he has no protect shields left?
Yeah. SirCoghez comes back in with the Azumarill, trying to bubble down in the mirror. Fria with a ton of energy already, reaching the play rough. This won't quite be enough to knock out. It will put Azumarill deep into the red. Fria really, really in a commanding position in this game.
It looks like SirCoghez only get to an Ice Beam here, which would knock out. There's still Protect Shield from Fria, and he's actually going to use it on this very low HP Azumarill, because it can get some bubble damage. And on the Cladle almost is out of health as well, though.
Let's remember that Malamar has a bit of health in the back. The Cradley has a little bit of health in the back. The bubbles from the Azumarill land. Cladle goes down, and Fria takes the series 2-0.
That is a swift 2-0 here. Very well played from Fria. They're taking down the Italian SirCoghez, and Fria seeing some success again after a while here in the championship circuit.
Yes, Fria proceeds to winners round 2, and this is huge for him because, as you said, he's a player that's not featured as much as he would have liked in the top cuts of these events in recent times. But this is the amazing thing about this Might and Mastery meta. There is so much potential, so much flexibility, so many options that players can bring, and Fria has been taking full advantage.
And Cradley can be such a wicked core breaker. Like, if players are bringing a flying, fire, water and ground type combination of teams, like Cradley just Rock Tomb.
Yes, imagine if Cradley got a good fast attack that could make it a little bit more flexible.
Like Acid, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, if there were a buff to Acid that could give Cradley a little bit more coverage and aggressive playstyle, then it could really be something to watch.
I think so. Now, its only issue, however, is that the charge attacks are quite expensive, but Fria made it look so easy. As long as the Cradley was not on the Shadow Drapion or wasn't behind energy too much here, the Cradley was always going to be in a good spot, especially in Game 1 with that catch on the Azumarill from the Drapion. It's such a tremendous play.
Here we see that first game, the Diggersby Fire Punch into Fire Punch to take down the Cladle and the Shadow Drapion. The Malamar damage, the catch on Azumarill in game number 2 were huge for Fria. That shifted the momentum, put SirCoghez in a really tricky position. And Fria with Shadow Malamar we mentioned yesterday it wasn't quite getting the success that we wanted it to, but today it has been superb.
2 of them are progressing through the winners round 2 of day 2. So I have to take my words back here. Shadow Malamar has been actually quite good so far.
It could be one of those Pokemon that we would say has quite a high skill floor. And what we mean by that is in order to get real value out of that Malamar, you have to be quite a top-level player. And if you aren't really able to get the best out of Malamar, you will just feel that it is not a good Pokemon. And I completely understand that these players at the top cut of day 2 here in Bologna, they are getting the most out of a Pokemon that you and I were thinking otherwise might be one to drop.
Well, it's mostly you, because I don't think I have a skill issue.
Yes, you play Wigglytuff anyway, so it doesn't make a difference.
So you're telling me sometimes it's the driver, not the car. It's sometimes the player that can make any Pokemon work, and a Pokemon that has the versatility of a Shadow Malamar. We've seen it before in North America as well, with trainers like Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket doing so well with that Pokemon and making an interesting movement with it as well.
Speaking of those young players, we've got a couple of young European players up on stage next. This is PvP David up against Witherd, and these players are prodigies of the game.
Just before we look at the matchup, do you think these trainers could defeat the combinations of Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher?
I think that Witherd is much newer to the game, and so I don't think it would be fair at this point to compare him against Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher.
I think Nighttime Clasher is good?
But I think for his age, he could comfortably eclipse a player like Nighttime Clasher, who really, truly was awful a few years ago.
Yeah, so we'll see how they do in this match here. David with also that Ice Beam Lapras. I believe that is the same team Colin 6, his friend, was using as well. They were practicing yesterday. Good friends, but they may have to face each other later on potentially. First, David would have to face off against Witherd, and Witherd is looking for that World's qualification spot. He's already getting quite the amount of points if he gets far here in Bologna, but there's more to get.
We mentioned that obviously Witherd is very young, but PvP David, he is a player that I think if he really solidifies his gameplay, he could be one of the best in the world without question.
Like his father.
Just like
his father also plays.
His father does also play, yes. His father named his own in-game name after the Malamar sound.
What is his in-game name, do you know?
I'm not going to do an impression. But PvP David with the Axon team from Portland trying to repeat success here in Bologna. Witherd with a Blastoise and a Feraligatr instead of a Lapras. The Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr both will put on a ton of pressure, but both do need shields in many situations to see success.
I think it is Blastoise time in this matchup here. Blastoise being an absolute staple, and I think that in the previous match where we saw Colin play that Ice Beam Lapras, Blastoise was just never in the right spot. And I think if you have Blastoise on Lapras without Skull Bash, you can actually position yourself where you have the Skull Bash, the rollout, and you can manage a lot of energy and health. And as we know, once you have thrown one Charge Attack with Blastoise, 3 rollouts are needed only for the next Hydro Cannon, which is incredibly fast.
Yeah, it has a really good energy cycle after that burst attack is thrown, and these players will want to take full advantage. As we said, all of these events, they are leading up into the next competition and then eventually into the World Championships. You mentioned players like Out of Pocket, like Nighttime Clasher. They will be going for the World Championship title. They are players that back themselves to succeed. PvP David, he wants to be on that list as well. Can he get through the competition here in Bologna?
Well, we'll see here, because this truly is a first test already in this competition. Even though it might not be the same meta, you are still the one to make those kind of Pokemon work. I think a good player, it doesn't matter which meta it is, you have to make the Pokemon work that are good in that meta.
So looking at these teams, do you lean into Malamar if you are PvP David, or are you a little bit apprehensive of the potency of Shadow Jumpluff, Tinkaton, Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr? Does that make it difficult to bring Malamar into this team?
Well, we've seen before that Malamar into Shadow Drapion is actually quite playable if you can get one Charge Attack elsewhere. Super Power does so much to Shadow Drapion, putting it straight into the red. Maybe from non-Shadow Malamar it might barely not go into the red, but still putting the Drapion really low to a point where your other Pokemon can just take it on quite easily.
Yes, but there is no Azumarill on PvP David's side that you can comfortably guarantee sponging energy from a Shadow Drapion. He does have a lot of other options for a Shadow Drapion. Lapras we've seen, very, very tanky. Diggersby can really threaten the Shadow Drapion with that Scorching Sands. Shadow Jump Up, quite simply, can beat anything.
Witherd was making some flirting with the camera there, making the same gestures Kazim did yesterday. We know how that went earlier, so I hope Witherd can hold his composure a little bit better there against PvP David. Both trainers are almost ready to lock in here for game number 1. I'm really excited to see what both players bring, because earlier in a very similar match, Colin did not bring Diggersby. I'm curious to see if David actually does, because I would expect that Shadow Drapion for Witherd to come out, and also perhaps the Shadow Feraligatr he was really confident with yesterday.
I like that Diggersby call from you. PvP David's Diggersby would have decent play into Shadow Feraligatr because it resists the Shadow Claw. Good play into Shadow Drapion because it has Scorching Sands that can threaten a knockout. The mirror, of course, Diggersby into Diggersby, but then also good matchup into Tinkerton and ability to hit Shadow Jump Up with Fire Punch, because that Shadow Jump Up, it doesn't have a grass type charge attack.
So how would you tackle the Diggersby from PvP David as Witherd here?
I think Witherd approaches games in a slightly different way. I think he tries to give off this very casual vibe, this I'm just happy to be here look, and I think he tries to get into the minds of his opponents. We've seen it at previous events. He really got into the mind of Pataman when he played against him, and he's going to try and do the same to David, because the pressure, in truth, the pressure is on David here. He is the player that we all know as being a world-class player that we want to see succeed, but Witherd knows that he has the ability and the potential to take him down.
I love the way you described that, because I remember from the match versus Pataman, Witherd just seemed so nervous at first, and as you say, very casual, and then halfway the match he was playing out of his mind. He's just staring down Pataman of all players. Like, that's the last player I would stare down.
Honestly, Pataman could be the best player in the world. There's no reason why he couldn't go on and win those world championships. And yet Witherd was able to glare at him from the other side of the stage, saying, I can use my Pokemon in a way that you would not expect. And he did. He pulled off some incredible plays in that event. Can he do the same here? Game number 1 kicks off PvP David against Witherd.
This is actually more neutral than you might think, because rollout from Blastoise on Diggersby does not add up. But if you look at the entire team of Witherd, this might just be the exact spot where he wants the Blastoise. And for PvP David, he's probably also kind of happy to see the Blastoise here, because he has that Lapras without Skull Bash in the back.
Look at this, Witherd already looking up, staring at his opponent. There comes the attack drop, and now there is that catch. PvP David taking the Hydro Cannon on his own Blastoise, but this is also debuffed, so this will not do very much damage at all. And Blastoise can now get rolling on the side of David, met by a Shadow Feraligatr.
This is not exactly a Blastoise answer, but with some chip damage and still the raw damage output here from Feraligatr, it can probably hang on. You may have to use protection as Witherd, but if you can get a clean Shadow Claw down here, the energy from his Feraligatr might be very threatening. It looks like PvP David is not taking any chance expending so much energy with a Skull Bash, so he's going straight Hydro Cannon to at least get some chip damage in case the first attack gets shielded, and we do see that happens here.
Yeah, the race is on Hydro Cannons. David's actually leaning for a Skull Bash, but Witherd has thrown the Hydro Cannon just before. If David shields, this could be a 1 HP knockout. We're going to stare at the screen. Can the Blastoise hold on? It looks like it can. Skull Bash now will threaten a knockout from this Feraligatr.
And it looks like Witherd does not want to get bashed today here by this Blastoise. Putting up a Protect Shield, getting that Shadow Claw down. The energy is going to be valuable either way into the team of PvP David. However, this Lapras can hang on there quite well. And this Feraligatr is slowly getting into even a resisted Sparking area range. Oh, but the catch though on the Blastoise. That's a tremendous play from Witherd. He is saying, I don't want my Gator on here. Are you out of your mind? I want that Hydro Cannon on your Diggersby.
That is really, really valuable from Witherd. He's able to now lean for that Skull Bash. This will do a huge amount of damage to the Lapras. David does have a shield available, and he is going to use it, because although Hydro Cannon would do a ton of damage on the Diggersby, if Witherd is unable to get the Lapras off the field, then a lot of that energy will need to be spent here.
It is going to be so valuable too, because there's nothing anymore on the line of Witherd that can really take this energy well from the Lapras. Yes, it's resisted on the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr is quite fragile. Going into the Shadow Drapion, altered by the Diggersby.
David knows that Withered's switch clock is not up, so as soon as he sees the Shadow Drapion, he can aggressively go into the Diggersby, knowing Feraligatr cannot come back in.
I am actually not 100% sure about it, because now the timer is up, And I think that this might be really close to Hadouken range. I think this knocks out.
This could knock out. I think it will knock out, and that puts Witherd in a really good position. The Diggersby goes down. It doesn't get any value, and Witherd already has a Hydro Cannon available against the Lapras. The question is, David leans forward. Can you take out this Feraligatr before it reaches another Hydro Cannon?
I think that is the only play. Let's see if Shadow Feraligatr is bulky enough in contrast to his regular one. Can he get to the Hydro Cannon? And David not taking any chance. He's going for the Hydro Cannon right before the Feraligatr could potentially get to the Hydro Cannon. I think the Psywave down was possible, but can't get this. Can you get to double Sparkling Area? I was going to say Skull Bash, but of course his Ice Beam on this Lapras.
I don't think you're going to reach the next Sparkling Area before an Aqua Tail. It's going to be very, very close, but I think Witherd might have this.
And Drapion is spacing really quickly. Can it get to the Aqua Tail? It does get to the Aqua Tail right before the Sparkling Area. This match was looking so good for PvP, but Witherd, he's showing that he doesn't really mind the Diggersby. He's taking game number 1 against PvP David.
The players briefly discussing what happened in that game, but Witherd does not mind. He comes out on top against PvP David. The pressure piles on, and this is exactly the position that Witherd wants him in.
The whole time, PvP David was looking in a great position there, especially after a catch of the debuffed Hydro Cannon from Withered's Blastoise into his own Blastoise. But the way Witherd played with that Feraligatr was just so good. Throwing on the Charge Attack Purity with that Blastoise for the Skull Bash, making sure that he pulls another shield and then catching a Charge Attack from David on his own Blastoise to preserve all the energy from the Feraligatr was so useful for that end game.
I really think that was the pivotal moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
because all of that Lapras energy disappears very, very quickly into the bulkiest Pokemon that Witherd had available.
That was really a great play from Witherd. He's showing he is one of the better ones here. And yeah, we're looking at the screen here. Witherd had a superior on his team. He doesn't have one though, so luckily he switched to his correct team now.
We can see the teams on the sides of the players, and Witherd had actually loaded up his Utrecht team for a moment and then realized that that wasn't the right team. He's now shifted to the right team, but will he be able to pick the right line here? PvP David, he's already locked in. Withered's going to take his time. These players have a couple of minutes in between games, and he is contemplating.
This is such a different aura, different energy. How do you tell that the player on the right has much more aura at the moment than the player on the... How do you tell that?
Do you know who this reminds me of?
Tell me.
It reminds me of you.
Really?
You used to sit like this, and you used to just rock with your hands together, and you would stare at the opponent, and then look at the crowd, and stare at the opponent. And it does have an impact. Maybe Witherd has taken inspiration like Triptando did.
Exactly. Right now, Witherd is looking so confident. In the first, or before the first game, he was looking quite nervous, and now it's David who's like, oh man. He's like crossing, look, he's crossing his fingers. He's like, please give me a good lead, please give me a good lead.
No, David doesn't need luck. We know his caliber. He is a player that will try and lock in. No matter the odds, you cannot count PvP David out. Witherd, he hasn't yet locked in. He's about to. The judges might at this point say, okay, time to go. But Witherd has taken full advantage, both to compose himself, but also potentially to outpsych his opponent.
You know what I usually do in grassroots tournaments? I'm like, I'm going to play the same team, but I just go to the toilet real quick, so my opponent gets nervous thinking I lock in an entirely different team. But here we go. We have Witherd versus PvP David. It is the Diggersby, a great lead for David versus the Shadow Drapion for Witherd.
This is the lead that David wanted. Now Feraligatr comes in, immediately met by PvP David's Lapras. This is a water and ice type Pokemon. It resists all of the damage that Feraligatr is able to throw into the Lapras. So Feraligatr is relying on those Shadow Claws, those heavy, hard-hitting fast attacks instead.
We've seen this matchup quite often yesterday, but then into a non-Shadow Feraligatr. And you can see here that the Hydro Cannon are just chunking way more. Letting this Hydro Cannon go means that PvP David might lose the switch advantage, but I think he might value energy a little bit more on either Drapion or the Blastoise.
Yeah, you could potentially take both shields from this Shadow Feraligatr here, and then maybe quick attack it down. Witherd doesn't want to let that happen, so he's going to go for the zero shield scenario. Lapras is about to...
Whoa, he gets a Shadow Claw down. PvP David was trying to get the Psywave down, but Feraligatr barely hang on here, and barely gets down with that Charge Attack though. And now you have that one world advantage on the Blastoise. I think that PvP David is kind of fine with it. He probably expected the Blastoise in the back regardless.
There's always that moment when something like this happens that it's worth pausing and looking at a player's reaction. What did they intend to happen, and what is their response to the outcome? David clearly was going for a Psywave down on the Feraligatr. He had a lot of energy that he lost, but actually the Blastoise coming in and getting that first rollout without taking an attack could be absolutely fine for David.
Shielding the first crunch is only ideal if you don't get a defense drop. Unfortunately for PvP David, he did get a defense drop. Witherd has that crunch on the Drapion with a 30% chance to debuff, and now going straight for the Hydrocan to pressure the shields from Witherd.
Yes, PvP David recognizes that I've got shields available to use. I'm probably going to want to use them on crunch anyway, so even with a defense drop, I can continue to shield and then get out of there. The Blastoise now comes in. The Scorching Sand is going to be reached before the attack, so PvP David will probably be hoping for a debuff of his own.
It is actually crucial here, because otherwise 2 Hydro Cannon plus the rollouts may knock out. Going for the shield here, making sure. And there is that drop that is so important here.
Oh, says Witherd. He goes, can I believe it? The one win condition that David was leaning in on, he's managed to find. Can David keep this momentum going? That Hydro Cannon will not be enough now to knock out the Diggersby.
That is such a crucial play. Can he actually do that, PvP David? Yes, he can! Scorching Sands coming through on this Blastoise. You're gonna need another one though, and there is not another attack drop, but because you got the first one, I think you will hang on to one more Hydro Cannon here. The rollout will do absolutely no damage, so that's not exactly what you fear here. And then Poison Sting from Drapion also doesn't really add up.
Do you go for a catch? Is it too risky?
I think it's a little bit too risky because you would allow the opposing Blastoise to gather more energy. I think you kind of do need this energy though, so maybe you put a protection here.
How much energy does that Drapion have? It's going to come in now.
It has a Aqua Tail loaded, and here it comes. Now the Diggersby is off the field, but the Blastoise from David can get a farm down. However, it's almost in crunch range.
You can potentially roll out down. You can roll out down this Drapion, and can you Skull Bash the Blastoise?
I think that is the only play that David has here. A crunch will do a lot of damage. What I'm curious about, if you get a defense drop, will one more Poison knock out? I don't think it will, and doesn't even get the Poison down.
Can you hold on to one rollout?
One rollout. Which Blastoise is going to take it? He hangs on! He gets to the Skull Bash!
PvP David clutching on with this Blastoise. Action showed the world what it can do, and PvP David jumping on the back of that. Skull Bash lands, and PvP David levels the score.
Big man Blastoise coming through there, and David was nervous for a reason in the previous match because Witherd is such a tough opponent there. He won by only 1 HP.
Hearts were up in our mouths. Everyone was gripping onto the edge of their seats there. That game was so close, and now everything is poised for a massive Game 3. The winner of this Winners Round 1 will proceed on the winner's side of the bracket. The loser will drop down for a heavy loser's bracket run to come.
Farid, I just want to point out that in so many of these battles, alignment can matter. I feel like none of that is needed here. The only matchup that might be slightly polarizing here is Lapras without Skull Bash into Blastoise with Skull Bash. Other than that, we've only seen neutral play all over the place, and it makes for such close games that come down to energy management, health management, and potential catches.
And even when David lost all of that energy on the Lapras, once Blastoise gets one rollout through, it's Blastoise time.
It is.
Because all of the attacks from that point onwards start to become in cycles, typically of 3 rollouts for Hydro Cannon. And that is such nice pacing for Blastoise that you really can go on that roll like David did there, taking down that Shadow Drapion, holding on because he wasn't using a Shadow Blastoise, he's using that regular and landing that Skull Bash to take game number 2.
Sometimes you don't need sunglasses to be that cool like a Blastoise. Just making sure that you can get that energy advantage and have a head start on your opponents may just be enough. One of these players already has locked in, the other one's still contemplating a little bit on where to place his Pokemon exactly, because the alignment may have not been ideal for Witherd exactly with that Feraligatr being on the Lapras every time. You don't want to throw your energy there.
David is now staring down his opponent. He is not going to let any nerves affect him here. Witherd writing down notes. He is contemplating, what do I do? David knows his team. He is locked in. He is now ready to try and put his name back into the winner's side of the bracket in the next round. Here we go. It's game number 3.
And we see entirely different Pokemon here. It's the Tinkaton from David into the Jumpluff from Witherd. Is the Witherd going to stay in here? No, he's going straight into that Blastoise. And now it looks like Witherd was a little bit confused with that, but you're still able to get to the Hydro Cannon, however, not before the player of now from PvP David.
Now, there was a little bit of a pause on Witherd's side before he was able to go into the Blastoise, and the impact of that is that he wasn't able to reach the Hydro Cannon before the play rough was reached by Tinkaton. But the thing is, both players have chosen to stay in, so Blastoise is still throwing a Hydro Cannon, Tinkaton still is throwing a play rough, so it might not have had a massive impact as if David had then switched out and saved the Tinkerton.
And you get to the next Hydrocan before the next player from David here, but Tinkerton will be bulky enough to barely hang on here. David doesn't really have a lot to swap into this Blastoise in the first place, because he has Diggersby taking super effective damage from the Hydro Cannon, and then Lapras only has resisted charge stick damage. Looks like Witherd is finally letting the Blastoise go here.
So the Shadow Jump Up now is up against a Tinkerton that doesn't really have much energy or health left. And that is a good position, generally speaking, for a Shadow Jump Up. There is Diggersby and the Lapras in the back. Tinkerton is going to be farmed down now. Lapras with energy advantage, usually very strong against most things.
I think that David is also in a great spot, because his Lapras in the back with the Blastoise gone is just looking so versatile now. It can take charge stick damage here, and you cannot really swap as Witherd, because if you do that, you might take an Ice Beam to the face.
Yeah, I'm almost impressed that Lapras can have so much flexibility running the Ice Beam instead of the Skull Bash, that it can sponge all of the attacks from the Shadow Feraligatr, but also really threaten the Shadow Jump Up. A knockout with Ice Beam would be huge for David.
Do you use your first protection here? No, it's still resisted damage, but I must say Diggersby loses the even shield scenario to Shadow Jump Up, so you need some more wiggle room here. And can get the Psywave down. This might actually be crucial, because now you might be able to leverage that shield advantage here
now
on the Lapras.
He gets the Psywave down. He didn't get it in game number 2. He gets it in game number 3. Because he has Ice Beam, he can now go into this Diggersby Jump Up matchup with a shield advantage. That could be huge. Witherd might need to pull some of those shields with an Aerial Ace bait. Will David call it? Will he let this Aerial Ace through? If he does, that will be massive momentum for him.
And he does! No shield! That is incredible! Because Acrobatics is one of the most efficient charge stacks. Witherd already saying good games. I think that Diggersby is going to be really good in this match here. Fire Punch is just so good in this match right here.
Yeah, that was crucial. David still has 2 shields available. Witherd knowing that that unshielded Aerial Ace was really, really crucial for him. And now PvP David, he can just spam these Fire Punches with Diggersby. They will slowly whittle down this Shadow Jump Up. The quick attack damage as well could be enough alone to take it out.
And as we see here, Witherd just conceding kind of, he's farming up energy as David takes game number 2. I think that both players might still be talking something through. No, looks like Witherd knows that David won this match. He is 2-0 up going into that next round.
Now, Witherd is going to ask the question, did the Blastoise coming in slightly slow impact the game? That's the question he's going to ask the judges. David is going to pause his celebrations for a moment while the judges consider that question. For them, they will check, did the Blastoise coming in slow impact the game?
Right, I will start off a little bit because I thought both players had discussed it, but looks like that Witherd still wants to go through it just to make sure that wasn't impactful on my Blastoise there. In the end, he did get to the second Hydrocan before the Tinkerton would get to the next player off, but I think the idea is just to get to your Hydrocan before the first player off and maybe see if there's some wiggle room there. Perhaps then you want to put in a Protect Shield once your Blastoise has that extra rollout.
And in many of these situations, when an instance like this occurs so early in a game that there are still so many win conditions available to the players, that is something that judges will take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what we have the judges for, to look into these games. Players can ask them if there was something going on, and yeah, that's what we're going to wait for here. In the meantime, this was, of course, a tremendous matchup between these two great players and such a neutral match. But I was curious by the choice of Pokemon they changed to.
Yes.
Because we saw the Tinkerton not shown before by David into the Shadow Jump Love, not shown before by Witherd. Why do you think that he brought the Shadow Jump Love exactly?
I think both players are trying to make predictions, and David probably recognized that Witherd was leaning into Pokemon like that Shadow Drapion, and I think Shadow Drapion was the target of the Tinkerton that he brought. He actually ended up meeting the Shadow Jump Up, which was great news for him as well. That Shadow Jump Up brought by Witherd was probably targeting that Diggersby. He knows that Shadow Jump Up has a very neutral matchup into a lot of the waters and the Diggersby, and he felt that it could be a very flexible option for him. Even if it soft lost the lead, you could then farm down with a Blastoise or a Feraligatr or something to then get an advantage for the endgame.
I feel like a Tinkerton matchup could still be really awkward though. Now, fun fact, if you have a Jump Love that is not Shadow, you actually win the zero shield scenario, so both Pokemon don't use any shields. against Tinkaton with only resisted damage. Isn't that just mind-blowing?
I think there is a little bit of stats relevant to that matchup. It has to be like a very bulky regular Jumpluff, but Shadow Jumpluff has the ability to win against the Tinkaton with shields up. And this just really shows the strength, the prowess of that acrobatics, Fairy Wind acrobatics with grass flying, typing, and the bulk of Jumpluff makes it a really strong Pokemon.
So I just got confirmation. It is indeed the swap not going through immediately that is currently being reviewed, because that may have thrown off with it a little bit of his initial game plan. And that's, of course, unfortunate. So we'll see if we'll get a review for that.
And regardless of whether or not a rematch is awarded, I think that Witherd will have a lot to take away from this game. If a rematch is granted, he needs to think about how do I adjust now, and recognizing that David has already been making adjustments, and what can I do to bring myself back into this series. If no rematch is given, he maybe then needs to recognize that you cannot let an instance at the beginning of the game impact the way that you play the rest of the game, because you could see that it was playing on his mind. You could see that it was something that he was concerned about already talking to the judges whilst David was locked in. So no matter what happens, I do think that maintaining your focus can be really key, especially at these stages of an event.
Like in the worst case scenario, moving down to the losers bracket means that you have still the opportunity to make a longer and further run. And like said before this match, Witherd really needs those championship points to potentially qualify for the World Championships where he wants to go to. He went to Bologna actually with Colin's brother, Kaleo. So, you know, Kaleo's also going to the World Championships to cheer us on, perhaps compete as well. I don't know how far he got in championship points currently, but you know, going as friends together will be fun.
Yeah, David and Kaleo, very good friends. Witherd, also one of their teammates as well, so he will be pushing on and on and on. And when you come through to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, you need one win on winners or on loser side to try and get into top 8, and that's where the real points come in. That's where the real prizes come in. So the winner of this first winners round 1, great position. The loser, they need to compose themselves and they need to try and push through in their losers game in the next round.
So let's say you would lose here and you're not exactly happy about the review not being, or the rematch not being given. How would you compose yourself? Like, do you have any advice you would give to trainers at home? Have you ever been in that situation yourself?
Have I ever lost a game?
You've lost so many, but I'm saying if you have a rematch not been given, like how do you compose yourself?
I think as soon as I ask for a rematch, I mean, you and I have been playing the game a long time. I will, generally speaking, have a good idea if a rematch is likely or not. If it's likely, I will argue my point. And then you have to hope. If it's unlikely, I probably wouldn't have asked for a rematch in the first place. But if the judges go against you and they don't give you the decision, you just have to compose yourself. And we talk about esports in general as being a very peculiar activity for people, because a lot of people just view gaming as something that you do in a very relaxed manner at home, and you might take it competitively. But there is so much more to it, both physically and mentally, that put these players at an advantage. And if you are allowing yourself to lose focus, that will cost you in the end game.
I can really tell from experience where I was unhappy about a situation, but you have to focus. Sometimes you just have to deal with it and realize the situation you're in. You're still in the tournament, and the only thing you need to do is win battles. That there's nothing else is relevant at that point.
Yes.
Right?
And it's tricky, because when you get to really high level Pokemon Go, or any game or any activity that you really care about, you do put so much on the line. You do have so much care and passion. And so being knocked down, it can hurt. It can really hurt. I remember when I got knocked out of Utrecht, I just went and sat down on the floor against a wall, and I just thought to myself, and I just started to breathe, and I was like, yeah, this hurts and it's sad. And you take that moment, you feel your feelings, you address them, and then you try and move forwards and you say, who do I want to be tomorrow? Who do I want to be next week? And what are the steps that I need to do to get there? These players, they have been taking that journey and they have been seeing success.
And you would just need to pick up yourself again and get ready for that next tournament. The next tournament could be it, right? That's any tournament you would be competing in. And we've seen that from so many times that trainers we haven't seen as much, like Feelback, for example. can suddenly make such a good run and just have so much success straight up from the Go ballot, you know. So if you're successful there, you know, Tiptano just hit Legend. Perhaps for once he can win a tournament as well.
Yeah, he hasn't hit Legend for so many seasons, so we're really, really proud of him because he works very, very hard behind the scenes. And for anyone else that is pushing at this late stage of the Go Battle League season, best of luck to try and get to whatever your targets are. These players, they are targeting medals. They are targeting golds here in Bologna, and any of them could succeed.
And yeah, we have so much more to see too. There will be a new meta upcoming soon.
Are you excited?
I am very excited,
I'm
especially
excited.
the Pokemon that you can catch at the Go Fest.
Yes.
For it in these events. We have one running in Japan now, but next week we have a stream actually as well for Go Fest in New Jersey. I will be there, by the way, so you know, if you see me, you know, just say hi. I'm not dangerous or anything. You can just I like to meet people out there, and some of these Pokemon will be so useful for PvP.
Martin is very friendly. He tells me he loves hugs. So if you see him at Go Fest in Jersey City, make sure to come and give him a hug. I know it's going to be warm, but friendship is everything to Martin, and so make that heard.
I think you're mistaking me with Marcus because he said he had no friends.
But either way, make sure that either you attend these Go Fests, you get involved on the game, but definitely tune in to the broadcast if you are not in Jersey City, because it is the first time that we are broadcasting an event like this, and I think it's going to be a great one to watch.
And again, Pokemon that you can catch for PvP. The 3rd of June, we're gonna get that moveset update, so other Pokemon will be stronger. You asked me what I'm the most excited about. I might sound a little bit biased here. Let's go with a serious one for now. I think Galarian Moltres is going to be one of the best Pokemon.
Why?
It gives you reason to do the daily instants again because you get access to the charge tech Fly.
Yes, and let's remember, next season, your daily incense duration is doubled.
It's 30 minutes.
Yes, so you get extra opportunity because all of the Galarian birds will now have access to Fly. Martin feels that Galarian Moltres is the one that will benefit the most from a PvP perspective, and I think you're probably right. The only spanner in the works for Galarian Moltres is that the buff to Dedenne, I think, will be really impactful. It's going to have parabolic charge buffed, it's going to be lower energy cost, it's going to guarantee a debuff, and this electric fairy type Pokemon will full resist the moveset of Galarian Moltres if it opts to run the double flying set.
I feel like you're just trying to counter the pick that I say. Chad, what do you think? Which Pokemon is going to be the most impactful for next season?
I'm just RPSing you, that's all that happens.
You wish.
You would know. You would
wish. You actually wouldn't know because we've never competed in play Pokemon.
I know, it is a shame. Martin and I
you just keep losing.
Once ever, we were in the same group in a tournament, and we said we will meet in the winners' finals, and then Martin lost round 2. So,
and how did that tournament end up? Can we also talk about that?
All that I know is that one day you will see Martin and I. Hopefully. You will see us. Worlds, Day 3 Worlds. You'll see us on your screen.
Would be great. I think a lot of other competitors are gonna try to not make that happen. But yeah, again, back into the movesets, right? Galarian Moltres, Dedenne, Fortress. Let's talk about that.
Well, before we talk about that, we have just heard confirmation that there will be
no rematch.
No rematch. David wins. Witherd will drop down into the losers bracket, and David shows that he does have the mettle. He lost that first game. He wins game number 2 and game number 3, and he will progress to winners round 2 here at the Bologna Special Championship.
And Witherd still on the loose side of the bracket, still has the opportunity to get a far run in there as well. Those were a lot of our winners side bracket now, and soon we will be heading into the loser side of the bracket, where trainers have only one opportunity to proceed on. On the winner side, you can lose one battle and proceed on the loser side of the bracket. The loser side of the bracket, one chance, one opportunity.
Look at this Lapras into Blastoise. That was the catch that allowed Witherd to take the get the advantage in game number 1. And PvP David with his Diggersby in game number 2. He didn't waste it this time. He got the debuff that he needed. That was the opening of the win condition. And PvP David will now have a little bit of time to think, because every round now makes such a big difference, both for championship points and for prizes.
And we see at the very end, because David was able to get to a last Ice Beam on the laps beforehand, the Diggersby had a shield advantage versus the Jump Bluff, and in that case, the Diggersby would just take that match head on. One of my locals played in Utrecht as well, and he ran in Diggersby with Mudshot. Okay. This is one of the reasons you don't run it with Mudshot, because Quick Attack is actually neutral into Jump Bluff. Fun fact, he went with one of his best friends there to Utrecht, 010 DSN, if you know him, and he has been practicing a lot, 010 DSN. Then he's bringing his friend, played like 3 battles over a year, and that friend did better than him.
These things happen, but it's
he has talent.
It is worth going to your events with friends because that can make a massive difference. You and I earlier this season, I think we have traveled all across the world playing Pokemon Go, casting Pokemon Go. We were in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The Latin America International Championships. Friendship's what it's all about. If you missed LAIC in 2025, then this video is definitely one. And I hope you enjoyed it, but we're back because we are friends and friendship is more important than anything else. So, Sao Paulo, Brazil, that was a pretty good event. We've still got NAIC to come.
Pokemon has brought it to places I never thought I would even go there in the first place, like Hawaii. On the other side of the world for me, Japan. Like you said, Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yes, it is amazing. A small Dutch man living with his mum can travel the world because of this game. And
you didn't need to make this personal.
And I really do think that Pokemon Go not only... I think Martijn mentioned actually friendships that he has been making through this game will be ones that he keeps for life. And I think he's absolutely spot on. It's not just about playing the game. It's about meeting people that almost have that similar mindset to you, that similar humor, that similar mentality.
Yeah, and we'll see about friendship with people who talk about your mom, though. I saw in chat we should battle it out sometime.
We should. We could do a stream. Actually, hold on a minute.
No.
Hold on a minute.
We did it.
Martijn has just remembered, and he's just reminded me that at our rehearsal on Friday...
Rehearsal? I wasn't there.
I need to practice putting up with this guy, that's for sure. At our rehearsal on Friday, we did do a test match, didn't we? And how did that go?
I think it was against Marcus, right? Marcus, it was against you, right?
There was a corner that you were leaning into. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was top left.
No, I don't think it was. I think it was the charge stack knocking out your Pokemon if I was playing there, of course.
Maybe. Well, Martijn and I, we both love playing. We love casting as well because getting to watch some of the players here in Bologna has really been a treat. I know you've been enjoying it at home, and I think that there's so much anticipation as to what we're still likely to see this weekend.
I'm curious because we've had our winners round 1 now, and we have winners round 2 coming up later on. First, we have losers round 2, and we haven't seen losers round 1 on the stream, but trainers that have been successful there already have a little bit of the momentum. So we're going to get some really good battles when that is coming up.
Yeah, and when you drop into the losers bracket, it isn't over. When you get knocked down, you have to try again. So why don't we try one more time? Highlights for LAIC. It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Mato Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Mato Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Mato Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Marta Galde coming out victorious.
Marta Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his third place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his first place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Marta Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at pokemon.com/compete.
Man, Marta Galde, what a brilliant trainer. I think he cemented his place as one of the best trainers, I think, if not the best trainers to have ever played Pokemon Go.
And this season has been incredible for him. He's won 4 titles this season, 4 major trophies. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a lot of trophies. And I think it's the thing that comes as well. Like, you participate in so many of these tournaments, and then slowly you build up, and then you go and start winning championship. Marta Galde is a trainer that's been in the Pokemon Go PvP scene for, I think, from the very start.
He even when there was only grassroots before we had the Play Pokemon series, Marta Galde was one of the first players to do exceptionally well on the global stage. But I also saw some players there. Vitorello doing incredibly well. Richie for 1409. He's also an incredibly established player. And then in the crowd, I also saw FedeVDP.
You also saw FedeVDP.
Of course, I always know it is FedeVDP.
Of course, you're always on the lookout for FedeVDP.
I always am on the lookout for FedeVDP.
But one of the things that we had a great start to the tournament already. This is day number 2. We had some amazing battles, but that's not the only battles. There have also been battles off stream where we had the losers round 1, and some of those trainers made their way through further as well.
And I know 2 of our faster fantasy caster predictions.
Caster fantasy draft.
It's a hard title. They faced off 23 EJB against Borha MN, and you were the one who pulled out the longest straw in that one.
Yeah, lucky for me, because I saw how I was able to cast some of Borja's games in Sevilla, and the amount of composure he brings on stage when he plays the game is just unmatched so far. So I went for Borja even before this happened. So other matchups that we have to look at is Stone Collection. He won against XX Cactus. Alejandro DL, unfortunately, losing to Alfie. Alfie was the winner of that Italian derby.
And then you have Faz, who beat Ampolini. And this is looking incredibly stacked, because you see in the losers round 2, there are the winners, or no, the losers from the winners bracket are now facing off the winners of the losers round 1. So you have Witherd against Stone Collection, SirCoghez dropping down to the losers bracket, now facing Alfie in another Italian clash, Nickname against Borha, and Kazim versus Faz.
Yeah, Kazim versus Faz is another interesting matchup as well. These two are friends, and one of the things that I was talking about backstage as well with Faz is Kazim was the one who asked Faz to go to Gdansk to kickstart his career in Pokemon Go PvP.
That is incredible. I've also heard that Faz is getting so close to that World's qualification limit, so he needs to get into the top 8 for that final bump to get his points to qualify for Worlds.
There's a lot in store for this battle. It's not just Faz, it's also Kazim. I think he's also a few wins away from securing his travel award, which puts my colleague here in a very tricky situation. He does not know who he has to root for.
I mean, I would love for Faz to qualify for the World Championship. That's all I want to say about that.
I mean, I'm gonna root for Kazim just so that, you know.
Oh, you have a side here. Okay, I see. I'm totally unbiased. But I'm super excited to see what these players are bringing. Faz really showed against Scoffo 99 yesterday what a brilliant player he has become. So with the help of Kazim, he's developed.
Yeah, I think Faz also told me that if there's any trainer who's helped him get better at the game, who's kind of coached him, it would be Kazim as well. Wow. So that's a great opportunity. You are going the student against the teacher. Faz going up against Kazim in an important matchup in losers round 2. Kazim on the left, Faz on the right.
And I have some information because these trainers are so good friends, like you and I can become, Abi, that they have gotten a lucky trade and they want to perform that lucky trade on stage. I wonder what Pokemon they will be trading with each other. Could it be legendary Pokemon from Master League?
I mean, it has to be the legendary Pokemon or one of the Pokemon that got released recently. You could try to trade the Tinkaton to get you know, the perfect IV Tinkaton for Ultra League maybe, or a perfect IV Tinkaton for the Great League.
Tinkaton for Great League, that is a very interesting suggestion because Tinkaton for Great League is pretty similar to Tinkaton. It just doesn't have that bulldoze, right?
Yes, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So let's see what these two trainers are going to be trading in the trade screen here, and it's going to be a Tapu Bulu for a Tapu Bulu.
Oh, a shiny one as well. They both are trading shiny Tapu Bulus.
All right. Do you want to make a special trade? Of course they do.
Fingers crossed, trainers. And here we go. They are performing a special trade. You can only perform so many special trades during one day, but you can do at least one day every day. And here we see Kazim with a 1940 CP. Oh!
that was very close, but unfortunately neither of these trainers were lucky enough to get that perfect IV Pokemon. The stat distribution unfortunately did not work out there. One of the things that also we need to point out is when you come to these special events or regional championships, you get to have extra trades that you can do, extra special trades. So these legendaries, daily you could only trade one, but in these events you can trade 3.
Wow, so there are more opportunities for these trainers to acquire that perfect stat distribution that they are looking for. But here, taking a look at Kazim's team, he has that Ice Beam on the Feraligatr, so he went with Skull Bash on that Blastoise. Anything standing out to you here, Abi?
I think the main thing that we are seeing here is a slight deviation away from the team that it's accent piloted, where instead of the Lapras that runs the Sparkling Aria, the Water type charge attack and Ice Beam, he has opted for a Feraligatr instead with huge damage with Shadow Claw. And then we also see the Drapion here with on the side of Kazim.
Instead of that Malamar, correct. So a very interesting change from Kazim, and I wonder how Faz will go around it. You see the Shadow Malamar on his side with that Talonflame, with the bravest of birds, not with our favorite charge attack, Flame Charge.
Yeah, unfortunate for Talonflame, but Talonflame is still a good Pokemon to have into, let's say, into Jumpluff, because it doesn't matter if you have the fire type charge attack, but looking at the other Pokemon that is on the side of Kazim with that Feraligatr, the Blastoise, it's gonna be a very tricky Pokemon to bring.
I think the pressure that Talonflame puts on makes it so that Kazim cannot put his Tinkaton in the front and Jumpluff in the back, for example, because if Fazberry goes for that Talonflame lead, then Kazim would be weak in the front with Tinkaton and also weak in the back with Jumpluff. So just the Talonflame's presence forces Kazim into some patterns, and that makes the matchup more predictable for Faz.
Especially because if Faz has been paying attention to how Kazim has played in day number 1, he's been piloting that double water team composition for a long time. I think he's used it maybe 4 times, 2 times yesterday and twice today as well. So it's kind of, you cannot run that Talonflame into that. You gotta be benching Talonflame here.
But without a grass or an electric type, how is Faz going to hit Kazim's water type for super effective? He has a poison type into a grass type. This has to be a good start for Faz.
This is a good start for Faz, but we all know acrobatics being such a good move will do a ton of damage on to this Drapion. But however, it all depends on if Kazim goes for that Aerial Ace bait to land that acrobatics to flip that matchup in the one-shield scenario.
I think this Drapion is looking incredible for Faz. Kazim needs to put some damage on this Drapion immediately. Oh, and we see a swap from Faz. And now this Azumarill will outpace the Blastoise to a Play Rough before he can get to a Skull Bash.
Yeah, this damage is very crucial here because this is a damage that goes on to the Blastoise without that defense boost here. So it will do a lot more. This is a best way to play it out. Skull Bash now coming in from this Blastoise, and this will be enough to get its defense up.
But as you can see, the Play Rough will not be a 2-hit knockout on that Blastoise. So, yeah, especially with that defense buff. So, Fazberry will have to throw a lot of damage to get rid of this Blastoise here.
Yeah, what's tricky about this matchup as well, you have to go for that Skull Bash to knock out the Azumarill. You cannot go Hydro Cannons here because it's not enough. And as Fazberry in this matchup, it's a great position to be in because the Drapion can now come in, get that extra energy to amp its damage and also the charge attacks up.
Oh, but it's an undercharge from Kazim. Can Azumarill get there? Oh, it was barely reaching an Ice Beam. But this is good for Kazim. Even though he's losing switch advantage here, he can come in and start building up energy on some of his Pokemon.
I think Fazberry will have to try to hard pivot to the Drapion, and that's exactly what we see on the screen here. He is pressing on that Drapion, hoping for it to come in really quickly, and that's immediately met with that jump love from the Kazim.
I think Fazberry should conserve his shields here for a Shadow Malabar, but he falls for it, and there is an aerial ace bait, and Kazim is already at the acrobatics. This is just an Aqua Tail, but this will put that jump love dangerously low.
Oh, Kazim pulls up the Protect Shield, knowing full well that he needs to get that damage onto the Drapion. Again, goes for another aerial ace bait here. This is a great position to be in if you're Fazberry, because you have to no-shield it. No, he pulls up a Protect Shield.
And this looks so good for Kazim right now because he has a shield in store and he has an acrobatics getting ready to launch into this Drapion, doing massive damage.
Acrobatic comes in, takes that Drapion out. Both of these trainers are going to try to hard pivot into their next Pokemon. Malamar at the back for Fazberry, and it is a Feraligatr at the back for Kazim, and this is looking great for Kazim.
Can the Malamar withstand a Hydro Cannon, get to 2 charge attacks here? That is the question. Kazim pulling up his shield because he does not want to take this charge attack from the Malamar.
First foul play is shielded by that Feraligatr. Now Hydro Cannon reach, and this will do a lot of damage. Of course, Shadow Claw is going to do neutral damage because of the part Psychic type of Malamar. Can the Feraligatr Shadow Claw this down? It's going to go all the way to the wire here.
And Malamar gets to a final foul play, but Faz is shaking his head. He could have thrown a superpower that does slightly more damage. Can this knock out the Feraligatr? No, barely not. And there is an Azumarill. Can the Azumarill get it? No. The Feraligatr will take down the Azumarill and Ice Beams the Malamar for the win in Game 1.
Ice Beams the Malamar for good measure here, and that is a dominant Game 1 from Kazim. It was not the best of leads. Fazberry tried to dance around with the Azumarill, but Kazim identifying that he needs to try to get that energy jumpstart, undercharging the Skull Bash onto the Blastoise, and Azumarill being forced to throw there completely changed the dynamics of the game.
But the game was basically sealed for Kazim because he also had a jump bluff in the back, and that jump bluff had, even though it was deep in the red, it had enough HP to not be knocked out easily by the Malamar or the Azumarill.
It was a close game. I think both these trainers planned it out and played it almost perfectly as well. One of the things that I really liked is Faz tried to use that Azumarill to soak in all that jump of energy. Unfortunately for him, Kazim, being the trainer that he is, was patient in throwing his charge attacks. Did not throw that acrobatics on to the Azumarill. Got a lot more energy up there. I think he went up to 100 energy before swapping onto the Blastoise.
And not getting that catch, of course, made it tough for Faz. But shielding those aerial aces was what made this matchup detrimental and unrecoverable for Fazberry. If he could have called at least one of those aerial aces, then it could have been a lot easier because then the jump off would have been drier, it would have expended less valuable energy, less efficient energy, and then perhaps the Malamar could have pulled it back.
Yeah, would a superpower have been enough to win that game for Faz?
I think it would. And Faz was shaking his head when he threw that final foul play because he realized that superpower, even though it doesn't have the same type attack bonus as that foul play, it's still such an efficient charge attack that it does more damage in neutral situations.
Yeah. Let's see how these trainers modify their teams to get that win. Faz needs a win to stay in and continue his run in the tournament. Kazim also needs one win, but I think Faz needs to take this game as a sudden death.
And Faz is now locking in with his strategy for this game number 2. He is bringing that Talonflame into the jump bluff. Incredible lead for Faz.
Incredible lead for Faz here. Talonflame will do super effective damage Kazim, knowing exactly what to do, goes for that Fairy Wind before swapping on to his Blastoise. Blastoise did have that energy start that made it so that it reaches the Hydro Cannon before the Drapion gets to the crunch.
And Faz puts up a shield on this Hydro Cannon because this Blastoise is very annoying for him to deal with. Faz realizes he wants shields down in this matchup. If he loses switch advantage, then possibly the Azumarill can land an Ice Beam later on the jump up. That is Faz's win condition here.
Yeah, at this point, you can go for the Aqua Tail for this knockout on the Blastoise. Kazim knows this. He pulls up a Protect Shield, but can this put Drapion in a position where it can ramp up on energy?
And we see Kazim, he's still one away from double Hydro Cannon. Will Faz put up a shield? He does. He's investing in his Shadow Drapion.
But this could prove crucial here because yes, the Drapion does get to this Aqua Tail, but Blastoise also has a shield and a Hydro Cannon stored. Will Kazim go for the switch advantage here? He says, no, I don't need it.
So Kazim is coming in with his jump up. This Drapion is still so healthy. He's going to need an Acrobatics to take it out. But Kazim, he is banking on his regular Feraligatr, that it can stand up to whatever Faz has in the back.
Yeah, at this point, I think it would make a lot of sense for Faz to hard pivot into the Talonflame because that would give him a turn advantage against the Feraligatr. He already has an Incinerate, so he will get to the first attack, yes, that before the Feraligatr can get to the Hydro Cannon, and that can potentially pull up a shield here.
I think Kazim needs to shield this. He needs to respect the move. And now Faz has an Azumarill that can sponge the energy from the Feraligatr. If Azumarill can withstand all the damage that the Feraligatr inevitably will throw at it and land an Ice Beam onto that jump bluff. Potentially, Faz can win this game.
What's to note here, this is a no-shield scenario here, so the Feraligatr cannot hide behind the Protect Shield to consistently dish out damage. And also, this is not a Shadow Feraligatr, so these Hydro Cannons are not going to do as much damage as Kazim would want.
Important for Fazbear here to farm up as close to max energy as possible because he needs to have an Ice Beam ready to hit that jump bluff when it comes back in. These Hydro Cannons not doing a lot to this Azumarill. Oh, and Fazbear throws the Play Rough. Is this the play? It might be enough to take out the Feraligatr.
I don't think it's enough to take out the Feraligatr. It will put
nowhere close.
Nowhere close to taking out the Feraligatr, but this gives... Oh! What? Was that a catch?
But Kazim throws the energy. He could have went for the farm down on the Drapion. Faz was shaking his head. Oh, but Kazim, he realizes. And now, maybe the Azumarill can reach an Ice Beam.
I think it gets to the Ice Beam before the... Oh, no,
the Acrobatics gets there.
Acrobatic comes in here. This will put the Azumarill into the red and potentially in a range where the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr can knock it out. Definitely in a range where the Hydro Cannon can knock it out. This is a great position to be in if you are Kazim.
And Kazim has that Hydro Cannon stored. You see, Azumarill's Water-type bubbles aren't doing anything to the jump bluff. It needs the Ice Beam, and here comes the Feraligatr. He throws the Hydro Cannon, and Kazim seals up his Witherd round 2 and knocks Fazberry out here in Bologna.
What a gameplay there. Double Water, he did meet that Talonflame in the lead against his jump bluff, but Double Water was too much for Faz to overcome, especially because he does not have access to a grass-type charge attack in his team. This is where coverage plays an important role. Do you consider coverage when you're building your teams?
I always do. And for example, that Drapion with such great coverage, Poison, Dark, and Water, it puts on so much pressure. And it was a really good Pokemon for Faz, but not enough. The Blastoise and the Feraligatr for Kazim, they pulled through and made sure that Kazim is still in contention for that Travel Award.
You can see how much it means for Kazim here. He is so relieved. He talked to me before where he said this is potentially one of his biggest game in this season because it means so much. He gets access to so much because of this one game.
And this is potentially worth $3,500 for Kazim if he can get into that top 8 of that travel award, and that is a substantial amount of money for regular Pokemon trainers like you and I.
Yeah.
Or him and I.
It's a substantial amount of money as well. But what I want to also point out is you must be really happy that Kazim won, because this is exactly what you wanted.
I have everything to thank Kazim for putting on a great show, and I hope he goes as far as he can.
You did a great job with that.
Thank you. So now we've seen Kazim play incredibly well. And to be fair, my biggest concern here in Bologna is who is the best player and who can win. And if Kazim keeps playing like this, then he surely can get his revenge against Colin, maybe go on to win the entire thing.
And one of the key things to note is that as well, Kazim is a great trainer. He is already a regional champion this season, and he's had one of those seasons where he's done consistently well. All it took was a one regional win from Dortmund, and almost every other tournament that he's been on, he's made top cut, he's made day 2, so consistent performer as well. So it's great to see consistency also being rewarded over time. Kazim is here to stay, and I think it's gonna be tough if he goes up against Colin again.
And Kazim's latest tournament result, I believe, was his 5th place finish at UIC. And that is incredible because there, people from all over the globe are coming to compete. So Kazim, he's staring down his opponents and he's not afraid to take some chances. But the double water strategy, that's what got him this far, and he keeps trusting into what he already has had success with.
Yeah, double water may be the way to go here. It was, again, it used to be the Lapras and Blastoise. Now it's a Feraligatr and Blastoise to improve the pacing, to get to those charge attacks faster with the Feraligatr. This Feraligatr, again, put on a show, did so much work game number 1, and also a lot of work to finish off that Azumarill in game number 2.
And I'm so curious because I know you had your eyes on that regular Feraligatr before we went into this tournament. We've seen mostly Shadow Feraligatr this season, but a Mind Joke went with regular Feraligatr in Utrecht a couple of weeks ago, and now Kazim is bringing his regular Feraligatr and doing so well with it here in Bologna.
I think it's all has to do with that Lapras matchup as well. You don't want to take so much damage from that Lapras. Psywaves is not something that you can shield because it's a fast attack. So the damage over time, if you are a non-shadow Pokemon, is just better.
It's easier to handle for sure. And I know that there are some Feraligatrs that can, if they invest heavily in their attack stat, they can get an attack breakpoint on that Lapras and potentially flip that game. We saw Witherd. No, I believe maybe he had a Shadow Feraligatr because he flipped the game against PvP David.
Yes, that was very crucial. I think it was game number 1 where it went down so that his Feraligatr had energy and also secured the switch there as well. Great game to see, but game number 2 and game number 3, PvP David took it all. Same, exactly like Kazim. Kazim did not drop a sweat, did not drop a game, came in, dominated with his double water strategy. Brilliant gameplay.
And Faz made it hard for him because you saw Faz with his Shadow Dropion, how he maneuvered that double shield against the Blastoise. Because Faz got the debuff from that crunch, then the Blastoise all of a sudden was threatened by the Aqua Tails. So you have a water type shielding water type charge attacks. That's not ideal. And the Dropion was so healthy as well, but the regular Feraligatr being able to withstand that play rough a lot better made it so that Kazim could use that Feraligatr to close out that game.
Yeah, it's also Kazim understanding the mechanics quite well as well. So against that Talonflame lead, he did one Fairy Wind and he transferred that damage of the Incinerate onto the Blastoise, understanding full well Incinerate's damage registers much later, and that Jumpluff would not take any damage on it.
That's very impressive, actually. I think Kazim has shown us that he's quite the player.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it's also that because of that one Fairy Wind, the Blastoise could get that full rollout in there because it still got in during the animation of the Incinerate. So that one rollout advantage made it reach that last Hydro Cannon, which forced the Drapion to pull up the second Protect Shield. If it was not done, then the Drapion would still have that one shield and this matchup would not have been the same.
And I am so impressed by these trainers because what they did is spend their Pokemon to the best of their ability. And I'm sure that Kazim is very happy he changed out the Lapras from its accent team to that regular Feraligatr. But I've been really impressed by Lapras here in day 2 because Lapras running either Ice Beam or Skull Bash. We've seen Skull Bash on, for example, Borha's side, but we've seen Ice Beam for PvP David and for Colin. And Lapras being that water and ice typing, that water typing helps mitigate some of Ice's kind of problematic matchups.
I think defensively, Ice is, let's say, the worst typing in the game. Yes?
I think that's Bug, but sure, go ahead. Go with your Ice typing.
Fair. All right. So one of the things that I really like about Lapras is that consistent fast attack damage that comes over time, and also the potential to buff your defense. It's great to have such a bulky Pokemon like Lapras doing consistent fast attack damage and then constantly building up bulk. So one Lapras, if in the right matchup, can completely change the tides of the game. It can secure you at the game just by one switch.
And the Psy-Wave fast attack, that's undebatable on the Lapras currently. That is a Might and Mastery season acquiry. So Lapras previously was usually running Ice Shard. That's a charge attack that's that's a fast attack that charged up energy a lot slower than that Psy-Wave. So Lapras now being able to utilize that Psychic type Psy-Wave to really get to those charge attacks a lot quicker. That has helped Lapras so much. And
not to mention Sparkling Aria. It wasn't.
That is true.
Yeah, it was Surf before what we used, but now we run to Sparkling Aria as well.
I like Surf too, but Sparkling Aria is definitely better.
Yeah. One of the things that we notice as well, like you have these tiny changes that gets added onto these Pokemon over time, and some Pokemon with just a little bit of push can completely take over the meta. For example, a Pokemon that didn't take a little push, it took a lot of push to take over the meta, was that Claydol. I do not remember how many move updates did Claydol have. It was so much. I think it got access to Shadow Ball, Scorching Sands, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, a lot more. I don't remember.
I can't remember either because there were so many of them. I remember posting on social media late 2023 that by this rate, in this tempo, Claydol will be meta by late 2025. And I was not entirely correct because it was a bit faster than late 2025. But Claydol is now here and it's come to stay.
It's also the main thing that pushed it into the meta was that changes to the Mud Slap as a fast attack. It's something that you cannot escape. Damage buff and energy buff is just so good. Also propelled Pokemon like Kanto Marowak onto the game. So if you catch Pokemon and you think that these Pokemon could potentially be good for PvP, especially Pokemon with low attack stats and also high defense, you definitely have to store them for the future.
There are so many Pokemon that have proven that just a minor update can change them entirely. For example, Grumpig. It was a Pokemon that I did not have any expectations for such a long time, but I found a potential Spoink with a low attack and high defense and HP that I thought, okay, if anything, if Grumpig ever gets an update and it becomes good, I have this in reserve. So I kept that Pokemon for like 3 or 4 years until Grumpig all of a sudden got Psy-Wave and Dynamic Punch.
We have so many Psy-Wave users that have broken into the forefront of Pokemon Go PvP. One of them is that Malamar.
Love it.
With that typing and having access to Foul Play, which again got a reduction in the energy that is needed, and also having to Superpower to potentially hit back against Pokemon that are neutral, is just one of the best Pokemon that came in right now.
And the Squid Gamer Malamar has such a high potential of just hitting all the stuff that you want for really substantial damage. And if you're really spicy, Malamar has a plethora of charge attacks. So you can go for that Foul Play, you can go for that Superpower, but trainers, I would really like someone to succeed with Hyper
Beam. I was just thinking about Hyper Beam.
You knew what I was going to say.
I knew what you were
saying. That's, you know, when you're such good friends as you and I, we're finishing each other's sentence. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Very good.
So one of the things that I really like, my most favorite thing about Malamar is not its movesets, is just its animation. I think it's like,
I'm out of here.
You're moving. Okay, bye. This is actually pretty good so that now I don't have to deal with Marcus for the rest
Now we're closer again. Now we're closer. I use this as an opportunity to get closer to my friend here.
So, Malamar as a Pokemon, the Pokemon design is also great, and a special thing about Malamar is how you evolve the Inkay. You need to turn your phone, and it took me a while because when, you know, exactly, you need to turn the phone vertically. I was trying to do it horizontally and it did not work out for me.
Dude, I struggled so hard evolving that Malamar. I had to look it up. I searched all over the internet to try to find out how do I evolve that Malamar. And what I did was eventually I had to go in and go into my game, open the Pokemon, open Inkay, and then I tried to press the button, no, flip my phone upside down, and then I could evolve Inkay to a Malamar.
And I think Malamar is one of the Pokemon that a lot of the players have deep dived into, especially how to train your Malamar. Do you need a Malamar with high attack? Do I need the Malamar with enough amount of defense or enough amount of HP to try and work their way around these matchups? Speaking of matchups, we have another one on your screen right now. It's going to be Nickname 29585 going up against Borha. Nickname is a trainer that we all know. He's been one of the best battlers for this season in Europe.
And you've seen Nickname. He's only dropped one set. His two last tournament, well, now it's 2 sets because he also lost in the previous round, but he has been in formidable form this past couple of months. And here you see the Shadow Malamar on Nickname side, and then you see the regular Malamar on Borha's side.
But just looking at these two teams, I'm gonna take a quick look at what Borha has before we touch up on what's on the other side. Corviknight coming in here, it's as we talked about earlier in day one, is that it's such a great setup Pokemon to have. The good thing about Corviknight, like Azumarill, it doesn't hard lose a lot of matchups unless it's, for example, against a Talonflame with our favorite charge attack, Flame Charge.
Exactly. And you see the regular Swampert and the Superior and the Typhlosion for that Fire, Water, Grass core, and also the Azumarill. So you could say it's a bit of a tricky situation to break apart those Pokemon. Usually there's only Dragon types that can do it, but here we see Borha, no Dragon types.
Yeah, there are no Dragon types, but also he's gone for the double water strategy of Lapras and Feraligatr. He does not have access to the Blastoise that can do super effective, fast attack damage onto the Typhlosion. Just looking at these Pokemon here, do you see any Pokemon that wants to deal with the Typhlosion energy?
I believe maybe, not really. Even the ground types here do not appreciate a Blast Bird because ground does not resist fire. So if the Typhlosion can ramp up, then this is looking very good for Nickname. And even the Feraligatr will lose charge attack priority, and Typhlosion has that Thunder Punch to hit that water type.
Yeah, it takes 10 turns to get to the Hydro Cannon and also 10 turns to get to the Thunder Punch. So this means that both of these Pokemon pays to their charge attacks at the same time. But unfortunately for Feraligatr, Talonflame's attack is so high that it always will win charge attack priority. One of the things that I wanted to point out, but it's not on the screen right now, is the Gligar plushie. Every time I see that plushie, it makes me smile.
Is there a Gligar plushie?
It's on Borha's side. It's just,
okay,
just so
but it's not in the screen.
It was in the screen before.
Okay, I didn't notice, but thank you for enlightening me. But
You're welcome.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I think we're going to see some Malamar from Borha here because its only really bad matchup is that Azumarill, and even there, we've seen Malamar put in a lot of work against Azumarill 2 previously. Nickname, he played that Shadow Malamar against Feelback, and it caused him a lot of trouble. So I think Nickname will be prepared against the Malamar from Borha, but it's looking good.
Yeah, I think this is one of those matchups where Nickname can really use the way that he's been playing Corviknight throughout the season. Use it as a safe swap. Whatever Corviknight goes into, it's going to be in a position to set up that Pokemon for a farm down for Talonflame. Diggersby, I know it's not the best of matchups, but you get to 2 Sky attacks. Malamar, great matchup for the Corviknight. Clodsire, again, another matchup where you can potentially set up a farm down depending on the movesets of the Clodsire. Jumpluff, you want to be Corviknight into that Jumpluff game. So it still has a lot of potential here, in my opinion.
And we have a lock-in from these trainers. What do we see on each side?
We see on the right, Diggersby for Borha going up against a Superior for Nickname. Great lead there for Nickname. This Superior does super effective damage onto this Diggersby. Let's see if Borha decides to stay in, and he stays in here.
The Diggersby carries Fire Punch, and that will hit the Superior for super effective damage. And Diggersby is so tanky that one Frenzy Plant does not threaten a knockout.
One Frenzy Plant does not threaten a knockout, but Superior also has bulk of its own. Fire Punches are not going to be enough. Waiting a turn there for Nickname and going...
Waiting 2 turns.
Waiting 2 turns and going for that Frenzy Plant. This will do super effective damage onto the Diggersby, but Diggersby is just so bulky.
This Diggersby is a real threat to Nickname's backline, so he will want to get rid of it here in the lead. But does this threaten the shield? No, Nickname decides to keep it for his squishy Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah, shields will have to be saved for the Typhlosion. In comes the Jumpluff. Oh, no, this is exactly where you want to be as the Typhlosion. These Incinerates are like charge attacks onto that Jumpluff.
But at the same time, Jumpluff threatens heavy energy with that Acrobatics. Nickname must respect the Acrobatics.
Oh!
No, it's an Aerial Ace. What a call from Nickname.
Aerial Ace called by Nickname. I think he's done it previously as well. He calls these great timings of the charge attacks, and in comes the Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch does not knock out the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff will get to another move, going for another Aerial Ace here, which would be enough to knock out the Typhlosion.
Nickname decides to shield because he has a lot of energy on this Typhlosion still, and the energy on Typhlosion threatens everything on Borha's side.
Yeah, Typhlosion will most definitely get shield parity, whatever be the Pokemon that comes in. If it's a Diggersby, can Nickname completely incinerate it down?
Oh! Incredible catch by Borha. He catches a Thunder Punch on his Diggersby. Nickname doesn't charge it entirely up. He wants to get more energy on this Superior. Can Nickname pull this back?
Goes for the Aerial Ace here. Psywave number 1 comes in. Nickname has to survive another Psywave to get off another charge attack. Going for that Aerial Ace bait so that he has that Frenzy Plant onto the Malamar. No second Aerial Ace coming in. Superior barely holding on to get this damage onto Borha's Malamar.
And Borha shields up an Aerial Ace. This is unfortunate for Borha. Nickname now with a shield up. Corviknight is looking primed to win this game if he can just hold on through this Malamar.
Yeah, Malamar has 2 charge attacks loaded. Foul play number 1 coming in. You don't have to shield these charge attacks from the Malamar. And also Psywave, we talked about how good of a move it is. It is resisted by the Corviknight. So what a position to be in if you are Borha.
And Nickname goes up, charges up, and here comes the Sky Attack. And this Sky Attack might sweep Malamar out of this field, and swoosh, it comes in. Out goes Malamar. Game 1 to Nickname.
Sky Attack coming in to swap that Malamar out of the stage. Unfortunately, it was not the time for Malamar to shine. The Typhlosion did so much work there, getting the Jumpluff out of the field, calling that Aerial Ace bait, and then securing so much for Nickname and Corviknight at the back with that shield advantage. I don't think there's a Pokemon Borha can use to beat the Corviknight with a shield advantage.
Maybe the Diggersby. It depends on how the Corviknight is trained, but the Diggersby has a really good matchup into the Corviknight because it doesn't take that much damage from Corviknight's attacks. But Borha spent that Diggersby dealing with a Superior at the start. A Superior hanging on, getting 2 charge attacks against that Malamar really sealed the game up for Nickname. Even though Borha pulled out all the stops, no shielded a Thunder Punch, caught a second Thunder Punch on the Diggersby, Nickname, and his Superior really brought so much momentum for him.
Superior especially getting to those 2 Aerial Aces that got double shielded by Borha. I think that was something that was very costly for Borha as well. If he had known that the second one was not a Frenzy Plant, it would have come a long way to have that shield advantage again. No, the shield parity against that Corviknight towards the end game. You see the Gligar plushie?
I see the Gligar plushie now, and I love the look of it. Gligar is such a cute Pokemon. It's always been one of my favorites, and I also really love Gliscor, its evolution.
It looks like a very happy Pokemon, and I also really like Gliscor's animation in the main series games where it goes clip, clip. Always, yeah, it's always right and left, and that's really, really cute to look at. But it's about game number 2 here. Borha needs to win to stay in. Nickname just needs a win to go further.
My question is it about game number 2, or are we still discussing game number 1? I believe Borha is asking the referees if that Psywave should have come through or not, or if it was correct that the Superior hung on. So maybe the judges are taking a look at that. Borha is probably asking about it, but I am not sure how that's going to go. It says 1-0 on the scoreboard, though.
Yeah. But this is why we have judges, so qualified judges on stream here who can talk about these things, who understand the game quite well to make these decisions. It's all up to the judges. And as players, you should always try to look and not hesitate that if you think there is some mechanics that didn't work out for you, to dispute as well, because that's why we have the judges for. We need everybody to have a fair shake at winning the game.
And that is exactly correct, because it's so important that the game is supposed to, the game goes how it's supposed to go. And if Borha does not have to take that second aerial ace, his Malamar is in a much better position against that Corviknight in the end. I'm not saying it would change the matchup, but it could, because Borha could have played it entirely differently.
Yeah, but that's what it's about, right? It's about fair play. We need our judges, who are always here in every tournament. I think they make it run as smooth as possible. They are there for disputes, and they're super qualified as well. Some of our judges have been top trainers. For example, you saw Vani on stream as well. He was, I think, second runner-up for the first ever regional that we, special event that we had.
That is correct. He was second place in Bilbao, I believe.
Bilbao, when the season started.
He was also top 8 or top 4 at EUIC in London 2024. And he was top 4 in Lille 2023, or 2023. 2023, yeah, I believe.
He's also very well-known competitor in the grassroots scene as well. But enough about the judges. Let's talk a little bit more about the match there. We saw positive lead for Nickname, swapping into another positive save swap with the Talonflame, doing a ton of damage, but Borha tried everything to get that shield advantage, which he did. And towards the end game, it still came so close to the wire. It took 2 aerial aces and 2 aerial ace baits by the Superior to put Nickname in a position where he could potentially win the game. So this shows that, yes, of course, there can be scenarios where you feel that you are stuck in polarizing matchups, but there's always a way to get back into the game.
What I would like to take away from this game is the Typhlosion against Jumpluff matchup. Both of those Pokemon decided to no shield, potentially getting knocked out, because the Typhlosion had the opportunity to knock out the Jumpluff with a Blast Burn, but it threw a Thunder Punch and the Jumpluff hung on. Jumpluff had the opportunity to knock out the Typhlosion with an Acrobatics, but it threw an Aerial Ace and the Typhlosion hung on. So in that matchup, both of these trainers recognized, okay, this might not knock out if they throw the other attack.
Yeah, but let's take a quick look. This was that huge catch of Borha, wasting that energy of the Typhlosion onto the Diggersby, and Nickname, on the other hand, decided to undercharge it to get that energy lead on to the Superior. And Superior, of course, got to the back-to-back aerial aces against the Malamar. I think that's one of the things that we are talking about as well, that potentially the judges are reviewing. Can that Malamar get to back-to-back aerial aces without being knocked out by the Psy Wave?
I think Nickname's realization that he wants more Vine Whips from Superior into that Diggersby to potentially threaten the Pokemon that's in the back, that is what made him potentially win that game. Because if he fully charges that Thunder Punch, even though it's a double resisted attack on a tanky Pokemon like Diggersby, it would have done slightly more damage, and then the Superior might not have reached 2 aerial aces.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, you know, he made the best out of a bad scenario. So that was a catch that resisted Thunder Punch onto the Diggersby, but him immediately identifying, all right, this is a bad situation, but I need to set up my Superior to try and win this game, and then going for that win condition by undercharging the Thunder Punch. It just happens so fast, but these players are, that's why Nickname is where he is right now. So quick on his feet and like, I've made the decision already, while we are still thinking what's happening.
And both of these trainers have so much to play for. Nickname, he wants that #1 spot, and Borha, he wants to qualify. I'm not sure if he's qualified for the World Championship. He got a big haul in Sevilla, but even though you can get a lot of points here in regional and special championships, you can also get some points in your local tournaments.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Play that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So if you are looking to qualify for the World Championship, take a look at this, scan this QR code and take a look at the events that are happening near you. Or if you don't want to go for the World Championship, maybe just go get some new friends.
Go make new friends, or you can find people who have the same mindset, or people you can learn from and improve your gameplay, because of course the season is long. You can start out the season with not knowing a lot, but then towards the end of the season you could be a potential competitor. You know, it's all about proving to the world that if you're the best, that no one ever was.
And I really want to be the best like no one ever was, but
do you want to be the best that no one ever was?
I for sure do, but it's so hard because there's a lot of other trainers who also want to be the best like no one ever was. And I believe that the referees, that the judges have concluded that there's no rematch for this situation. And Borha still has the opportunity to appeal to the head judge, because we, of course, would like democracy to go its way here. But Nickname is now currently still remaining 1-0 up in this set.
Let's see if Borha wants to appeal to the head judge or not, but then again, let's not take away from... Okay, let's try to brainstorm ideas here, right? So, if you're Borha, after that match, you had the very bad lead, Diggersby onto the Superior, and then swap in Talon onto the jump level. What would you change? Which Pokemon would you potentially bring to work this game onto your favor?
For Borha or for Nickname?
For Borha.
I think I still trust in that Malamar for Borha. There's no Azumarill coming from Nickname side. So that means Borha is still free to run that Diggersby and Malamar. Because Azumarill can handle both Malamar and Diggersby. So I think it was a risky play by Borha to lead that Diggersby and have Malamar in the back. And it was just the jump bluff that's also kind of soft to that Azumarill. So it's a tough situation. I think Borha, maybe it's worth risking that Clodsire.
I was thinking the same as well. Clodsire could be a good risky play, but I feel Nickname has a lot of incentive to go and try to play the Corviknight in the lead. We saw the Diggersby lead, we saw Jumpluff. The only Pokemon that was there on the side of Borha that could potentially have a neutral matchup against the Corviknight was Malamar. It's also not a great matchup. Superpower still hits for neutral, but it has to be the Malamar Superpowers and dips out. And if you have a polarizing Pokemon like a Talonflame, not a Talonflame, like a Typhlosion, it can do so much work into that swaps.
But I cannot even see a Corviknight lead for Nickname, because I believe Corviknight is best in the back, sponging up and cleaning up the remaining remains. Because that is what Corviknight's best for. It doesn't threaten a lot of damage, it doesn't threaten a lot of shield, but it has so many resistances and it's just annoying to take out. So when you have depleted your opponent for resources, I think that's the best situation to throw in a Corviknight. So maybe Malamar lead from Nickname. We discussed this yesterday as well. Malamar lead with Corviknight in the back, that could be a real treat.
I think Malamar as a lead is always going to do a ton of work, but we're just talking about Corviknight on how good of a Pokemon it is. Why Corviknight is so good is not only because of its fast attack, sand attack, charge attacks, Iron Head and Sky attack, but also because of its typings.
And Corviknight, I believe, resists 11 different types, and it only takes super effective damage from fire and electric. And we don't see a lot of electric coverage in this meta, so it's mainly fire types that threaten Corviknight with fast damage. So, as a bulky Pokemon with incredible defensive typing, I think it's, it says 10 different typings here, not 11. I can't read. Maybe I should learn to read someday.
It's difficult for all of us, Marcus.
Thank you.
But one of the things that is good about Corviknight as well is that it took over that slot from Skarmory. I think Skarmory was the peak flyer for the long time, especially in the early stages of Pokemon GO PvP. I think we've played grassroots tournaments where there was a lot of Skarmorys in the sky, and then Skarmory got that change to its fast attack, having access to Steel Wing. I think there was a small meta where Steel Wing Skarmory came into the forefront, and then Corviknight just came in and completely took over.
Yeah, when Steel Wing was nerfed a little bit, so it generated less energy, and Sky Attack was made more expensive, then Skarmory became almost unplayable. So Corviknight, when it was released with Sand Attack and Sky Attack, that Sand Attack generates energy a lot quicker than the Steel Wing does. And that is why that's what separates Corviknight from Skarmory, and getting to those sky attacks makes Corviknight viable in this meta.
I'm also a huge fan of Ravens, so I do buddy up my Corviknight quite a bit, because if you see how big it looks next to your avatar when you're walking, it's just immense. It covers half your screen.
Really?
Not half, but it has a huge presence.
I didn't know that Corviknight was that large, because
Me neither.
Because it's a Raven. Ravens aren't that big usually in the real world.
But no, if you look at the Pokemon anime, there's Corviknight taxis.
Oh,
so,
you're right.
Yeah, it can carry people as a taxi. It's also a Pokemon that kind of, it's a good position to be in, and a Pokemon that has to come in, because one of the things that you also see in the anime is Tinkaton versus Corviknight. They do not like Corviknight taxis, so they throw stones at them. So it's in a Tinkaton meta, it makes sense for Corviknight to come in.
But Corviknight in Pokemon Go is really good into the Tinkaton.
Yeah, even there, but it's just rocks.
I guess that's why Tinkaton finds it so annoying.
Yeah, and it comes from a place of
animosity.
Animosity, that's the word I was looking for.
And we have the ruling from the judges. It says that it still will be no rematch.
Yeah, it will be no rematch, so Nickname takes this lead 1-0. So Borha now needs to get back into the game state. He needs to try to understand what he can do to counter that Typhlosion and the Superior from the side of Nickname.
But Borha did what he could against the Typhlosion, bringing both Diggersby and Malamar that are pretty good into that Typhlosion, but maybe he should also try bringing the Feraligatr. It's just that Superior that's so annoying for that Feraligatr.
Considering how good Corviknight is into Borja's team, do you bring the ABC, like 3 Pokemon that do decent against the Corviknight, to try and completely neutralize it?
What are those Pokemon? Is that Diggersby? It's the Feraligatr?
It has Diggersby, Feraligatr, and to be honest, I don't see a third. Could be, I don't know what the moveset is, or I don't remember the moveset on the Cloud side. Is it Stone Edge?
Stone Edge.
So, again,
it's fine.
It's fine. Not the best, but then again, we don't have a C here.
But if, let's say you go with a Diggersby, Clodsire, and Feraligatr, what if Nickname leads his Swampert? Maybe Diggersby is not the worst into Swampert, to be fair. And also, Diggersby can also, as you saw, hold its own against the Superior. So maybe sticking with that Diggersby lead with the double ground strategy and bringing the Clodsire in the back, maybe that could be a play.
Yeah, but also Diggersby is also having a great matchup against Pokemon like Typhlosion on the side of Nickname. It does do okay against the Swampert because, of course, Mud Shots are not doing a lot of damage onto the Diggersby. It's a Hydro Cannon that threatens it. Potentially, if you shield the first Hydro Cannon, go for the Scorching Sands, get an attack fall on the side of Swampert, then suddenly you're not in a worse matchup.
I believe actually the Diggersby can win some scenarios against Swampert. At least I remember Diggersby can pick up the 2-shield scenario against Shadow Swampert, but this regular Swampert takes those Scorching Sands slightly better than the Shadow does.
Yeah, let's see what these trainers have in store for us. It is go big or go home time for Borha. Nickname does have 1 game win on his side. This means that he has 2 games where he needs to pull up 1 win here. But if he wins this one, he goes through on to loses round 3. Huge game for both these trainers.
I wonder if we're going to see any Malamar from Nickname. I would really like to see it, but he has been leaning into that Typhlosion, and it has served him so well so far. So expect to see some Typhlosion here.
Yeah, let's see. Both these trainers will have to lock in their team soon enough, and it's going to be a match to watch. Malamar, again on the side of Nickname, as you said, looks extremely dominant onto the side of Borha. Yes, Jump Love does do super effective damage with his Fast Attack Fairy Wind, but the side waves you cannot shield, and the foul play also comes in so quick.
So I believe our trainers, they want to get into this match, and will Borja stick with his Diggersby, or will he take a risk on something else? I think Diggersby is one of the safest Pokemon for Borja here, but other than the Typhlosion and the Corviknight, it's not that great, but here we go.
Game number 2, loses round 2, Nickname versus Borja. It's a Typhlosion lead onto the Diggersby. A great matchup for Borja.
And Borja manages to keep his Diggersby away from the water and the grass type in the back. This is very good for Nickname.
I think Nickname did something
For Borha,
for Borha, but Nickname did something that a lot of Typhlosion players do, is going to build up to 2 Incinerates and then swap out, because you're at the charge attack and whatever Pokemon comes back does not win charge attack tie here. Nickname with that Azumarill going up against Borja's Feraligatr. Player from number 1 lands.
And here we see the regular Feraligatr, non-shadow, taking that play rough very well. That's sturdy Feraligatr, throwing these Hydro Cannons, tickling the Azumarill.
Tickling the Azumarill, but then again we have to understand, yes, Hydro Cannons will put the Azumarill lower and lower, but Borha will have to pull up a Protect Shield to secure the switch here. Will he do it? Because if he does, then suddenly you're setting up that Typhlosion for success.
And I think this is very clever play by Nickname, because if Borha wants to keep switch advantage, he needs to put up a shield. And Borha has saved up a Thunder Punch on that Typhlosion.
Yeah, the moment he puts up a shield, the Typhlosion can potentially come in and do a lot of work here. The Azumarill going for the player of Borha, not pulling up that Protect Shield. This could be crucial on how the game ends here.
I think Borha is coming in with a Diggersby to load up on that valuable energy on that tanky bunny. No! He comes in with a Jump Bluff. Can he farm down before an Ice Beam? No! And he catches an Ice Beam on the ground type Diggersby.
He catches an Ice Beam on the ground type Diggersby, but we know what's in the back. Diggersby is going to be met with that Superior. It is going to be super effective damage after super effective damage onto this Diggersby, but not before the Diggersby counters with a Fire Punch.
So this grass-type Superior will take substantial damage from these Fire Punches. But can the Superior simply farm this Diggersby down?
I think at this point, Superior can go for those Aerial Aces to slowly whittle down the Diggersby. All it needs to do is put it at a point where the Typhlosion can incinerate it down, going for the charge attack tie here. Aerial Ace coming in. This, if unshielded, will knock out the Diggersby, but also give the Superior and access to that another Aerial Ace to do super effective damage against Jump Bluff.
And it's important for Borha here to charge up as much energy as possible on this Jump Bluff, because it needs to land an Acrobatics on this Typhlosion.
Charge up energy? No, the switch clock is up here. Typhlosion is looking to incinerate this Jump Bluff down. First charge attack coming in, it's going to be that Aerial Ace. Again, 2 shields. Shield number 1 goes down. Can Typhlosion do this for Nickname? Typhlosion has come through for him in so many tournaments. It needs 1 more tournament and few more Incinerates to do it once more.
Can this Jump Bluff get to its 3rd charge attack? This Typhlosion, the Incinerates are doing way too much, and the Jump Bluff goes down. And Nickname takes these game 3 Pokemon 2-0.
2-0, and unfortunately for Borha, he was stuck in that situation where that 2 shields, he could not use it. Typhlosion showing why it is such a dangerous Pokemon, completely incinerating down the competition, and Nickname goes through.
And I must say, I'm super impressed by Nickname here. How he charged up that Thunder Punch on Typhlosion in the early game, that threatened the Feraligatr so much that Borha couldn't shield that Feraligatr against the Azumarill, and he lost switch advantage.
It's how you play Typhlosion matchup against these ground types that charge up to get to their charge attacks much later, because you can do 2 Incinerates against a lot of the ground types that you see. Diggersby, for example, you can do 2 Incinerates without them threatening a Scorching Sand. Clodsire, you can do 2 Incinerates without them threatening a Stone Edge or an Earthquake. So 2 Incinerates, and then you swap out, and then suddenly you have to always keep in the back of your mind, oh my, there's a Typhlosion with 2 Incinerates at the back. What do I do?
I don't want my water types to be taking that Thunder Punch, that's for sure. And Nickname, bringing that Fire, Water, Grass combination, I think it has not the strongest reputation among trainers, because people see it as very alignment dependent. But Nickname showing that against a team that doesn't have the strongest fast attack pressure into Shadow Typhlosion without like the Mud Slap, then Shadow Typhlosion can store up some energy here and there and then threaten all the Pokemon on Borja's side.
Yeah. It's just what it is. 2 Incinerates where the Typhlosion took not enough damage, and then coming back in, if he had to secure the switch, if you look at the game sense in a way, the lead was very favorable for Borha. The swap-in was also not bad, because Feraligatr having 2 shields can potentially flip the Azumarill matchup as well. But if it commits the 2 shields, then Thunder Punch is going to be like, hey, Feraligatr, bye, Feraligatr.
Exactly. The Typhlosion if it has a shield advantage against a team like Borha's, I think it's way too hard to come back for Borha there because he can't take out the Typhlosion quickly.
Yeah, it's something that Nickname has piloted so much. I think he's one of those trainers that has used Typhlosion extensively and this successfully in this meta as well.
Yes, because he won Utrecht and that was with that Shadow Typhlosion. But here we see another fire type. SirCoghez is running that Talonflame.
Is this our favorite type of Talonflame? We will find out. And
it should be. I believe it is.
On the other hand, we have Alfie. Also, one of the things that we need to point out is this is another Italian derby as well. SirCoghez is Italian, so is Alfie. Both these trainers have taken different approaches to team building. We see, let's say, a secure ground type damage on the side of SirCoghez in that Claydol. It does super effective damage to Pokemon like Typhlosion with that Mudslaps. On the other hand, Alfie has gone for, let's say, a more charge attack based thing with the Swampert.
And here we see the team from SirCoghez is very similar, I believe, equal to Maximilian's team, the runner-up team from Utrecht. And this is SirCoghez, his second best finish ever. He's top cut one tournament before. That was Bologna last year. So being a local to this scene, this tournament means a lot to him.
And to be honest, I really like the team composition here. It has so much bulk with a Pokemon like Talonflame that can finish up the game for him that I really like, and also having Malamar that can potentially use the shields that his bulky Pokemon can get back from the other side. But here we see again for Alfie the Drapion, Jumpluff, Swampert, Corviknight. Corviknight is a great Pokemon, but on the other side we have the Talonflame, so it needs to, you know, tread the waters very carefully.
I'm sure Alfie will rely on his Swampert a lot here, and also the Ferret is looking very good as well. This is Alfie's first ever top cut. He has never top cut a tournament before. He's currently very high on the GBL leaderboard, around 230th place, and this is a very, very strong player, and this being his best tournament run ever, he will try to go as far as possible.
You have to constantly keep practicing to hone your craft of being or becoming a good Pokemon Go PvP trainer. And one of the places that you can do that is the Go Battle League. Of course, it is a blind format where you do not know, but then again, you can work on your mechanics quite a lot. These two trainers, I know this is such an important game. They are in the losers round, which means if they lose this, they are out of the tournament, taking away their opportunity to contest for that champion title.
And Alfie, I'm sure he's practiced a lot in the Go Battle League. Probably SirCoghez is too. So I think both of these trainers, we've seen them on stage. Both of them incredibly well-versed in this game. And I think the battle we are going to see is going to be incredible.
Yeah, so many water types. I think this meta has now evolved into and peaked into multiple double water meta where we see Azumarill, Feraligators, and Laprases in the teams as well. Let's see, these two trainers have locked in their Pokemon. It's going to be a Drapion lead into the Azumarill. SirCoghez shaking his head. Maybe this is not where he wanted to see the Azumarill.
So what does he want to see here, SirCoghez? Maybe he wants to see the Ferret, because SirCoghez knows that Ferret could be a threat to his team.
Especially to his backline. He will have to try to lure out the Ferret at some point, but not before going for this crunch, because Drapion gets to these charge attacks so quickly.
But there's no Ferret on Alfie's side. SirCoghez, he will want to preserve this Drapion and puts up a shield.
Pulling up that Protect Shield, and this puts him in a very good position, especially because the first crunch from the Drapion debuffed the defense of the Azumarill. So this is a great position to be in. Goes for the back-to-back crunch here and launches the first one.
With this debuff, the matchup is so much tougher for Azumarill to manage. And here we see a catch from SirCoghez, getting that play rough on his own Azumarill.
Player up from the Azumarill of Alfie coming into Azumarill of SirCoghez. This is a great way to soak in energy, but in comes a Swampert. Swampert has access to its new move, Sludge, which will do super effective damage on the Azumarill, but Azumarill being Azumarill is gonna shrug this off.
This is now a two-hit knockout on this Azumarill because it took the play rough from the opposing Azumarill as well. But SirCoghez now threatened the Swampert with a play rough. Will Alfie put up a shield to protect their Swampert?
Oh, Alfie going for the no shield here, trying to put everything on the jump love at the back, but Swampert is still going to be able to farm up so much energy here, going almost to that 100 energy, and then goes for that sludge. This will pick up a KO for Alfie.
In my opinion, this is great recognition by Alfie because Dropion in the front is a target for that Swampert. So you realize the Swampert probably doesn't have the greatest matchup in the back, so I'm going to put it all on my jump bluff.
Yeah, it's going to be all on the jump left. Swampert goes for the sludge. This will do a reasonable amount of damage onto the Lapras because it's so bulky. But then again, these Psy Waves, you cannot hide behind. This is also a Skull Bash Lapras, so it paces a lot slower against the jump love. And Dropion comes in, gets that crunch off to that jump love.
And I believe this is a charge attack priority. Alfie also queued up his Aerial Ace. He wants to get rid of this Dropion. It's imperative that this Dropion disappears as soon as quickly. These Poison Stings will dent this jump bluff.
Poison Stings do slowly and steadily dent this jump love, but Dropion also has a lot of energy previously stored here. He's going to try to get that charge attack tie. Unfortunately, Alfie recognizes that's exactly what SirCoghez wants and lets him get off another crunch.
Great recognition by Alfie here. He wants to build up energy to knock out, but a great recognition by SirCoghez. He realized that Alfie wanted to throw the Aerial Ace before he got to a crunch, so he throws a parting Aqua Tail just to deliver some damage into that jump bluff before it faints.
Yeah, that's a brilliant... That was one of the best outcomes you could have as SirCoghez in this matchup. Jump Love still has a ton of energy, but so does Lapras. It did come in, get that energy lead. So Acrobatics is going to come in. Will this be enough to knock out the Lapras? Because as far as I remember, other Pokemon in the backline of Alfie were very low and also energy dry.
Not enough to knock out. And this SirCoghez will need to land the Skull Bash. And Alfie tries a catch to try to catch the Skull Bash. But no, the Jump Bluff still is threatened by this energy. What is Alfie doing? Is he bringing in the Jump Bluff for the Swampert?
He has to bring in the Jump Bluff here. Oh, and Jump Bluff does exactly that. He does a Fairy Wind through. This Lapras inner range where the Swampert can mud shot it down. It's going to be so close. Skull Bash coming in, boost the attack, defense of the Lapras. Swampert coming in, tries to mud slap
this barely hangs on. This Swampert from Alfie, it's so drained in defense and HP that it hung on through the Psy Waves and it mud shut down a defense buffed Lapras.
Oh, that was so close for comfort. Both of us had no idea which one was going to go through. Psy Waves, unfortunately, was not enough to knock that Swampert out. Second mud shot, I think. It was the second? It was the second mud shot that came in and knocked that Lapras out. Oh, man, that was one heck of a matchup.
Dude, I almost fainted too because of that endgame. It was so close between these two trainers, and I thought SirCoghez had that matchup in the end when he could land that Skull Bash into that Jump Bluff. Oh wow, I thought that was done.
What could have potentially been done on the side of SirCoghez was that he did let a Fairy Wind through on the Jump Bluff when it came in onto the Lapras. He could have seen the typing and immediately clicked the Skull Bash. That would have eliminated the damage that potentially the next Fairy Wind would have done. So would have had 1 extra HP, I think, in this case, or maybe 2 extra HP that could potentially have won him the game.
That is correct. So it's when it's so tight like that, it's so tough to realize those small details in the heat of the moment. And Alfie, it was him who gained the advantage in this situation. And now we have lock-in for game number 2.
Game number 2 here. Both these trainers go again. SirCoghez going for the Dropion and Alfie as well. It's going to be a Dropion mirror, and we know how this plays out. It is all going to be about which of these Pokemon wins that charge attack tie.
In the Zero Shield scenario, all drop. Oh, and we can see a catch from Alfie, catching that Aqua Tail on his Azumarill.
This is a good catch in most scenarios, but we know the Lapras from SirCoghez has access to that Skull Bash. Will he come in with the Lapras here? No, he's going to charge up to a lot more energy and then go into the Lapras. This means that Azumarill 100% gets to the player up before Skull Bash. It does usually as well, but just ensuring that player up is reached first.
Even though this seems like a good catch from Alfie, this puts SirCoghez in an excellent position. He could put some Poison Stings on that Azumarill. Now he boosts up the defense of his Lapras with this Skull Bash, and his Drapion still has tons and tons of energy in the back.
Yeah, a lot of energy on the Drapion, and this puts the Lapras in a position where it can potentially no-shield this player off and completely Psy-Wave down the Azumarill. Let's see if that's the play SirCoghez does, immediately pulling up no Protect Shields, and these Psy-Waves, oh man, it's gonna add up.
And here comes Alfie. He is bringing in the Drapion with the energy. So trying to get rid of this Lapras, this is not a bad play at all. Alfie with the finesse.
But this means that, oh,
Alfie wins charge attack priority. This is huge.
Alfie does win charge attack priority. Aqua Tail coming in, and this will put SirCoghez's Drapion into the yellow, but he does have access to back-to-back Aqua Tails here. First one will come in. He can potentially do 3 more Poison Stings and then get another Aqua Tail off.
The win condition for Alfie here is to bank it all on the Ferret, in my opinion, because the Ferret, oh, and here SirCoghez throws barely before Alfie gets to his second Aqua Tail.
Waits a turn there and goes for this Aqua Tail to knock out the Drapion. And from what it looks like, it's all going to be a Azumarill going up against that Ferret towards the end game. This could mean that SirCoghez will have to quickly swap as well. No, goes for the Crunch. This could pull up a Protect Shield from the Ferret.
I think Alfie needs to protect his Ferret here because this Crunch is going to do heavy damage, and it does not. If they, oh, but no debuff at least. This Azumarill is so tanky and resists the Sucker Punches from the Ferret. Can the Azumarill bubble all the way down?
It has to be the player. It has 2 shields. Bubbling all the way down could be the way to go here. Ferret does boost its attack with this Trailblaze, but the Sucker Punches from the Ferret is resisted. So Azumarill, as long as it has those shields to hide behind, it's going to be in a good place.
But and Azumarill decided to not shield the first potential Trailblaze, even though taking super effective damage would be threatening to the Azumarill. The second and third Trailblaze would be even more threatening as Trailblaze boosts up Ferret's attacks.
Yeah, I think the Ferret is just a few bubbles away from being knocked out, but SirCoghez doesn't want to risk the end game. That Azumarill at the back could prove crucial, where he could potentially get to a Moo as well. It is still fairly healthy. Tries to go for a catch, but unfortunately for SirCoghez, he gets Sucker Punch down here. Swift, number 1, coming into the Azumarill. This would put the Azumarill in a very tricky situation here.
All of a sudden, this is very tight for both of these trainers. Can the Ferret hang on to get to another charge attack? Yes, it gets to a Swift. But this is just single boosted, and Swift is not the heaviest type of charge attack.
Swift is not enough to knock out the Azumarill. It's going to be Azumarill versus Azumarill here, but SirCoghez's Azumarill does have a lot more energy. Goes for that Ice Beam here. Ice Beam will be enough to knock out Alfie's Azumarill, and this is going to be 1-1, taking it all the way to game number 3.
Incredible play by these 2 trainers. I think Alfie's decision to catch that Aqua Tail on his Azumarill proved costly. He gave up switch advantage so early in the game, and that meant that SirCoghez's Drapion was still so healthy that it gave the Ferret a lot of problems in the back.
I think that Crunch going off onto the Ferret was a very crucial moment, so much damage, but if he had shielded the Crunch, then the Azumarill would have gotten to 3 moves. It's always, I think, it's just so close to call at that point, but Azumarill, man, it's a Pokemon that doesn't lose you games.
I heard you say that, but it lost Alfie this game in my opinion. I think for Alfie, when he sees the Drapion from SirCoghez in the lead, that is the one Pokemon on SirCoghez's team that the Ferret does not want to face. Malamar either is not great, but Drapion is #1 because it resists the Sucker Punches and is not really threatened by the energy from Ferret. So I think Alfie's strategy should have been to wiggle out of that matchup, taking the Drapion lower before swapping in his...
I think his decision was made before, in the sense that at that point of the game, neither of these players had a Drapion mirror. Neither of these players knew which of their Drapions would win charge attack tie here. Maybe him thinking that his Drapion might lose the charge attack tie is the reason why he went for that catch.
And now Alfie and SirCoghez both learn that Alfie is winning charge attack priority on his Drapion. That means SirCoghez is taking a massive risk leading Drapion here, so I think Alfie will risk a lead weak to the Shadow Drapion.
Let's see, it's gonna be Malamar going up against Jumpluff. This is not a great scenario to be in as a Malamar, but it's still a neutral matchup if you can call that acrobatics. Immediate save swap into the Drapion, but Alfie staying in.
And here we see Alfie. He banked up a lot of energy on his Jumpluff and then coming in with a Azumarill to sponge this energy from the Drapion. Drapion throwing Dark and Water type charge attacks is resisted by the Water and Fairy type Azumarill.
Yeah, but this still means that Drapion had so much energy to go to unleash onto this Azumarill. So Azumarill is not looking to be in a great place right now.
But I also think the Malamar of SirCoghez is not looking great because Alfie has brought his Jumpluff that does Fairy type damage, Azumarill, a Fairy type, and also the Dark type Drapion. All of them match up pretty well into that Malamar.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here, but Azumarill still hanging on. Gets to that player of this player of if unshielded would knock the Drapion out here. Does SirCoghez invest the Protect Shield? It could prove pivotal towards the end game. He does invest that Protect Shield and oh man, gets that full farm done. Whatever Pokemon comes in now is gonna take a ton of energy from the Drapion.
I think Alfie needs to protect his Jumpluff. The Jumpluff is what could win him this game. Oh, but he comes in, he's willing to risk a crunch on his Jumpluff here. No, he puts up a shield.
He puts up the Protect Shield, protecting that Jumpluff, understanding it could be crucial towards how the late game goes. Crunch gets that defense fall onto the Jumpluff, and in comes his Aerial Ace from Alfie. He does have the back-to-back, so if this is shielded, he gets to another one almost immediately.
SirCoghez is so... Oh, he's so soft to that Jumpluff. So he needs to strip Alfie from his shields to potentially land an Ice Beam from his Azumarill. But Alfie catching a crunch on his Drapion.
Yeah, but was that a great move? And he even gets that defense fall here. Malamar has such a huge uphill climb to go. In comes this first charge attack. Crunch from the Drapion. This will do so much work against the Malamar.
And Alfie, he knows that he needs to protect that Jumpluff. That is his win condition. But SirCoghez here, oh, it's charge attack priority. This Aqua Tail threatens a knockout on this Malamar.
Aqua Tail coming in, and this will be enough to knock the Malamar out, and that puts him in such a driver's seat here because he still has that Protect Shield to hide behind.
SirCoghez, he's wondering what he's bringing in. Is it the Azumarill? Is it the Drapion? He's coming in with the Azumarill. He knows he needs energy. So Alfie, I think Alfie should swap out here and go into the Jumpluff as soon as possible before the Azumarill can start ramping up.
Yeah, Azumarill has quite a bit of energy lead already, immediately going into the Jumpluff, but of course, Jumpluff does have that energy lead. But was this an acrobatics or was this an...
It's an acrobatics, and this is a debuffed Azumarill. Oh, it does so much damage.
So much damage onto the Azumarill. This Jumpluff still has a Protect Shield to hide behind. SirCoghez also has that very low HP Drapion at the back. Will he try to swap it in and try to get to the charge attack? I don't think it will be possible at this point.
I think Alfie needs to make a play, and he does. He realizes the Drapion is coming in. He's getting rid of it, and now it just needs to get to another Aerial Ace to take out the Azumarill. SirCoghez needs to get to the Ice Punch. Can he get there?
Yeah, SirCoghez trying to bubble into the Jumpluff, but unfortunately Jumpluff gets to that Aerial Ace. It started the game in the lead, and it's at the end closing this game out for Alfie, winning him, loses round 2, and he proceeds further into the tournament.
And this is Alfie's tournament, and the crowd is going wild. Alfie, the hometown hero here, he is proceeding further in the tournament. He is in the top 8. Can he go all the way? He for sure wants to.
Yeah, he sure wants to. He is a trainer that is completely breaking through all these matchups. SirCoghez had a great start on day number 1. Unfortunately, his run comes to an end because Alfie just outplayed him.
He really did. Alfie realized that his Jumpluff could be the win condition in this scenario, and really impressive play by Alfie in this position.
Yeah, just for like educational wise, would you do anything different in that game if you're SirCoghez?
Excuse me, say again.
Just for the sake of let's say knowledge building, would you do anything different if you're SirCoghez in game number 3?
Because if SirCoghez, if Alfie's leaning into the Shadow Drapion and the Azumarill, maybe the Malamar is too risky to bring. But he was scared of that Ferret, because the Ferret, it posts a real threat to SirCoghez' team, in my opinion.
For me, the only thing that I noticed I might have done better is towards the end game, where SirCoghez, where Alfie got in his Drapion for the crunch catch. SirCoghez could have done 4 Poison Sinks and gone to the Azumarill. Not the Malamar, but gone to the Azumarill to get the energy, because that would mean he was 1 crunch away towards the end game to get that charge attack.
That's very curious. There's a lot of stuff the players could have done, but SirCoghez and Alfie have made it here so far, and their judgment should be trusted. I'm very interested as to the line picks by both of these trainers. And remember that this game 1 was decided by single-digit HP on that Swampert. Look at those sideways go, but the Mud Shot was what came through first.
Oh, it was so close. That's another 1 HP and a dream. We had it in day 1 with that Typhlosion, and again, sliver of HP is what that Swampert survives with. Again, Aerial Ace coming in here to knock Azumarill out, winning Sir Alfie the 2 points he needs to go into the next round.
And I gotta say, this matchup was so tight, but you also see SirCoghez is applauding his friend here for beating him, and that is the trainers that we have here. They're great friends, and their communication and chemistry is so good as well, and they're rooting for each other, even though sometimes they lose.
A lot of these trainers are great friends, but some of them are just colleagues. So with that in mind, we have so many games in store for you. If you're still looking at the potential, we still haven't crowned the champion. There is so many games to go and so many good trainers to watch as well.
And I'm very interested to see this next matchup, because I believe Witherd is coming up on stage against Stone Collection.
Ooh, it's a tried and tested trainer against a new upstart. Witherd going up against Stone Collection, and we saw in Withered's team, he bought that Shadow for Alligator when a lot of his, let's say, his friends and teammates have went for that normal for Alligator.
And I think this makes very interesting a matchup against Stone Collection, because Stone Collection has brought back that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And Witherd going for that Shadow for Alligator doesn't have the same bulk as that the non-Shadow for Alligator that we've been seeing a lot. So it cannot withstand the Mud Slaps from the Marowak very well. Also the Blastoise, throwing a Rock type fast attack into that Shadow Kanto Marowak is not that effective.
Yep, Shadow Kanto Marowak was another one of those Pokemons that broke into the meta with having the ability to beat a Pokemon that should potentially counter it, which is the Feraligatr, just because of the fast attack pressure with the Mud Slap. And on the other side, let's take a closer look at Stone Collection's team as well. You did say that he had that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but he also has that Cradley to do a great job against the double water strat that potentially Witherd can come in with as well.
And we see the Shadow Malamar as well, and the Corviknight. I think this is a great composition by Stone Collection. He is a veteran of the game, but this is, I think, the first time we see him on stream this weekend.
Yeah, it's the first time we see.
Maybe second. He probably made it through the losers finals.
Yeah, he probably made it through the losers finals. We also have Corviknight on the side of Stone Collection. It's another Pokemon to take a good look at, because it has 3 extremely positive matchups onto Withered's team. It is great against the Tinkerton, great against Jumpluff, and there's also one more Pokemon that I forgot.
But I think that if Witherd is bringing his Jumpluff, the Marowak looks very risky for Stone Collection, because the Jumpluff dominates Shadow Kanto Marowak. The Rock Slides are not even enough to two-shot that Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, but in a way, Marowak still has some play, but it's just the fast attacks of the Marowak does no damage almost onto the Jumpluff. It's not a great matchup to be in as a Marowak, but you can do something.
10 out of 10 times, I would prefer to beat Jumpluff in that matchup.
11 out of 10 times, I would prefer to beat Jumpluff as well.
The numbers are not my strength, but that sounds like a very weird statistic. But okay, let's go and have a look at what these trainers are picking for us. Do you think Witherd can bring that Diggersby? I think it looks pretty bad here.
Yeah, Diggersby is not going to have a fun time, especially if it's going to go up against Pokemon like Cradley, which will do a lot of work against it. There's also the Azumarill and the Malamar that can fight back against the Diggersby. So at this point, I would say you should try to leverage your Tinkerton. Yes, the Kanto Marowak is going to have a lot of play against it, but the player of still do decent amount of damage. So it could be something that you can potentially leverage to try to get the Marowak out and then use a Pokemon like Jumpluff to counteract whatever energy the Malamar has.
So the Cradley, as you mentioned, don't you think that looks incredible for Stone Collection?
It is incredible, especially as a safe swap. If you swap in your Drapion a few turns later, the Cradley can outpace you to the first Rock Tomb, and then that matchup is very, very close. It all goes down to a crunch debuff.
The only Pokemon that really stops that Cradley is Tinkaton, but let's see what these trainers have picked for game number 1. We see the Marowak and the Jumpluff. 10 out of 10 times I would be Witherd here.
Witherd having that beautiful lead of that Jumpluff going into the Marowak, and Stone Collection immediately safe swapping to the Cradley, only to be met with the Steel Fairy type Pokemon, which is the Tinkaton. None of the charge attacks or fast attacks from this Cradley do super effective or even neutral damage to the Tinkaton.
We saw that Grimmage from Stone Collection. This is the exact situation he wanted to avoid, because he's strong in the front and he's strong in the back into that Tinkaton, but he got the lead call wrong.
Yeah, Tinkaton is doing a lot of work against this Cradley, but of course it is not going to reach another player before this Cradley comes in and debuffs the Tinkaton's attack again. We already saw how little damage the first player off did. It's going to do even less as the game progresses.
But this is Stone Collection's nightmare, because this is probably his most valuable Pokemon, the Cradley, and now it's lined up and it's a terrible matchup. How can he wiggle his way out of this? Can he store up a charge attack and go into one of his other Pokemon?
I think it will be extremely difficult here. Witherd, of course, he's almost lost his Tinkaton, but this is the position where you want to be in. You know Tinkaton doesn't have a great matchup against the Marowak, so it's best for you if you soft lose or if you are deep into the red so the Marowak doesn't build up more energy.
This is just a bulldoze, but it will be not enough to knock out this Cradley, even double debuff. And Stone Collection is coming in with his Corviknight out of all things.
Corviknight goes up into the sky only to be met with a player from the Tinkaton, and this is the better move to throw, but would a bulldoze have been enough to try and get that defense fall here?
I think it doesn't really matter, and Stone Collection made a great choice because now it can outpace the Feraligatr. This is very clever play by Stone Collection.
Yeah, it will outpace the Feraligatr, but Witherd opting to throw this Hydro Cannon first so that he is on the front foot, because when you try to get the shields away from the trainers in an advantageous matchup, and if you're in one, you try to put the pressure on the trainer.
Question is if Stone Collection can threaten this Feraligatr. Oh, and Witherd calls an Iron Head. He could have risked almost getting knocked out by the Sky Attack here.
Yeah, calls that Iron Head, maybe potentially saving both shields for the Jumpluff, but no, pulls up this Protect Shield, gets that Sky Attack call right, and this puts this Feraligatr in such a dominant position. He tries to make a catch onto the Marowak, but here comes the Jumpluff. Fairy Winds and Acrobatics ready to take game number 1 for Witherd.
This Acrobatics will not knock out the Marowak, but put it so dangerously low. And the Corviknight, it only has the Sand attacks as a fast attack, and that will not threaten the Jumpluff at all, as it's a ground type attack.
Yeah, in comes his Rock Slide. This is going to do super effective damage, but unfortunately does not have the same type of attack bonus to threaten the Jumpluff. At this point, Jumpluff can potentially farm down the Marowak, but no, Marowak would have gotten to another Rock Slide. Witherd forced to throw this energy.
And I'm not sure if Stone Collection is seeing the writing on the wall here, but he can probably not withstand the Hydro Cannon that's lurking in the back. How can Stone Collection get out of this situation? It's looking dire for him at the moment.
It is looking dire. Corviknight, yes, it is a big bird of the sky, but it is not going to be able to go through this Feraligatr. First Hydro Cannon coming in from Witherd. Witherd already feeling it. He feels the wind coming. Back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Second one comes in. It's a Feraligatr show here. This will knock the Corviknight out of the sky. 1-0 for Witherd.
Incredible display by that Shadow Feraligatr. The Stone Collection got his call wrong. He was ABA strong to that Tinkaton, but Tinkaton managed to find the one matchup that it needed to land, and that was controlling that Cradley. That is the only reason why Witherd brought it, and it did its job perfectly.
I think of all the Pokemon that Witherd wanted to align on the Cradley, it was a Tinkaton. It was perfectly predicted. I think Witherd was in Stone Collection's head. Potentially also another thing is that Stone Collection and Witherd play for the same team in Grassroots as well. So they probably practiced against each other multiple times, talked about their teams multiple times. So maybe that helps Witherd try to get into Stone Collection's head.
I think if you're Stone Collection, maybe you go with the Azumarill in the next game. It has a playable matchup into both the Jumpluff and the Tinkaton, and you could maybe fish out that Tinkaton with the Azumarill safe swap to free up your Cradley in the back. But then you need a Jumpluff answer maybe? I'm not sure. You need especially a counter to that Feraligatr. This is a very tough situation for starting a Stone Collection. I'm not sure how you handle this, but Witherd, he's feeling the groove.
Yeah, Witherd is feeling it. It's very refreshing to see somebody having this much confidence going into the game. It shows that he's in a commanding position. Stone Collection needs to focus up. He needs to get all the experience together to try and get back into the game. What will Stone Collection do? Will he still go for that Kanto Marowak lead? Because what he saw, game number 1, was that worst case scenario. Maybe he predicts Witherd changing up his lineup and hoping to leverage that Kanto Marowak lead.
That Tinkaton seems so risky for Witherd to bring, but at the same time, he kind of needs it to control that Cradley. Maybe he can find another way to control that Grass Rock-type Pokemon, but we'll see what they are locking in.
All right, both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. It's going to be a Feraligatr going up against the Kanto Marowak. This should be a positive matchup for the Water-type Feraligatr, but just because of these Mud Slaps, Kanto Marowak takes the upper hand in this matchup.
And this is what we were talking about. It seems good for a Water type to be lined up against a Ground type, but the Shadow Feraligatr cannot withstand these Mud shots very well. Let's see if Witherd can find some way to play this. He tries to go into this Jumpluff, but Stone Collection has a Corviknight.
Stone Collection this time around is reading Witherd as well. Corviknight coming in only to meet this Jumpluff. All of Jumpluff's energy is resisted by this Corviknight, but look at it. The fast attacks from this Corviknight is not doing enough damage onto the Jumpluff.
The Jumpluff looks incredible for Witherd here, because even though this Steel Flying type has a great matchup against the Jumpluff, look at Jumpluff still putting in work.
Yeah, Jumpluff gets to the second Acrobatics. The amount of damage this Jumpluff has done onto the Corviknight is unprecedented here. Acrobatics number 2 comes in. Corviknight is already into the red.
I would have liked Stone Collection to throw a Rock Slide before he went into here, but here comes an Iron Hand. This will take down this Jumpluff, but can Stone Collection now control the Feraligatr that's coming back in? He's going straight back into the Marowak, throws a Bone Club, and this will threaten a knockout on the Feraligatr.
Bone Club number 1 comes in, and I think he will try to go for that back-to-back Bone Club here. Will that happen? Goes for that extra Mud Slap, and this means that he is forced to pull up a protection, but this is a great protection to pull up because the Feraligatr can potentially be Mud Slapped down, but in comes the Tinkaton to be met with the first Bone Club. Immediate shield on the side of Witherd.
Witherd, Tinkaton does not want to take these Bone Clubs, and Stone Collection is so close to the next one. He gets there, and if this Tinkaton gets low, maybe Cradley can finish this game up for Stone Collection.
It's still going to be really close at this point. If you're Stone Collection, you want to do as many Mud Slaps as possible onto this Tinkaton. He gets 2 there. Tinkaton gets to this player up. This will knock the Marowak out, but this puts it in a position where the Cradley can get some energy lead.
So farming down this Tinkaton with the Cradley now will threaten a knockout on the Feraligatr. Tinkaton, even though it's a Steel type, does not threaten a knockout here on Cradley with his neutral play rough. Stone Collection looking primed for a win.
Is this over yet? Because play rough will land, but Feraligatr does have a move, or does it not? Does it have an Ice Beam? If it does, it would be enough. No, Cradley gets to this Grass Knot. Grass Knot will take out the Feraligatr. Of course, 1-1 now. What a game. Game 1, Witherd was in Stone Collection's head. Game 2, Stone said, if you can do it, I can do it too.
Stone Collection just stuck to his guns, even though he was in a impossible situation in game number 1 with that Marowak into that Jumpluff and the Cradley on that Tinkaton. He kept to his line, thinking Witherd is going to change it up. He challenged Witherd to stick to his guns, and Witherd changed. So Stone Collection could utilize his strategy to its fullest potential.
Yeah, that was great read on the side of Stone Collection. Of course, it was in a way a 50-50 call, but again, another key component of the Show 6 Pick 3 format is the ability to read your opponent's team, to also then go on to read your opponent. We've seen so many battles where opponents get into completely polarizing matchups just because of the fact that if you call your opponent so hard, there's not much they can do.
And now the mind game is back on. Does Witherd think Stone Collection goes for the same strategy a third time? Or will Stone change it up? Will Witherd believe Stone will change it up? What are going through these players' minds right now? We will have to wait and see what they are locking in for Game 3.
Game 3, the crucial game. This will decide which one of these trainers goes on further. Both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. Let's see what the leads are. Witherd is going for that Jumpluff in to Stone Collection's Shadow Malamar.
And this is not exactly what Stone Collection wanted to see, but there's no Tinkaton in the back to control that potential Cradley. I think Stone Collection, if he can get this Jumpluff low, then he's looking pretty good with that Cradley in the back.
I think that's exactly what he's going for as well. Malamar letting go of that aerial ace. It will get to the foul play to do considerable amount of damage, but Feraligatr coming in for the catch. He also gets a Shadow Claw through. This means the Cradilly matchup is going to be a little bit better for that Feraligatr.
Oh, and I think this is looking good for Stone Collection. He's threatening a shield on that Feraligatr, but Witherd puts up a shield. What does Stone Collection do?
At this point, he will have to try and swap out at some point. Will he get to another charge attack here? Maybe, barely. Oh, he does, and Witherd is forced to throw that energy on to this Feraligatr. This means maybe the Corviknight comes in to soak up the energy, or the Cradilly comes in to get the energy lead.
And here comes the Corviknight. That's a great play by Stone Collection. He's reading. Is he reading no Tinkaton? No, he's reading that if there is a Tinkaton, then my Corviknight will core break your team. If there is not, then Cradley is free to roam. And here we see the Cradley.
Cradilly comes in as well. This is a great position to be in, especially if you are having two shields to hide behind. First charge attack coming in from Witherd, and Stone Collection immediately pulling up protection because he wants that Rock Tomb to slowly debuff the opponent's attacks.
And this Rock Tomb is getting closer and closer to a knockout on this Jumpluff. Witherd trusting in his Jumpluff, thinking that it will not knock out. And it won't. And Stone Collection has a Grass type Fast Attack. This will struggle to knock out the Jumpluff from this guy, but maybe it can?
It can potentially knock out the Jumpluff for sure, but look at that, not enough damage by these charge attacks off the Jumpluff. At this point,
and he gets a farm down!
The Bullet Seed down is going to be so crucial. Going for that Rock Tomb once again to debuff Diggersby, but Witherd, he's given up. This could be a very crucial call here.
Maybe this is what can pull Witherd back into the game. But now the Diggersby, and this is a charge attack priority. Witherd has lost some of his composure. Stone Collection throws up a shield because he needs to strip this shield away from the Diggersby.
Let's see what happens here. Goes for another Rock Tomb. He doesn't have to strip the shields if the Diggersby is not going to do a ton of damage onto the Corviknight. Rock Tomb number 2 coming in, and with it finally pulling up that Protect Shield. Unfortunate, one more Bullet Seed for this Cradilly to get to that Grass Knot. Grass Knot going to do super effective damage on to this Diggersby.
And this Grass Knot puts this Diggersby so low that the Corviknight will be able to finish this game up. It's double debuff Diggersby, and Witherd knows this is game over. He's not even charging up the Scorching Sands, and Stone Collection will go through this game here.
Stone Collection here showing why he's been the seasoned battler. He says, Witherd, you still have a lot to learn. I'm gonna school you, and that's exactly what he did. Going into day number 2, Stone Collection, what an amazing gameplay. Game 1 completely being hard countered by Witherd, hard read by Witherd. Game 2 and 3, he played like the boss.
And this was for the top 8 finish. Now Stone Collection is here in top 8, and there's a massive jump from top 12 to top 8 for that championship point. Stone Collection, he wants everything. I know he's also going to that North America International Championship. He's still in that race for that travel award.
And if anybody can do well in NAIC, it's going to be Stone Collection. Also, one more thing. A fun fact about Stone Collection is that he also loves collecting the trading cards as well. So this means in a special event is where he wants to go as high as possible, because the higher you go, the more trading cards you can get.
The pricing for this event is exactly perfect for Stone Collection. He is a fanatic about those Pokemon trading cards, but he's also so well-versed in Pokemon Go that I think he might have what it takes. He has already been in one Grand Finals this season in Stuttgart.
I think Stone has made a resurgence back in. There was a lull period, let's say a small drop of form from Stone Collection, but he's come back and he's come back strong here. Game 1, we saw Witherd completely reading Stone Collection. That lead of, I think, Jump Love onto the Marowak completely ruined whatever Stone could do to come back into the game. But Game 2 and Game 3, was a different story.
And then Stone Collection then read Withered's mind, saying, you're going to change it up, aren't you? So I'll just stick to my team, and then I will win that game number 2, landing that Grass Knot on the Feraligatr in the end game. Perfect execution by Stone Collection.
Yeah, and that bullet seed down in game number 3 as well. That was just enough damage to make sure that that Jump Love was not going to be a threat. Diggersby taking that Grass Knot, 2 Rock Tomb baits that was, and then gets that Grass Knot off onto the Diggersby to seal the deal. Stone Collection.
In my opinion, maybe a little bit unnecessary risk-taking from Stone Collection. They're going for those Rock Tomb baits instead of just landing that damage into that Diggersby, but it worked out. And what Stone Collection actually got out of it, that the Rock Tombs would debuff the potential Fire Punches so that Corviknight could have won that game anyway.
But also, one of the things that we noticed as well, what gave Witherd a little bit of hope was he had given up on that game, right? And then he suddenly sees that Rock Tomb coming in. He's like, is there a chance here?
Very fun interaction.
I was like, what?
Okay. And then Stone Collection threw another Rock Tomb, and that got shielded, which allowed him to get to a third Grass Knot. Yeah. And that put the Diggersby so low that there was no shot for Witherd to come back into the game.
There was no coming back for that ground-type Pokemon Diggersby. But there was also a trainer that did a lot of work with a ground-type Pokemon in a previous tournament, and that was Nickname. Let's see what happened in Utrecht.
Hey there, trainers. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as an Eloquence, and I'm here to bring you the recap of the Special Championship Utrecht 2025. The Might and Mastery season is coming to an end, but Jump Love and Tinkton were still on top of the usage. Many trainers weren't having any of that and decided to bring the likes of Shadow Typhlosion and Talonflame. Trainers like Zwilos, Howie, and Kelio showed up and brought that heat. They incinerated down the opposing Pokemon with Typhlosion and made it to day 2, while Maxi and Zephymastic saw great success with Talonflame, but only a few could blaze this fire to the end. A Mindjoke tried to douse the flames with his Feraligatr, but it wasn't enough to stop Maxi. On the wings of Talonflame, Maxi soared into the Grand Finals against Nickname, whom had defeated Maxi earlier that day. But Maxi had learned from their first encounter. He managed to reset the bracket with a swift trio. A final best of 5 was to be played between the two. Nickname adapted with the third and put Maxi quickly under pressure, leading to a 2-2 score. In the final breathtaking match, Maxi reversed that pressure to Nickname with the perfect alignment. Azumarill against Claydol, Talonflame against Ferret, Lapras against Azumarill. But in the last moments, time ran out for Maxi's Lapras. In an attempt to get energy for a double knockout, Nickname's Claydol sealed the deal with a Rock Tomb, securing the KO on the Lapras, and just like that, Nickname became your 2025 Utrecht champion. This wasn't luck. Nickname's been grinding in the Go Battle League and practice tournaments, and it all paid off here. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Here we are again, trainers, in Bologna. Myself is Martijn, also known as Inadequate, and I'm joined here by Tomahawk, also known as Farid. We're heading into the winner's side of the bracket soon again. How excited are you for some?
We are very excited. We've been watching everything backstage, and some of the plays that we are seeing keeping us on the edge of our seats, but we know that the best is still yet to come.
What is that?
the best of the best. These players, they want to be Pokemon Masters, and honestly, they are well on their way. Our next matchup is Colin against Feelback. Let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket, see how far these players have come.
We see here Colin first defeated his teammate Kazim, and he's up against Feelback next, who had to defeat the previous champion, Nickname. Nickname's still on the loose side of the bracket, and then on the other side of the win side of the bracket, we have Fria and PvP David facing off against each other.
Okay, Martin, you are a player that is so good at making predictions in game. How well can you make predictions out of game? Can you tell me the winners of both of these semifinals in your opinion?
Before I answer, I just want to reinstate that I got none of my Cost of Fantasy drafts correct, so...
Redemption opportunity, you're
Redemption opportunity,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Feelback and PvP David.
Ooh,
that's what I think, but that doesn't mean that I think these players are particularly better than the other. We know Colin has won multiple championships previously, Fria has reached top cuts before, including at the EUIC, so they have formidable opponents.
Yes, and I think Colin and Feelback especially is going to be a really exciting game to watch. We've seen Feelback take down Nickname. That was a massive victory for the local Italian. Can he take down a player that many have revered the final boss? These are the stages of a tournament that you would regard as the real challenge. If you can beat these players, then you are worthy of these titles.
Well, the final boss is definitely a challenge that Feelback has to overcome. Having his experience mostly from the GO Battle League, and now he's up against an absolute veteran. Using the team that its Axon won last week in Portland, Feelback has overcome many of these kind of variants of teams though.
And Colin 6, he's obviously a great player, but he's not untouchable. You played him at Worlds as well, didn't you?
I played against him 3 times.
You played against him 3 times in the Play Pokemon circuit.
I did.
Okay, and what's the current scoreline between
2-1 in my favor.
Okay,
yeah,
well.
He beat me the first time, I was like, can't let it happen again.
The thing is, when you're a player of Colin's caliber, you are always licking your lips at the prospect of going up against other tough opponents to really test your skills. And he wants to test himself here at Bologna. He is the reigning Bologna Special Event Champion. He wants to win this Bologna Special Championship and retain that crown.
And frankly, not just only is he the reigning champion, I think no other player in Europe has seen as many grand finals as he has. I believe he also has 1 or 2 silver medals as well on his collection.
Yes, he played against Boom earlier this season. That was an incredible match to watch, but he will want to get back into those grand finals, so he has another opportunity for gold. We've mentioned already 3 times he has won a regional event, and he will want to be the first European player to hit number 4.
But Feelback standing in his way. Feelback already has taken down Nickname in that first set. He played so incredibly precise, and he told me that Swampert was really key for him. And I like Swampert, especially into the team that Nickname had, because Swampert is one of those water types that can shut down Typhlosion. Now, Typhlosion is only remaining now on the loser side of the bracket, and Swampert doesn't really have a lot of play into Lapras exactly. But you do have Sludge as coverage for Shadow Jump. So I'm curious to see if Feelback is going to bring it. We're heading now into game number 1.
Let's get things going. This is the winner semifinals. Feelback against Colin, and the leads are out. We have Tinkaton on the right for Feelback, up against Malamar for Colin.
This is a great lead for Feelback. I can hear the Italians in the crowd. Colin staying in for a bit. I think he's going to do that out-of-pocket strategy, going for the superpower and then into Jump Love. And then we look at the backline. There's not exactly an answer for the backline of Colin. So you can take 1 superpower here. Let's see if Colin is going to attempt for a catch. He's going into the Blastoise actually, and answered by the first immediately.
And it was interesting, Colin didn't go quite up to just before the play-off. He threw a second earlier and then comes into this Blastoise. Feelback recognized, I've got time. He doesn't throw an attack into the Blastoise like some players have been doing. He goes straight into this trailblazing fire. This will now boost its attack stat.
Something I want to point out. Feelback had a great lead with Tinkaton to Malamar, but look at the backline. He brought both of his Fairy type. He's not having any of Malamar today against Colin, so he might not even go for a switch advantage here. This could be a perfect farm, but no, looks like Feelback wants to keep the Ferret and perhaps just keep that boosted attack on it.
I wonder if Feelback knew that Colin had seen Feelback use Malamar in the lead against Nickname, and he goes, I don't want Colin to use that strategy against me. That's why there are the 2 fairies there. Try and dissuade the Malamar from coming. This is a boosted Ferret now. Swift does a decent amount of damage. Malamar should be very comfortable holding on.
Malamar taking the Swift here. It's boosted, won't knock it out just yet. But Witherd is at another one. But making the catch on the Azumarill. What a great play. Bellissimo from Feelback.
And now we start to see the quality of Filbe shining through, making that first catch. All of that energy from Malamar effectively wasted. Colin responds by coming in with the Shadow Jump Up. Let's remember, Azumarill's Ice Beam, it's double super effective. Colin will likely shield this up when it comes.
After catching that attack on the Azumarill, 2 acrobatics will knock out this Azumarill from the jump love. Even though it's not super effective like Energy Ball is, it is such an incredibly efficient charge attack. Feelback going for the Ice Beam. I think this is the attack you definitely want to shield up. You have 2 protect shields as Colin, now 1, but this would definitely do the most damage.
Yeah, this is exactly correct in terms of determining when you use your shields. Think about the percentage damage that you're going to take, and that can be a really good indication of the value you will get out of your only 2 protect shields. Next up is an acrobatics coming in. This is enough to take out the Azumarill. That Ice Beam is now gone.
Interesting no shield there. I thought you want to pull the last shield there from the jump up. Looks like Feelback is going to try and close out with the Malamar. Do keep in mind there's still a little bit of the Malamar left on Colin, which may be able to get to another charge stack on Feelback's Tinkaton / Witherd.
Yes, acrobatics now coming in, and this shouldn't be enough to knock out the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is a steel type, remember, it resists the flying type damage, but acrobatics is such a strong attack. It has same type attack bonus, and wow, look at that, it really puts pressure on that Tinkaton.
This now is going to be about the Witherd. Can it get to a charge attack on the jump love and can again then get the Sucker Punch down? It's gonna get down to these moments. In comes the Swift being caught on the Malamar, but I think that Fairy Wind doesn't do enough damage to knock this out with Fairy Wind only. Here we go.
The Aerial Ace is already available for the Jump Bluff. The Jump Bluff needs to throw an attack into this Ferret. It's on Swift there, so the Swift is reached. Colin wasn't able to land both the Aerial Ace on both because there are shields on the side. Down goes Jump Bluff. Swift comes through.
That's a swift victory for Feelback here, taking the first game against the final boss. That is a big victory. What a spaghetti of a game. Catches and swaps all over the place.
And I think Colin, he paused for a moment. He thinks to himself, how can I win this game? I need to take out the Ferret, but he has a shield. If I throw an attack, he will get a Sucker Punch through, which means he guarantees reaching a Swift, so I'm not going to bother. He recognized, he nodded, he respects that his opponent played better than him in that first game. Feelback now in the driving seat of this series.
I want to know from you, chat, who are you supporting? We have Colin on the left, the final boss, but on the right, a player from Italy competing in Bologna, has a lot of support from the crowd. And my friend Maxi also told me he would love to see a newcomer win this tournament.
Yes, Feelback is a player that hasn't been seen too much on the Play Pokemon leaderboards so far this season, but if he can get a big result this weekend in Bologna, then that could be massive for his chances going forwards in this Travel Award race and for everyone else that's involved as well.
I just want to point out, by the way, the Swampert, very unique pick. We see a lot of the same team amongst many of these competitors. The team that was inspired by, mostly from North America, by like its accent. A lot of that double water with a Tinkaton, sometimes a Drapion. We have a Jump Love Malamar. But Feelback went out of his way with the Witherd and the Swampert. I think this really helped him being unpredictable. And see if he can be unpredictable in game number 2 as both trainers have locked in. We have the Shadow Jump Love from Colin. We have the Azumarill from Feelback.
We've got Fairy in the lead, Fairy in the back. It is party time for Feelback. He knows that he wants to suppress this jump up energy. He's going to try and force a switch for this jump up and then hopefully align the Tinkaton against it in the back. Swift immediately reached by the Ferret. This is why Ferret is usually such a good safe swap in this meta.
Because it paces so quickly, so your opponent won't catch up that quickly with fast attacks. However, this is kind of exactly where Colin wants to see the Ferret because he has double water in the back. The Lapras does have Ice Beam, so it's not that great into the Azumarill. This is a very unfortunate shield because you want to shield an acrobatics, not an aerial ace.
Swift again on charge attack priority. Ferret has a higher attack than Jump Bluff, so this will land. It won't be enough to knock it out, and then Colin can potentially draw a second shield from Feelback or threaten a ton of damage with this same type attack bonus acrobatics.
Going 2 shields down this early on, I think Feelback immediately recognized there are going to be water types in the back. In comes Lapras. Now the timer is also up for Feelback, so if he wants to make a swap, he can. Not even building up to the super effective Trailblaze. This is only a Swift, but does Colin know? Did the final boss count? And no, it looks like maybe he lost track there.
He gets a bait, but now Azumarill can come in because Colin is not running Skull Bash. That means all of the charge attack energy on this Lapras will be resisted by the Azumarill. It will take a long time to take it it down.
However, the switch clocks are very much misaligned, so at some point, Colin can swap out again, and if he is able to get momentum on the cool Blastoise in the back, then perhaps the Tinkaton from Feelback could be in trouble. But do keep in mind, all 3 Pokemon of Feelback are still green in health.
Yes, but now that this play rough has been thrown instantly, there is no energy available on this Azumarill. It's recharging up. Colin recognizes that. He goes, the reason I'm throwing this Sparkling Aria is partly to end that switch timer so I can come in aggressively with Blastoise whilst you are low on energy. I can then start working up towards that Skull Bash as quickly as possible. Maybe do you use a shield on this play rough before you're going to throw this defense boosting Skull Bash?
Well, Colin hasn't seen exactly yet what is in the back, so if he's expecting a Malamar, he may just not shield this yet. But in comes the Tinkaton. It's going to soak all this damage. Hydro Cannon is going to chunk from the cool Blastoise, but rollout damage won't add up enough that 2 Hydro Cannon will knock out.
But the nice thing for Colin here is that Hydro Cannon is the quicker and more efficient attack to throw. So the ability to throw it into the Tinkaton is better for Colin than having to throw the Skull Bash into the Azumarill.
Another Hydro Cannon is going through. Feelback farming up more energy here as Tinkaton is ready to unleash some energy into the back line. Tinkaton's just strong into all 3 Pokemon, kind of going for the bulldoze bait. Is Colin going to call it? He is the final boss.
He calls it. This is massive for the game. Oh! He calls it! Bulldoze lands. Blastoise hangs on, and it's going to reach another Hydro Cannon to take out this Tinkaton. That is a massive shift in momentum. Colin very much in the driving seat now.
This definitely turns the tables for Colin as cool Blastoise knocks out the Tinkaton. In comes Lapras. It already has energy. Ferd is still quite healthy though, and Azumarill still there, but going for the Swift. And now I think you have to put up the protection because Lapras has so much energy, but the timer's up for Feelback. So if he wants, he can take all this damage on Azumarill, which will be resisted. We see the swap coming in, and Lapras has 2 Sparkling Area. I think that might be enough to knock out though with some Psywave.
Yes, but then how do you take out the rest of this Spirit? That is the challenge for Colin in this endgame. This is going to be really, really close. Azumarill is charging up. Colin needs to remember exactly how much energy it's on. If he can maximize the energy on Lapras. Wow. There he goes, just before the Ice Beam.
Perfect timing from the final boss here. He will likely be able to get to another Charge Attack on the Ferd, but does he have enough health on his other Pokemon to pull through here? He can only get to the Sparkling Area here. This will do about 40% damage, and then Ferd is really low.
Do you come in with the Jump Up? Do you come in with the Blastoise to try and get this Spirit down as quickly as possible? Colin's actually staying in. He's going to give himself a catch opportunity, potentially. Both of his Pokemon are in the red. Rollout might be the way to go.
But
he's going for Jump Bluff.
Very close to a Swift here. He can get the... Oh, and he's swapping into the Blastoise now, going for the Swift, but I think he needs Fairy Wind down. Sucker Punch is going to do more, though.
Colin went for the Jump Up. It would have been Sucker Punch down. Filbe reaches the Swift. It now just needs to Sucker Punch down this Jump Up, and he will take the series. He gets it. Colin goes down. Filbe wins the series 2-0.
Andiamo! Feelback taking down the final boss. He moves on to the winners finals here in Bologna, and that is also his first medal in his career. Congratulations to Feelback on this fantastic performance.
What a massive victory for the local player. Look how much it means to him. He is trying to keep himself composed, but you can see the joy flowing through him. He is smiling. The crowd is cheering. What a massive moment for him.
And even though the Swampert wasn't that impactful there, I feel like Feelback really went out of his way to tackle the meta that his accent had set in Portland, and it just helped so much. Going through all these teams, it kind of just builds momentum throughout the whole tournament to defeat even the best of the best.
Yes, so Colin stayed in with the Lapras against the Furret. It got a tiny bit of Psywave damage in, but it allowed that Furret to farm up much, much closer to a Swift. Maybe looking back, he could consider, could I have gone directly into the Blastoise and tried to put a little bit of pressure into the Furret throwing into the Blastoise? But regardless, superbly played by Filbe. He was really, really meticulous in the gameplay in both of those series, and he very much deserved that victory.
I also just really like the team composition that Feelback had set up there. I saw a message from Sangudio in chat. If Colin leads the Jump Bluff, there shouldn't be a Tinkaton in the back. So if he then say switches the Ferd into a Jump Bluff lead, that means that it cannot really be hard countered by the Pokemon. If Colin would lead Jump Bluff with Tinkaton in the back, and he would lead into a Talonflame, do you remember Jover? Jover would probably be there. You cannot not really come back from that.
Yeah, and Jover was there. We saw in the last series Witherd playing Jump Bluff with Tinkaton in the back against a Corviknight team. And sometimes these ABA strategies work. Many times they don't. Colin here, he went for a safe line. Filbe, he went for a really, really sensible decision to try and suppress Malamar. It forced Colin out of the Malamar, and then this neutral matchup between the two players was really one to watch.
There's an interesting stat about Feelback, by the way. He is 12-0 in battles currently. He has not lost a single match.
Game?
No!
A single game.
Not a single one!
That is pretty insane for a player that isn't one that you've seen tons of in the Play Pokemon circuit. If someone had told you Colin is 12-0, you'd be like, yeah, I can see that. Feelback, you called it. You made the prediction that Feelback would win. You were absolutely right.
For now. Sometimes I can make the right prediction, but sometimes, I mean, you called about ABA. I'm also really good at that. We have our next matchup up right away here. We have Fria versus PvP David, a player from Germany versus a player from Sweden.
And how do you feel that PvP David's matchup looks against that crazily from Fria? We've seen a few of them so far in this tournament. Not a huge number, but when they have been present on the field, some of them have really shone.
It's just kind of tough to tackle, and I like that call from Fria into the meta as well, because there's so much double water, and then there's like a Diggersby perhaps, or a flying type Pokemon. Cradley can just kind of tackle all of that. It is still quite clunky though, because Bullet Seed does add up a lot, so you're really relying on the charge to take damage there.
Yes, and Fria has compiled his team in a way that makes it a little bit tricky for the meta team of It's Axon from Portland, which is what David is effectively borrowing and bringing to Bologna here. That Corviknight can cause a lot of problems, but also Shadow Malamar. That is a Pokemon, particularly if you can win charge attack priority in the mirror, that can take on a lot of teams. We've seen it from Feelback before, and the beauty of Feelback's team is that he didn't even need to use his Shadow Malamar. He is so creative and flexible in his team. Can Fria bring that to this game as well?
I feel like double fairy can just be so strong, especially when your opponent feels confident with Malamar and you have double fairy. But here we see only one fairy type, and then more of a pseudo fairy type. Jumpluff, of course, also has a decent matchup into Malamar with Fairy Wind super effective, but also Acrobatics being extremely efficient. If we get a mirror matchup between the two, Malamar really comes down to the attack set, as you just said, because Psywave is triple resisted in the mirror, so whoever wins that matchup comes out with like 40% HP, which is not great for your next matchup.
Now, we've seen that players are running Shadow Jumpluff and Tinkaton together, and as you said, running two Pokemon that have good matchups against Malamar can do a good job of scaring it away, but to lead Tinkaton or Jumpluff with the other one in the back would of course be ABA weak to Corviknight. However, so few players are leading Corviknight that it's a risk that some players are choosing to take. Will Fria lead this Corviknight and try and call one of those two Pokemon, or will he go for that Malamar D-Gen play that we called it, two-shield Malamar in the lead?
Well, I am a big fan of D-Gen play, but let's see if Fria has it in him as well. We're going to see the Malamar lead into the Shadow Jumpluff, which is a great lead for PvP David.
And there we do see the Tinkaton in the back, so that means the Corviknight, if it were in the lead, would be great for Fria, but let's not forget that Corviknight is still available. David's actually going straight for the Aerial Ace. He's not going to allow the Malamar to Psywave into a foul play. He's going to force the shield decision first.
I can see that play work out very well, because PvP David does have Lapras in the back, so you kind of just want to get rid of the Shadow Malamar as soon as you can. This foul play is going to chunk. It is Shadow on Shadow and puts the Jumpluff just below half here, but I think as Fria you want to try and make a catch attempt. And there it is, that catch on the Corviknight, which is kind of unchecked into PvP David's team. The best answer you really have is that Diggersby, but it's not on the line of PvP David here.
I really like the first Aerial Ace from David into the Malamar. He effectively said, if you're going to throw an attack and put me in the yellow, I want to do that to you first. And in a two-shield scenario, I'd be throwing Aerial Ace anyway. He then does immediately throw the next Aerial Ace. That was quite predictable for Fria. He catches it on the Corviknight, and it's only met by a Lapras that is doing 1 damage per Psywave.
So this is a great catch. However, alignment in the back may have been a little bit important. Perhaps Fria was like, well, I'm going to lose alignment anyway. I might as well try to cook the best meal that I can here. Because if you look at the back line, there's a Tinkaton for PvP David and a Cradley in the back for Fria. Another Sparkling Arrow comes in. I don't think this will knocks out though.
No, I think that Corviknight should be able to hold on, but I understand the decision from Fria. When he sees that Shadow Jumpluff in the lead, he probably thinks to himself, well, you're unlikely to have Tinkaton in the back because you would have been ABA to Corviknight, so maybe my Cradley is free. You can see David now aggressively tapping onto that Shadow Jumpluff. He wants to come in straight back in for the Malamar, and now Malamar reaches a foul play. This will knock out if it lands.
Letting it go, but I think that Malamar still has a slight energy here.
Here we go.
Can it get to another attack on the next Pokemon coming in? I don't think you.
I don't think Fria can take out this Tinkaton.
It might get really close. Cradley can hang on for a little bit. The problem is David kept the Lapras, and can it get to an attack? No, I think that was crucial.
That was massive for PvP David. In comes the Cradley. David nods his head. He knows he's in a great position. Fairy Steel from the Tinkaton. The Steel resists all of Cradley's attack set, and that puts David in a brilliant position for this endgame.
Without Heavy Slam, Cradley can actually make this matchup versus Tinkaton quite close, as long as shields are in play, because you keep debuffing and you shield the first attack so they do less damage. The problem is, though, there's still Lapras in the back, so he can clear the debuff.
Can clear the debuff. He also has energy on the Lapras. Cradley isn't able to farm down the Lapras. It would need to throw another attack. David very much in the driving seat, but don't write Fria off yet. Cradley Rock Tomb, such a good attack in this meta. What can he do here?
Going for more Bullet Seeds and then a Rock Tomb again to debuff. This might take a while here as the Tinkaton gets debuffed again. David still no shielding. It's all resisted. The entire moveset of Cradley is resisted by Steel-type Pokemon.
Lapras actually has Ice Beam as well, so it really does put pressure on that Cradley.
It does, and since you have 2 shields, you can basically preserve for that. Another player is going to put this Cradley into Ice Beam range, but perhaps he might even stay. No, looks like he's swapping immediately and pacing to another attack here as Fria is on another Rock Tomb, but right before the Ice Beam.
I like this from Fria. He's showing, look, I'm still tracking what's going on. Yes, the game might be really difficult for me, but I will continue to play to my win conditions. David, he shields that up safely. He reaches this Ice Beam. This should be enough to knock out.
This Ice Beam is going to set this game on ice for PvP David. Ice Beam coming through from Lapras, and this is where you don't need Skull Bash. It's going to take game number 1 for PvP David in this winner semis.
Yeah, overall that looked like a very comfortable game for David, but he did play that hard ABA to Corviknight in the lead. Perhaps he was thinking, look, Corviknight runs Sand Attack. Sand Attack does 1 damage versus my Shadow Jumper. So if I see Corviknight in the lead, I will just stay in and I'll just throw Acrobatics.
Can you explain to our viewers who are not familiar with the ABA strategy? What is this exactly?
So we use the term ABA to define a team of 3 and how strong it is into a particular Pokemon on your opponent's side. Your A is a Pokemon that might be weak to a popular Pokemon such as Corviknight. B, on the other hand, is something that is strong against Corviknight. And so a safe team, when you think about this, an ABB team allows you to bring your first B as a safe swap and your second B as a counter to that Pokemon that you're weak to. ABA, on the other hand, this is where you lead a Jumpluff that is weak to Corviknight. You have a B, which is something that is stronger into it. I mean, in this case, it was only a Lapras. It wasn't even a hard B by any means. But you also had the Tinkaton in the back. That is a really weak Pokemon against the Corviknight. This can work where we call soft ABA.
Yeah, I like that one.
And soft ABA means that your first A, your Shadow Jumpluff, has a slightly better matchup into the Pokemon it's weak to than your big loss, which was the Tinkaton in the back.
Yeah, so like an example would be Jumpluff, Lapras, and Stunfisk as your ABB, and otherwise Tinkaton. But we're going to head into game number 2. Let's see if we see any ABB or ABAs here. Let me know in the chat. We're going to have Cradley into Tinkaton. This is again a great lead for PvP David.
And we can see here that Fria is actually ABA to that Tinkaton, but David doesn't want to stay in Tinkaton versus Azumarill because Azumarill is able to whittle the Tinkaton down. So instead he's going to come straight in with this Blastoise. The first play rough, once it lands, is into a standard Blastoise. But once the Skull Bash registers, this Blastoise will be much more difficult to take down.
Yeah, even without sunglasses, still going to be cool in this matchup here. It's going to boost his attack. A play rough will even be less hurtful than from the Azumarill. Azumarill can wingle down this Blastoise. However, Blastoise is going to come out with quite some energy as well after the next Skull Bash, and then you have some energy for the Cradley.
Now
Azumarill, really tough.
Yes, Azumarill came in first, so it is able to outpace to the second attack as well. This will put Blastoise into the red, but Blastoise now has a Skull Bash available, and if Fria shields this, he will be able to bubble down this Blastoise. So is that something that he wants to do? Does he think he can hold on?
He's going for Switch.
He's going for Switch. That makes a lot of sense when you lead Cradley into Tinkaton, and you have a Corviknight in the back.
Now you have your Corviknight on the Tinkaton, but I don't think PvP Dave might. Can you even get it? Oh, he can't get it. He gets to go another Hydro Cannon. This is resisted, but it might be important chip damage, so either the Malamar or the Tinkaton can perhaps get a farm down?
Yes, Tinkaton now should be able to come in, full Fairy Wind down. Azumarill's going to stay in. Fria needs this alignment. He's not going to save this energy. He needs to make sure that he is able to switch with David, because Corviknight onto Tinkaton is such a good matchup for the Steel Flying type.
I would not be surprised if after the next charge stack, can Azumarill even get to another one? Yes, gets to another player off. At this point, you might even put it all on the Malamar as PvP David.
The problem with Malamar is its best matchup into Cradley does often need you to throw superpower, and if you lock yourself in and the Cradley comes in, you will get debuffed, and that is really uncomfortable for Malamar.
Correct, so this is definitely far from over yet. 1 shield in play for Frika, 2 shield play for PvP David, going for the foul play first. I think Frika has to call this, and yes, he does no shield the first foul play, but at this point, PvP David might be able to go for 2 superpower. Not before Frika is going for all the Rock Tomb that he can to take less damage.
All right, how do you think that this matchup is going to play out?
Cool. It's going to be very close. I think PvP David will have it with the Malamar, and after all those debuffs, perhaps you preserve it by swapping into the Tinkaton. But if you do that, the Corviknight might get energy on later.
Okay, so David is going for a superpower here. This will take out the Cradley if it lands, and Frika correctly shields it. David will be preserving this Malamar. The problem is, Corviknights come in and Tinkaton can't do a huge amount. The Malamar's damage has been reduced to 1, and now Tinkaton comes in. David resets both the Rock Tomb debuff and the superpower debuff coming into the Tinkaton. It can't be sand attack down, so Frika will need to throw energy into this to take it out.
Frika made that so awkward for PvP David, because PvP David would want the Malamar into the Corviknight, but didn't really give that opportunity because of that debuff. So PvP David built up a lot of energy. However, now the Corviknight can get a lot of energy back. Can it get to another?
Oh,
no,
he could have thrown the bulldoze, maybe even gone for a defense drop. He doesn't quite get it, and now he needs to invest everything in this Malamar to take out both the Corviknight and the Cradley in the back.
I don't think that this Malamar gets into Grass Knot range just yet. The sand attacks just don't add up enough. Going for the harder hitting Sky attack.
How much energy was still on that Cradley? Can you remember? That's what David needs to recognize. He needs to charge up perfectly. 1 foul play for the Corviknight.
Here comes Cradley.
Cradley's here. It's 1 attack away. The superpower will land. This will knock out. And if David can reach another superpower against Corviknight, he could have this game in the bag.
Coverage is so important on Malamar, but here we go. It's going to be a race. There's no energy on the Malamar. There was almost no energy on the Corviknight, and here we go. Malamar is outpacing. He's getting to the superpower. This superpower is going to take game number 2 of PvP David.
There it is. David reminds the world that he is the Goliath. He lands this superpower. Corviknight goes down, and he wins the series 2-0.
And that's another medal this season for PvP David. He got the gold medal in Stuttgart first, and now to close out the season for him in Bologna, he at least secured a top 3 placement already in Bologna here. And he's going up against Feelback, the Italian player, in the winners' final later on.
Was it the silver that he got in Stockholm? He played that. I think it was
Stockholm.
Was it Stockholm? The one that nickname beat him in.
Yeah.
And he said, "That's fine. I'm okay with that. I will keep continuing to push on, and he has done so. He has pushed himself right into that travel award race with the performance that he's had so far in Bologna. As you've said, he's pushed himself right into the medal positions, but he will want more. He will have his eye on gold.
I can see what he's doing. He went for gold, he went for silver. Obviously, you now go for bronze.
Well, at the very minimum, he's got the whole collection. That is the dream, right?
Yeah, that's like the bare minimum that he has achieved, and that is a great achievement here. The composure from PvP David is incredible. His previous match was just so close into Witherd as well, and now winning against Frika, this was no easy match. Even despite having alignment in most of these games, Frika made it super close. Overcoming Cradley though, when it's such a big core breaker to your team, that's impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
And this is where Pokemon like Corviknight, although they might have such defensive utility because of their typing, they aren't quite as flexible in neutral matchups, and David really took advantage of that. He was throwing in that Malamar, knowing that he was always outpacing. And let's not forget, David knew exactly how much energy was on the Cradley when it came back in, because many players might have forgotten. They could have been in a final game scenario and they could have overfarmed and not realized that their opponent was at a charge attack, and that's game over.
There's real pressure when you're in these matches, and I'm actually surprised kind of that PvP David even brought the Malamar, because before that we talked about double fairy. That is what Frika had on his team, and yet making the call that Malamar might be the play, I find it so bold, because if you lead it into like a Tinkaton or a Azumarill and the other one is in the back, Jover might come by.
It is very, very difficult, but David, he's actually still so young, and yet he looks so mature, so composed. He could be him.
He could be. Perhaps. Do you think his dad is watching right now? Do you think dad is proud?
I have absolutely no doubt that his family are supporting massively. I know his friends are supporting here in the venue, and everyone wants to see a player like this succeed. I think he's such a humble player, such a likable player, and that makes a difference. When you have people that can look back and look at you and say, do you know what? I have a ton of respect for a player like this. I think it's a great thing to have.
And just having yourself surrounded by people, right? If you make it into day 2, you can ask people for advice. What do you think? How would you approach this match here? It can be so good for someone like Marcus. Maybe he would have more success if he had more friends around him to help him with some of these matches and perhaps throw the correct attack into a superior instead of an Aquatil.
That is true. You did have that situation. You played against Marcus at the European International Championships. Marcus will be going to the North American International Championships to try and get his way into the Travel Award placements as well. David, as we've said, he's done such a good job, but there are so many players playing for so much in Bologna this weekend. We've got the gold medal, that's obviously the dream.
The dream.
But the Travel Award standings, the Travel Award stipend, we've also got the qualification for Worlds. So much is on the line. This is the last event of the European circuit, and it means everything to these players.
So David is not going to the North American International Championship. Other Europeans and competitors will. Now, just to say, you get a medal here, but at the International Championships, you get a trophy.
That is true.
And I like those a lot.
I
Those
mean,
are
you
so
have
cool.
trophies.
I have 2 actually.
You do have 2 trophies, and this is what happens. You can come to these events all across the world, and there is so much on offer. Of course, medals here at these regional and special championships, trophies at international championships, but that's not all. If you are coming, you can also compete in side events. So we have a little something to show you, because Arby's going to talk you through what's available on the floor.
What a brilliant game that we had. Watch the PvP. David comes in, gets that medal, but that's not the only thing you can get in these events. I'm joined by Tom. Tom, tell us a little bit on what you do and who you are.
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm the assistant head judge at today's tournament, this weekend's event. As well as running the main Pokemon Go tournament you've been seeing, we've also been running all sorts of side events this weekend as well. And these range from really low entry ones. So we actually have a competition at the moment for who controls the gyms in the venue the most. They can win this lovely little Riolu plushie. We have a draft side event taking place behind me where players are drafting and building a team in the venue to then compete against each other. And then we also have the very standard league style challenges and cups where players can compete to try and get that extra bit of CP just before NAIC and Worlds at the end of the season.
Of course, you can win CPs. How do you register yourself? Is there a link, or where do they find you in the event space?
Yeah, so you can find all the registration on Fanfinity's website for this event. All of the judges have QR codes on their name badges, so players can come up, scan that code, and get the link to the side events direct there. We do have a side events hive elsewhere in the venue, so you can go and speak to our sides event judges as well. But there's all sorts of places in the venue can you find about the fun events we've got coming up. We've still got more events to come today. We've got our Sisterhood event about to start this afternoon, which is our event for women and non-binary members of the community. It's a free event for them to come and share their love for Pokemon. It takes place in Go, TCG, and video game. Our Go one is just getting ready to start, but there is time for a few more players if they're interested. But we've got all sorts of fun still left to go before the main event finishes this weekend.
Is there any time limitation or time constraint? For example, when would be the best time to approach you? Is there a time that you always start in all the side events?
So side events will start on Saturday morning and run the whole weekend. We've got a load of scheduled events that are specifically advertised and will take place at certain times throughout the weekend. But we also offer a load of on-demand events as well. So if you're here in the venue with 3 of your friends and you fancy trying some Great League, trying some Little Cup, or even going and trying TCG or the video game for a bit, you can go speak to the sides hive, you can sign up for an on-demand event, and they'll put on a side event for your group and your friends right there and then.
That is a lot to do, and I think if you are in the venue, you can do so much. You can also use this opportunity to learn a lot and also earn those championship points as well. Thank you so much, Tom, for your time, and let's get back to the casters.
I tell my friends who like Pokemon as much as I do, whether you are spectating or competing, a Pokemon event, especially nearby, you should check it out. It's always fun. And like, yeah, if you're spectating or get knocked out early, Farid, I think that's perfect for you to play in some of the side events as well. You might win one of those.
Does anyone love Pokemon as much as you do?
You do.
I do.
You do.
That's why we're friends.
And well, everyone who's watching.
Of course, but yes, definitely get involved in the side events because they also have some pretty unique prizes as well. You get special packs sometimes, but also those prize walls. There are some quite cool things on the prize wall. Great cards, great plushies available. I know you were eyeing up the Belly Bolt one yourself, so definitely get involved.
No, I'm getting the suit. I'm getting the Belly Bolt suit. For the
Perfect.
North America International Championship. But first, we have our next round. And if you want to take a look at where we are in the bracket, use exclamation mark bracket in the chat.
This is a big game. On paper, this could easily be a grand finals.
It could be.
It's just a losers round 3 though.
It's 2 regional champions from this season. Nickname versus Kazim. The last Typhlosion in the storm. He's had so much success with it.
And that's Superior. This is probably going to be the first time Kazim has played Superior this weekend. We haven't seen many of them around, but Nickname is the one that is driving it straight into this top cut. Let's see if he can leverage it against the triple weak to grass team that Kazim's got. He's got a Blastoise, a Feraligatr, and a Diggersby. But let's also remember the Shadow Typhlosion. So many players have had success with it. Can Nickname count that as well?
Kazim has a tendency to be very weak to water, to grass-type Pokemon, Superior specifically, because he had the same at the Europe International Championship. His best answer was like the Drapion and a Galarian Corsola, and then he had like 3 or 4 water-type Pokemon. So Superior might just be a nightmare for him here. He does have the Tinkaton to answer it, however, and also the Shadow Drapion. So he's a little bit less weak to it, and of course I cannot forget about the Jump Low.
Yes, Shadow Drapion, but regular Feraligatr. And this has been a conversation for a long time now. Do you opt for the regular or do you opt for the Shadow Feraligatr? And both have their uses. The Shadow Feraligatr does 20% more damage, but it takes 20% more damage in return. The regular Feraligatr can hold on. It doesn't need to shield as much, potentially. So will that be something that Kazim leans into here?
I'm curious to see. Most of the time when Kazim was in a tough spot, it was answered by a Lapras, which resists the charge attacks from the Feraligatr quite comfortably, but there's none of that this time. Swampert versus Feraligatr might also be a little bit dependent on the attack stat, because Sludge is also neutral and plays equally fast. Here we go, game number 1. We actually have that Swampert into the Feraligatr. Let's see how this goes, because Hydro Cannon hits hard on the Swampert, but Sludge is no joke either.
This is a really fun matchup to see. We love seeing Water-type starter Pokemon, both of them running Hydro Cannon, and immediately there is the catch attempt from Nickname, and it allows Kazim to really farm up on his Feraligatr. Yes, I'm going to throw Hydro Cannon into you, but not before I get a ton of energy first.
The thing is, this is where Kazim wants to see the Corviknight, and Nickname swapping out might already be an indication, oh wait, there's a Superior in the back, perhaps I'm just not going anywhere, because Kazim has Drapion and the Jump Love in the bag. He's not taking any chance this time with Superior. Going for the Sky Tech, but I don't think this will knock out the Feraligatr just yet. It's not Shadow, so it's a little bit more bulky.
Yeah, Feraligatr can take this attack where a Shadow Feraligatr wouldn't have been able to. And so now we're seeing some of the advantage, and Nickname recognizes that he's in a little bit of a tricky position here. Kazim is very, very pleased with himself, but he needs to maintain focus because any slip up and Nickname really could take advantage.
Here we go, Swampert comes in. Has to shield this Hydro Cannon if it wants to maintain its health. It can hang on to it, but oh, he's letting it go. Nickname, interesting play, putting most of it on the Superior. Now you can come in with either Pokemon on Kazim. They take a lot of damage from either Hydro Cannon or Sludge, but none of it takes it out in one attack.
So the way that Nickname has approached this, he said, when I swapped out of Swampert, you stayed in, which means you have a Swampert answer in the back. Therefore, I'm going to let my Hydro Cannon land on my Swampert because I think I can win this game with a Superior. What he doesn't know is that there is a Shadow Drapion in the back. They both come in. Nickname puts his head up. He nods a bit with respect. He recognizes that his opponent has absolutely called this line.
But that's kind of the other side of the coin, yes? Because Kazim didn't swap out, it meant he had another answer for Swampert. But seeing the Feraligatr in the lead also might mean there's an answer, or maybe even 2, for the Superior in the back, going for the charge superiority on the Frenzy Plant. Now, you might think, why Frenzy Plant? That is resisted. But Frenzy Plant is just so efficient that it will still be slightly better than Aerial Ace in this case.
Yes, Superior, with that Frenzy Plant, this is really hard hitting. It will still do a decent chunk of damage, but it won't threaten a knockout against the Shadow Drapion. And Kazim allows this through. He knows it's going to be very difficult to be Vine Whip down, and there is the aerial ace just before Kazim reaches the next crunch on Drapion.
It's not even about the Vine Whip down from the Superior on the Drapion, it's also about the potential Mud Shot down. When Jump Love comes in, it means that the Mud Shots are triple resisted, but looks like we won't see that. Shadow Drapion having a field day here, just going to clean up the rest of the line here of Nickname as the first Aquatail comes through, knocks out the Swampert, one more, no, going into the Jump Love for a nice little catch there, but there's the shield because he could close out with either Drapion or Jump Love. It doesn't matter to Kazim.
Yeah, Kazim's going to protect up this Jump Love and just try and take down this Superior. Remember that Vine Whips are doing little to no damage against the Grass and Flying type Pokemon. Nickname recognizes that his opponent has called him really, really well. A lot of respect between these two players.
Yeah, kind of a tough line there for Nickname to overcome, as Kazim kind of just had all the alignment that he needed. Facing that Superior in the back was just so good, especially when Nickname brought in the Corviknight. The Corviknight was the one Pokemon Kazim perhaps otherwise would have tried to bait out, as he was slightly soft, weak to it in the back with that Drapion and the Jump Love.
Now these players have to recompose themselves. They are smiling, but they know that there is a lot on the line here. This is the loser side of the bracket. That means if you lose this game, it's a double elimination format. This was your second chance. You need to win to stay into this competition, and Nickname is already one game down. He cannot afford to drop another game.
Can the champion of Utrecht do it versus the champion of Dortmund on the right side? The Swampert hasn't really come through here for Nickname, and I'm curious to see if he's going to bring it again. It's kind of neutral into most of the Pokemon of Kazim, but for Alligator, it's not exactly the position where he wanted. It's probably the last position that he wanted in.
So Kareem is looking to lock in. He's making some notes. He's making some calculations. That regular for Alligator did so much for him in that game. So is that a Pokemon that you're going to lean into again? And will Nickname recognize that? The Superior the first time, it didn't get the matchup it wanted to. It was aligned first against a Shadow Drapion and then against a Shadow Jumpluff. Do you let it go now?
The Jumpluff is a Pokemon that only really fears that Shadow Typhlosion and the Corviknight, but even Corviknight is not that bad of a matchup for the Shadow Jumpluff, as Sand Attack, the fast attack, is triple resisted. So the more fast attack and charge attack damage you can get in, the closer it will become with the Corviknight. Both trainers are still thinking through, because he takes a little bit of water. You need to keep hydrated during these battles, man.
So Nickname played Swampert in the lead, Superior in the back, which left him very weak to that Shadow Jumpluff. And if he does that again, he needs to be careful that Shadow Jumpluff might be able to sweep, because Corviknight as an answer alone in the middle isn't the easiest to deal with. So Nickname needs to have a think, how can he ensure that the Corviknight aligns onto the Jumpluff? Do you achieve that with the D-Gen Malamar in the lead strat?
It is a Shadow Malamar, so you can go quite D-Gen with it. I think a little bit more D-Gen is just an Incinerate down with Shadow Typhlosion. It's kind of tough when there's a Ground type and two Water type Pokemon.
Here we go. We are ready for game number 2. We have for Alligator for Kazim, and we have that Shadow Malamar in the lead for Nickname.
Now Malamar needs a really high attack to win the charge security into a Feraligatr. I'm curious to see if Nickname has this. Most of these Malamar do, because they want to win the charge security tie in the mirror.
And now you have to also time your charge attacks perfectly with the Malamar. You cannot allow a Shadow Claw to get through, otherwise that completely changes the game. And there is now a catch onto the Corviknight, protecting the Malamar. That is a really strong play by Nickname, but it does mean that Corviknight will not be aligned onto that Jumpluff in the back. The Feraligatr is staying in. Do you throw another Hydro Cannon or do you bank this?
Farid, I think this is kind of what cost Nickname the last game. He gave up the Corviknight, which is looking so strong in the back, and not shooting it one more time here. Can he even get the Sand Attack down? Or is the Shadow Claw heading up? Oh man, he barely gets it. Kazim didn't see that one coming, and now we have a Charge Attack loaded for whatever comes in now. And
the Corviknight's on 0.5 HP, and it will get to throw an attack into whatever comes in. But exactly as you say, Martijn, that Jumpluff is now so free.
It is so free. Skytech comes through. Perhaps Kazim is again predicting that Swampert Superior core. The Superior in the back, and in that case Jumpluff is just so good in the back there.
Now if Swampert can come in, aggressively start attacking this Shadow Drapion, it can then use Sludge against the Jumpluff. So the Jumpluff...
Oh man, that is a bold swap there though. I think that was a U swap, I swap situation.
I'm a little surprised you don't go for the Sludge first, but maybe his thinking was, if I go for the Sludge now and then go in with the Malamar, you're just throwing Aerial Aces. So I can understand why he's gone for this. The difficulty is you cannot Mudshot down this jumper.
Exactly. That's why I think he needed the Sludge. And if Kazim would no-shield that, perhaps you could get a Psywave down. Calling the Aerial Ace here is a great play because an acrobatic would have knocked out. Can you get the Fairy Wind down? No, you get to another charge attack here as the Malamar. It's even a superpower because Nickname wants to ensure that with the defense drop, the next Fairy Wind will knock out, so this jump off gets less energy.
Yeah, I really like that play from Nickname, recognizing that you need to start thinking about reducing the damage from this jumper. But you have so much energy. Should Kazim just go for the acrobatics? Because if Nickname calls this Aerial Ace, that could be massive for him.
Well, I do think that the Drapion might still be able to get to another charge attack. He does shield up the Aerial Ace. I think at some point you do have to use them. And in comes another Aerial Ace. Do you shield this as Nickname?
His only chance is to let it through. His only chance. And he shields the Aerial Ace. That is massive for Kazim because he still has so much energy. But now there is the catch.
But it's a Hydro Cannon.
And that's why you don't see the catch animation coming up on screen, because this is exactly what Nickname wanted. He knew that Hydro Cannon would be the attack to throw.
Because now you're still able to get to an acrobatics, but it's not a Shadow Swampert. Can Swampert hang on to this acrobatics? One of the most efficient charges in the game. Here it comes, Jump Bluff, boom!
It's close. The Fairy Winds are coming through. Can you reach 2 Sludges? It looks like you might be able to.
First Protect Shield's coming up on this Sludge, but guess what? Swampert has another one loaded.
Look at me, remember the name. Nickname reaches 2 Sludges, supremely played, throwing that Hydro Cannon, knowing that Kazim would go for the catch, and even if he didn't, he would probably have to shield. Nickname levels the score, it's 1-1.
That was such a crazy prediction, but I also must say, it was quite a safe prediction, because the Jump Bluff was almost in Hydro Cannon range already. Kazim overthinking what he just did there, thinking that perhaps that was a great catch. Unfortunately, Nickname, one of the best trainers in Europe, made that call.
A really superb decision from Nickname. And just showing that, yes, he might be on the negative, he might be climbing up the hill, but there is still so much opportunity. We always see in chat, in the crowd, people say, oh, GG's, this looks like it's over. No, there is always a chance to win, and Nickname is showing that he wants to still go further in this tournament.
I think that Corviknight was still one of the most pivotal Pokemon here for Nickname in this game. Even though he kind of just threw it in the bin because he just let 2 Hydro Cannon go and almost get its Shadow Claw down, because it hung on that 0.5 HP that you mentioned, it still got to a charge stack. The next Pokemon got minimal energy, and that just set Nickname ahead there.
Well, he entirely suppressed Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion effectively did not exist in that game, and we all thought that maybe the Malamar aggressive response might have been the wrong decision. But Nickname showed that he knows exactly what he's doing. He has actually a little bit of bulk on that Shadow Malamar. It took that Aerial Ace reasonably comfortably and was able to get another shield off the jump off before it went down.
And he also has experience with that Swampert. The Swampert not being Shadow meant it could hang on to that acrobatics, so really having that niche helped him in that match to get to multiple Sludge on the Jump Bluff. I got mixed up with Sludge Wave a little bit because that's also a charge stack that Swampert.
I mean, Nickname is making waves, so I completely understand. This game has been so incredible to watch already. There is one more battle between these players. This is a best of 3. The winner of this next game proceeds. The loser will be knocked out of this Bologna Special Championship.
And we are progressing further and further in the tournament. Both of these trainers have their tournament dreams on the line here and want to win at least that medal. Both trainers still thinking through. One of them locked in and the other one about to lock in. We're gonna go into the next game very soon. Here we go. Decisive game number 3, Nickname versus Kazim.
The players are locked in. The Pokemon hit the field. We've got Corviknight on the left. We have Shadow Drapion on the right. Let's see how this decisive game 3 plays out.
This matchup can be really close, but looks like Kazim wants none of it. He goes into his first water type trying to bait out a superior, because for Feraligator's access to Ice Beam, it could actually hang on versus a potential superior, but Nickname didn't bring it, so he doesn't really have an answer to this Feraligator swap in.
So here's the Feraligator. It's a water-type Pokemon. It resists the Iron Head, which is a steel-type attack. So Corviknight has to go for a Sky attack. It's not enough to take out the Feraligatr, but it will do a decent chunk of damage.
And now you can swap in the Swampert. Swampert can hang on to a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr and then get more energy. I'm curious if you can even get a Mudshot down here.
I think it might be able to. It's not a Shadow, but I think that Feraligatr is deep in the red. It will be really, really close. Nickname would have to shield if it does.
Now, there's one more problem that Nickname does have. Can get the Mudshot down here. That will be crucial. And Feraligatr goes down with the Hydro Cannon. Kazim not happy with that. Where do you take the energy? Blastoise can hang on here, and but it cannot farm down with the rollouts.
Here we go. Swampert about to show why it is a Pokemon that everyone should absolutely respect. And you do make the catch. This is slightly some of the momentum shift that Kazim needed, but you're still in a tricky position where rollouts into this Swampert are not very effective. Can Swampert reach 2 Sludges? That is the question.
After this Sludge, the timer will be up, so Nickname can swap out. He's seen the entire line now, and the problem Nickname has, he brought Shadow Typhlosion, but there's basically triple water-type coverage on the team, so where do you put Typhlosion? I think you have to keep shield somehow, but if you don't shield this Hydro Cannon, it's going to be Typhlosion against the world.
Yes, so the shield goes up. Corviknight has a bit of energy, and Kazim desperately needs to try and remember how much. Kazim's currently looking at the team sheet. He's trying to work out what's in the back. Why did you shield that Corviknight, he's asking? There must be something that is weak to Blastoise.
Going for the Sky attack. Iron Head would have been resisted on this Blastoise and may not knock out. Kazim not shooting it up, putting it all on the Shadow Drapion here. If Drapion can get a lot of energy, this looks really good for Kazim, but it's throwing his energy immediately.
But I like that. He doesn't now need to shield the Iron Head from Corviknight, but he does pace very, very quickly. Let's remember that the Swampert has an attack. It's not easy to Poison Sting down either.
Can you get to 2 attacks as the Shadow Typhlosion? Drapion paces much quicker, and do keep in mind Kazim has a shield advantage, but the Incinerates chunk, they do so much damage.
Look at this. First Aqua Tail coming through on really good timing, but the Incinerates do so much. The Swampert still has energy as well. Kazim knows that one more Incinerate going through will put him in Mudshot range. This is going to be so tricky. There is the Swampert. The Incinerate, if it comes through, will be massive. Aqua Tail is thrown.
This is a great play because it's one Poison Sting off another Aqua Tail. Nickname knows. He knows the position he is in. Kazim being one Poison Sting off another Aqua Tail means that after this Swampert is knocked out, he will be able to do another one. Incinerate won't land.
One more Poison Sting, and Drapion will get the Aqua Tail. It means Typhlosion won't be able to register the Incinerate. Aqua Tail hits. If this is enough, Nickname will drop, and Kazim will progress.
Typhlosion is fragile. That's had success so far, but Aqua Tail comes through. Kazim takes the game!
What a victory for Kazim 33 out of nowhere. He pulls it back. Swampert could not do enough. Kazim wins the series 2-1. Nickname is knocked out of the Bologna Special Championships.
That means no 3 victories in a row for Nickname here. He loses to the Dortmund regional champion Kazim as he moves on, keeping his medal dreams on the line here in Bologna. What a tremendous play here. He brought both water types exactly when he needed to. He was not having any of Shadow Typhlosion.
Kazim said to us before at the beginning of the day, he said, I'm not sure how I'm feeling. His first 2 matches, he said, I don't think I played as well as I could. And he had to lock in. He did lock in. What a massive victory for him. I know that that will mean so much, not only for him, but for everyone else that is still here in the Bologna Special Championships. With Nickname gone, everyone will be eyeing the prize now.
Indeed. I just saw a question from chat. What is the difference between a regional championship and a special championship? That is that there's no entry fee here in Europe, and still you get a lot of booster boxes here when you win. So now Kazim winning even more accolades. And again, the medal is still on the line.
Yes, there's no entry fee to enter a special championship. There's also no prize money available at these events, but still, it's about the glory. And that is what Kazim is chasing here. That is what he has shown on stage that he is worthy of. He looked at that team sheet and he thought to himself, who do I need to invest in? Do I save this Blastoise or do I put everything on the Shadow Drapion? And you saw him lean in. You saw him count exactly how many Poison Stings would leave him in a position that he could take out that Typhlosion in the end game, and he executed it to perfection.
And I would say that both trainers really played it the same way the other trainer did in that final game, because Nickname kind of just dismissed the Corviknight in both game 1 and 2, and in Kazim in game 3 kind of dismissed the Feraligatr, his most valuable asset in the first 2 games. And that led to cleaning up in the end game with that Shadow Drapion. Basing so quickly to the Aquatail is so valuable against those Fire-type Pokemon.
I think that was one of the best matches we have watched so far today, and that just sets the tempo for what's still to come. So many brilliant players still here in Bologna, all of them with eyes on those championship points, on those medals, on those booster boxes as well, but no one wants to go down, certainly not without a fight.
And our next matchup is going to be super exciting as well. On the other side, the losers bracket, that will be the next opponent of Kazim. So super excited to see more of Kazim and see if he can make it into the losers finals eventually.
Yes, and as we've said, all of these championship events, everything that everyone has been working so hard for this season, it leads towards Anaheim, the World Championships this summer in August. We were there last year in Honolulu, Hawaii. If you missed any of the action, then we've got a little highlight just for you.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokémon.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
Let the games begin, where the journey continues for the North American International Championship, just happening in a couple of weeks from now. But we are here in Bologna for this special championship. We just saw Nickname, the most informed trainer in Europe, just got knocked out by Kazim 33.
Anybody can win, right? I think it shows as much as it puts laurels on Nickname's name that he's done so much this season. It also takes a lot into how much Kazim has improved as a player over time. He went toe-to-toe against Nickname. Yes, that Typhlosion was such a threat, but he completely neutralized it.
And as Kazim has been forced this entire season, winning the first regional championship in Dortmund and finishing top 5 EUIC, and now he is here in the top 6 in Bologna. I mean, you gotta hand it to him. What a force of a player he is.
Yeah, phenomenal player. And one of the things that I really noticed about him is that he's still very down to earth, but I also really like his celebration. I think whenever he's going for the win, he looks at a camera, blows everybody a kiss. That's something that's also very, very endearing.
I love watching those expressive players, like for example Kazim, that you show or you see on his face how he thinks the battle is progressing. You can tell when he feels like he's in a good position and when he's in a bad position. And he has been in a lot of good positions during this losers bracket. And let's take a look at Kazim's run, because it has been impressive. He did end up going down to the losers bracket after losing to Colin earlier today, but he beat Fazberry, and now he beat also Nickname.
Yep, and we still have so many battles to come here in the loser side as well. We have Stone Collection going up against Alfie, I think, which is our next game. The winner of this will be playing against Colin in losers round 4. On the other side, we have Fria going against Kazim.
All of these trainers still have so much to fight for here. Yes, they have locked in their top 8 finish.
And that Shadow Marowak as well. Such oppressive fast attack Pokemon here. I mean, I think most of his Pokemon, like Corviknight, Marowak, Azumarill, and Malamar, do a lot of fast attack damage. Of course, there's others like Bullet Seed, Cradley, not going to do much. But then again, you have to try to balance this out. On the other side, we have Alfie. Alfie is running that Swampert. We saw a small resurgence of Swampert recently. We just witnessed Nickname playing that Swampert as well. But now we have Alfie playing the Swampert again.
We've seen the most common ground type this season has been Claydol, but here when we started today in the top 16 there were 3 Swamperts and 3 Claydols, so Swampert is trying to claim that throne back. Swampert has been a constant for Pokemon GO PvP for a long time.
Yeah, I think Swampert also has this ability to resist rollout damage from Blastoise. So if you're ever put in a matchup against Blastoise, you do a great job. But also you have the coverage against Pokemon like Jumpluff, the grass-type Pokemon. You have access to Sludge to hit these Pokemon for super effective damage. And considering how attack-weighted of a Pokemon Swampert is, the Sludges add up.
And the Sludge is such an efficient charge attack, so it does a significant amount of damage, not costing that much energy. And Swampert pace is fairly quick to those Sludges and Hydro Cannons, so with such efficient charge attacks, Swampert puts on pressure against everything.
Yeah, Swampert is again a great Pokemon to have. One of the reasons why Swampert slowly went out of the meta was the rise of Feraligatr and Ariados, two Pokemon. Feraligatr does great against Swampert. Ariados could have super effective damage into the Swampert with the Trailblazers boosting up as well. Another Pokemon that we see here is that Cradley. Cradley does double super effective damage with its fast attack Bullet Seed.
And as a grass type, hitting that Swampert for double super effective damage. Grass is super effective against ground, it's one of Swampert's typings, and also water, the primary typing of Swampert. So that means the grass type doing super effective ×2 into that Swampert. So if Alfie wants to get anything out of that Mudboy, then he needs to keep it away from that Cradley. But Swampert being a non-shadow, will that change any of the matchups here?
Yeah, but it's only going to be the matchup against the Shadow Kanto Marowak because the oppressive mud slaps that slowly and steadily add up. But before we get into this tangent, I want to point out that for both these trainers, the Corviknight looks really good to bring into these matchups. It's quite neutral against both of the teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if both these trainers have Corviknight in their first game.
Let's take a look at what they're bringing in for us. We see Tinkaton and Shadow Dropion.
This is, let's say, a neutral lead for both team members, and immediately Alfie pivoting into his Corviknight to try and get the energy lead, and Stone Collection meeting it with his own Corviknight.
And we see Alfie, he is prepared to throw Sky attacks into Stone Collection's Corviknight. Is this where you want that energy to go? This is everything both of these trainers are throwing are resisted attacks.
Yeah, everything is resisted, so this match is going to go for a while. In comes the second Sky attack from Stone Collection's Corviknight. It's all going to come down to how these trainers decide to end this matchup. Will they try to lose this matchup softly and get that energy onto another Pokemon and leverage that energy to do a lot of damage in the backline, or will they both fight for that switch advantage?
I'm excited to see these trainers in action because Stone Collection, he knew that he can potentially lose switch advantage by coming in late into his own Corviknight. Was it a panic swap, or is he calculating this game from start to finish?
Yeah, looking at the team here, it's going to be very, very important for Stone Collection to secure this swap here. Another Sky Attack comes in from Alfie. This will put Stone Collection's Corviknight deep into the red. What does Stone do here? Will he go for the Sky Attack? Looking at the HP on the Corviknight of Alfie, this will make it really close.
To me, it looks like Stone Collection has realized that if he can just do some slight fast attack damage into that Corviknight, then his own Corviknight can win the zero shield. But Alfie decided to shield, and now Stone Collection is under a lot of pressure because he has lost switch advantage.
Yeah, but in comes the Drapion. Drapion comes in only after his Corviknight went for the Ironhead. This gave Cradley access to so much energy. So the Rock Tomb comes immediately as soon as this Drapion comes into the field.
And Alfie needs to get rid of this Cradley here with his Drapion. He cannot risk this Cradley lining up against the Swampert because that grass-type damage will threaten the Swampert heavily.
Yeah, Cradley is already at a move here, so this is not looking great for Alfie because he will have to pull up a Protect Shield here to save the Drapion, but no, he lets it go. Maybe he wants to come in with the Swampert to try and get some energy lead, or he tries to get in with the Corviknight to make the Cradley throw even more energy. Let's see what Alfie does. Comes in with the Corviknight.
I believe this is the correct play from Alfie, but can the Corviknight out? Oh, and tries to go for a clever catch, catching on a Rock Tomb, but no, Stone Collection with the patience. He's throwing the Grass Knot into Swampert. Alfie puts up a shield.
Yeah. Swampert comes in so late that there is no way it's gonna outpace the Cradley before it gets to 2 Sludge Waves. In comes the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon would have been enough to knock out the Cradley, but Stone Collection has that Protect Shield to hide behind.
Alfie knows this is a peculiar situation. This Grass Knot will knock out this Swampert and probably its entire family at the same time.
Yep, Grass Knot comes in, does a lot of damage. It's been a Cradley show so far. Yes, the Corviknight comes in here. Yes, it does have access to that super effective Ironhead, and unfortunately, instead of the farm down, it is forced to throw this energy onto the Cradley. Yes, the Cradley is out of the pitch, but there is a full HP Tinkaton to deal with at the back.
And Tinkaton does not have a great matchup into this Corviknight, but being this low, this Tinkaton can take out the Corviknight with just a bulldoze, and this seals up game number 1 for Stone Collection.
Tinkaton throws up that hammer and hammers that Corviknight out of the sky into the ground. What a great game there. Yes, it was a bad lead, but that Corviknight save swap kind of got hard punished. I think Stone Collection made the perfect read there. I don't need swap. All I need is some energy on my Cradley. So if I have energy, the Drapion is not a problem anymore. Plus, I have the shield advantage.
So Stone Collection is how I know him. A player with a lot of technical knowledge about these matchups. So he decided to stay in just for a little bit, do a few fairy wins, so that he would either keep switch advantage when he mirrored with his own Corviknight, or he would get a shield advantage, and then his Cradley could do a lot of work.
I think it's all a heads-up play there, right? He knew towards the end game, because of the Pokemon that he had the Cradley at the back, and he had a Tinkaton at the start as well. So as long as he had either energy advantage or a shield advantage, it was always going to work out in his favor. Cradley 2-to-1 shield up against Alfie's team after the Corviknight is out of the way. It will do miracles for Stone Collection. He made that read and went for that shield advantage, and that completely let Cradley go through Alfie's team.
With those 2 flying types and also those 2 water types on Alfie's side, there's not a lot of leeway around that Cradley, and here we go into game number 2.
Game number 2, it's going to be a Malamar against a Jumpluff. This is not where you want to see the Jumpluff if you are Stone Collection, because it does super effective damage with those charged fast attacks with the Fairy Wind, but Malamar does outpace this Jumpluff to the heavy hitting move here for foul play.
So Alfie decides to no-shield this Jumpluff, does not think this foul play is worth shielding. But now the Jumpluff is below half health. And this is an acrobatics coming through. Stone Collection no shields.
No shielding the Malamar, and this might prove costly for Stone Collection. This acrobatics is enough to knock that squid out of the field here. Now let's see which Pokemon does he come back in. Does he come back with that Corviknight? Because that's the only Pokemon that can do well here. But no, coming in with this Cradley, hoping to get to that Rock Tomb before this Jumpluff gets to another acrobatics.
I think this is a very brave play by Stone Collection, but he didn't need to shield his Corviknight, but this Cradley needed to shield that acrobatics. I wonder what's the... Oh, and here comes another Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace comes in here. Of course, it's going to do neutral damage, but that is not what Stone Collection would have wanted. All that HP on that Cradley would come in handy towards the end game. In comes this Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb, if shielded, will still debuff the Jumpluff stats. Alfie is like, Jumpluff has done the job for me, and it's time for it to go back into the Pokeball. Let's see which Pokemon he calls on to. He calls on to his own Corviknight.
And now Alfie has alignment. He's up a shield. The Cradley has a lot of energy, but it's also taken some substantial damage. Here comes a Hydro Cannon. This is a hard-hitting charge attack from the Swampert.
Hydro Cannon comes in, trying to douse that Raven out of the sky. Again, so much energy on the Corviknight, but this time around, Stone Collection is not going to go for that Iron Head. Goes immediately for the Sky Attack, not wanting to bait, and a costly bait at that against the Swampert.
So Alfie, he is recognizing that his best win condition is his Corviknight. He needs to protect it from the Cradley, because the Cradley's fast attacks of Bullet Seed will not do anything to that Steel and Flying type Corviknight.
Yeah, at this point, Stone Collection wants to save the Corviknight a little bit as well, so that he can do some more damage against Alfie's Corviknight. Alfie recognizing how important it is to get that HP out of the way and save that Swampert towards the end game. Protects the Swampert and now goes into his own Corviknight.
How is Stone Collection tries to go for the charge attack priority swap, but Corviknight gets through and wins the charge attack priority over Cradley. Now this Corviknight will be debuffed, and this will be the charge attack that does most damage to that Corviknight. Will Alfie shield? No!
No Protect Shield from Alfie. Of course, Corviknight still has a ton of energy, and it will definitely get to an Iron Head before the Cradley gets to another Rock Tomb. Iron Head coming in, no Protect Shields for Stone Collection to hide behind. Corviknight is putting on such a show for us today.
There is a lot of heavy lifting still needed to be done from Stone Collection's Corviknight. Can he get there? This is a Sky Attack coming in from Stone Collection.
At this point, I think Alfie knows his Swampert is also very close to another Hydro Cannon, and this Sky Attack would not be enough to knock out, but in comes the Swampert. He says, I'm not going to try to get to another move here. I'm going to go into my Swampert, get this Hydro Cannon, and knock you out of the sky.
This Corviknight cannot take the hosing water coming out of this Swampert, and Alfie, he's crawling back and taking game number 2, 1-1.
1-1. Two amazing games here by two great trainers. So we have Stone Collection, who won game 1 convincingly. Even though he had that Tinkerton into the Drapion lead, he used his Corviknight to try and come back into the game. Alfie was such a dominant display game number 2 there.
I think Stone Collection needs to rethink his strategy a little bit. He has been bringing that Cradley Corviknight backline, and if that Cradley is aligned against Alfie's Corviknight, then that will be a tough matchup for him. So maybe Stone Collection needs to bring that Azumarill that is not as threatened by Alfie's team. I'm not sure. What do you think, Abby?
Well, I'm going to say something that you don't agree with. I think the safest possible play for Stone Collection is try to get the energy advantage on the Cradley. And if he can do that, he can potentially try to win the game. And one of the ways to do it is to lead your Corviknight, but I know you don't like that at all.
I don't like leading Corviknight, no, because I feel like the Corviknight can sponge up a lot of energy, but then you need your opponent to have energy from before. I think Corviknight works best in lower shield scenarios at the end of games, but Stone Collection needs to find a way to get value out of his Cradley better, in my opinion. So I think I agree slightly with you there.
Oh, wow. These two trainers have locked in for this decisive round 3. It's going to be the Corviknight lead against Cradley. This is not where you want to be as a Cradley, because the Corviknight does have super effective charge attack damage with an Iron Head into the Cradley.
But here comes Stone Collection. He's swapping in his own Corviknight. What is Alfie doing? Oh, Alfie goes in with his Drapion into this Corviknight. I need to brush up my glasses because I cannot believe what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, this could give Stone Collection a huge indication of what Pokemon could be at the back, because if he has another Pokemon weak to to Corviknight is the only reason why he comes in with the Drapion into this matchup. And also Stone, understanding this, pulls up a Protect Shield so early in the game.
I think Stone Collection realizes that his Corviknight's HP is very valuable to him. So he threw up one shield. Is he throwing up a second? No, he lets it go this time, but Corviknight hangs on.
Corviknight hangs on, Hale and Hardy, another Sky Attack coming in here. Drapion cannot shield this. Will this be enough to knock out the Drapion?
I don't think it is. But here we see Drapion takes a lot of damage here. The Corviknight will get the farm now before the final Aqua Tail. This Corviknight is putting in so much work for Stone Collection.
Corviknight has gone above and beyond here for Stone Collection and might even get to another move here. Sky Attack coming in. We know by now that we've seen so many mirrors that this Sky Attack is not enough to knock out Stone Collection's Corviknight. Corviknight staying healthy, and in comes the next charge attack. Will Stone Collection go for it? Yes, he goes for that Sky Attack. Sky Attack will do a small chunk of damage before the Corviknight of Stone Collection.
But this is resisted by Alfie's Corviknight as well. But what Stone Collection has managed is to flip switch advantage. And now he can align his Azumarill into that Corviknight and he gets a parting Iron Head as well.
Yeah, that is a parting shot by Corviknight in the Iron Head into Alfie's own Corviknight. This puts it in a range where potentially a Rock Tomb can really threaten it. But in comes his Azumarill. Azumarill is going to do what Azumarill does best. Come in, soak up all the energy from the Corviknight.
And just deny Stone Collection his loss. Can Azumarill win this for Stone Collection? Here comes Cradley. This is a rock type attack into the flying type jump bluff. This will do over 50% of this jump bluff's health.
Super effective damage coming in. Jumpluff not in a position to shield here. This also debuffs the Jumpluff's attack. Great position to be in. If you're Stone Collection, he gets to another Rock Tomb, but Alfie says, I'm not going to let you throw the second one and debuff my attack further. Here, take a charge attack from my side.
And Stone Collection is realizing he needs to strip away the shields. He doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure left, especially against this Jumpluff. So he threatens the shield of this Jumpluff, and Alfie lets it go. He's going to put it all on this Corviknight, who has a lot of energy.
He does have a lot of energy, but this Cradley is not in a range where the Iron Head will knock out. It will get to another Rock Tomb. I don't know how many Rock Tombs we have seen in this game so far.
And you can see on Alfie's face, his heart is breaking right in front of him. That Cradley is not getting taken out easily. It strips away the final shield, and Azumarill getting closer and closer to that Ice Beam. This debuffed Corviknight cannot take out the Azumarill, and Stone Collection is winning this losers round 3.
Stone Collection winning it, showing the expertise that is built up over time. Alfie went with that Corviknight lead, had a positive lead, but then again did not bring any answers for Stone Collection's own Corviknight. Stone Collection leveraged that Pokemon so well, got that energy advantage, and then completely went through Alfie's team.
I gotta hand it to Corviknight. I was not a believer before this tournament, but man, it's proving me wrong. Corviknight putting in such a great performance for Stone Collection there, taking out the Shadow Drapion, and then also taking Alfie's Corviknight down below half. Incredible display.
And that last Iron Head, I mean, I think it was a sliver of an HP, getting that Iron Head, even putting it in a range where a Rock Tomb from the Cradley would threaten it as well. It was very well played out. The energy on the Cradley, if you looked at game number 3, went everywhere, exactly where it needs to be. All the Rock Tombs went on the Pokemon that will take neutral or super effective damage. It was not wasted at all.
And I'm so impressed. We discussed it previously when Nickname built up on the Shadow Typhlosion before he swapped out. Here, Stone Collection built up on that Rock Tomb before swapping his Cradley out into that Corviknight of his own, and then he could leverage that energy later in the game. And Stone Collection, one of our finest trainers here, facing off against this newcomer Alfie, who has been knocking out trainers left and right in this tournament so far.
Stone Collection showing here how calm and collected he can be, not going for that Rock Tomb and going for this Grass Knot that would have completely obliterated this Swampert, showing patience. And again, Cradley show. It's all about the Cradley show on the side of Stone Collection. Game number 2 for Alfie. He went for this Hail Mary, went for that heavy hitting acrobatics, and the moment that attack landed, the game was sealed for Alfie. But game 3, Stone Collection came back, and he came back strong.
And the comeback with Azumarill is what sealed up this game for Stone Collection. He had Cradley Corviknight and Azumarill, 3 bulky Pokemon that doesn't put on a lot of pressure, but it's so hard to take them out of the game, and you will need so much damage, and Alfie just couldn't find that damage in that Game 3.
Yeah, Cradley is also a Pokemon that inherently adds more bulk to itself because of a charge attack that can debuff your opponent's attack as well. So it's just great to see how 2 Pokemon that rely on their bulk to win a game help Stone Collection set up his closing Pokemon, the Cradley, for the win.
And I think that artificial bulk that Cradley provides can make Pokemon like Azumarill almost impossible to take out. That Corviknight almost impossible to take out. But it also helps squish your Pokemon to last a little bit longer, and it skews matchups. So let's say I have practiced my Ferret against Cradley. Okay, I know how this matchup goes. All of a sudden, my Ferret is debuffed. Now, I'm not sure how that matchup goes anymore.
Yeah, especially if it's a very early debuff. One of the things that, of course, you need to do as a trainer is to try not only to understand your matchups, but also go out there and catch Pokemon. And a great occasion to catch Pokemon and be surrounded by trainers who want to have fun by catching Pokemons is the Go Fest. Let's take a quick look at what we have in store for you.
And there are some incredibly rare Pokemon that's coming on in Go Fest in Jersey City. That Bombardier is one that I have my eyes on. It's a dark and flying type with Sucker Punch and that Rock Tomb that can create that artificial bulk. There is also another flying type here.
Yeah, there's another flying type, which is the Howlshy. It's a Pokemon that's region locked, and to have access to it is a brilliant opportunity for you to go. But a Pokemon that I really want to teeny touch up on is that Beldum. Beldum's evolution line received a moveset update that could make the Metang even more viable into the PvP scene.
I think the Beldum line is one of the coolest Pokemon lines in my opinion. I think
the shiny Metagross?
Oh, this is so great shiny.
That's brilliant shiny. With silver and gold, that's it.
Okay, here is a bit of a controversial opinion.
No.
So, yes. I think the regular designs often are... I prefer those often more than the shiny ones. But on Metagross, that gold and silver shiny palette, oh, that is so cool.
I have this, let's say, a hobby to collect Pokemon that have gold in their shiny forms. It's something that I really like to do. And one of my best ones over the Metagross is the, I think, Luxray with that black and gold. That is just beautiful to see. But
two trainers with golds on their site is Fria and Kazim, and they are facing off in the losers round 4. They are now top 6 in this tournament, but they want to go further.
Yeah, losers round 4, they are very close to trying to get that gold medal. In comes Fria. Fria is having that Corviknight. Again, we see so many of these Corviknights in the tournament in day 2.
How is Kazim going to deal with Fria's Corviknight?
I know. He's gonna do double water.
Double water? You think it's going to be double water from Kazim? How outrageous of you to guess that. How I don't even see why you would think that.
It's never been done before today.
And Kazim, he's a inventor. He can reinvent himself all the time. But here you see Fria. He has been bringing that Malamar Corviknight core to great success. It's brought him here to the top 6, and there's no reason to stop now.
It's what we can also see and try to understand here. Fria has access to that Pokemon Diggersby. What Diggersby does, it brings bulk and has the potential to debuff your opponent's attack with that Scorching Sand as well. And looking at the team Kazim has, Diggersby is going to do great against it. Yes, the Feraligatr and Blastoise do super effective damage, but both these Pokemon do no fast attack damage onto the Diggersby. And one of the biggest counters that I see for the Diggersby in this case is the Jumpluff. But Diggersby, if it can pull that shield advantage somehow within the mid-game or the early game, can flip that Jumpluff matchup as well. So Fria has to play that Diggersby for perfection to get this game done.
I think the Cradley is always coming from Fria because you see 2 water types, 1 flying type, and a ground type. Cradley, and you've said it many times, how neutral of a matchup against the Drapion. So I think the Cradley is still coming from Fria almost every game.
Yeah, it has to, but also one of the things is Kazim has been playing the double water so much that if you get rid of the Cradley, then you really don't have a Pokemon to deal with the next water. So it will be a risky strategy. Let's see what happens. Fria and Kazim, both of them, we see a Corviknight into the Feraligatr. Hey, no double water.
But this is not what Fria wants, because this Feraligatr is putting on so much pressure. This is doing neutral Shadow Claw damage compared to Swampert's resisted Mud Shots, so the Feraligatr is threatening the Corviknight a lot more than the Swampert was previously.
Yes, indeed. Hydro Cannon number 1 comes in, but this Corviknight hangs on. It will get to the Sky Attack before the Feraligatr gets to another, maximizing his energy. Fria going for the Sky Attack. Will Kazim want to shield this?
I think Kazim lets it go, and if Fria had been bringing in his Diggersby, it would be looking great in the back, but there's no Diggersby. Fria needs to protect his Corviknight.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. He opts to no shield. Corviknight is gone out of the sky. Let's see which Pokemon he brings in. Will it be for the aggressive Bullet Seed down with the Cradley, or the Fairy Wind down by that Tinkaton?
I think Cradley is coming in here, and the Feraligatr swapping out. Here is that Drapion, but this is what Kazim wanted, because now we can realign his Tinkaton with the Cradley.
Yeah, it's a great insight from Kazim as well, understanding that the Pokemon at the back will do a better job for him against the Cradley, so hard swapping his Drapion to have a neutral matchup against this Tinkaton.
And Fria is building up a lot of energy here. He knows it could come in handy, but I think Fria has a lower defense Tinkaton, and that means the Poison Stings are doing a lot of damage. This is a Play Rough, and it comes through.
Play Rough goes through. A lot of players opt to go for double Bulldoze here, but Fria says, I'm gonna go big or go home. Play Rough goes through, and it's all going to be up to that Cradley to seal this game for Fria. But Fria says, I can potentially try to fast attack it down, but in comes his own Tinkaton. Kazim's Tinkaton is healthy. First Bulldoze is reached from Fria. Will Fria go for the back-to-back, or will he try to catch that on to his Cradley?
Great play by Fria to preserve his Tinkaton, because he needs some damage onto Kazim's Tinkaton, and that's a defense debuff, and Kazim's Tinkaton is locked in. He has switch locked for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, Cradley has, I think, 3 Bullet Seeds in, 2 Bullet Seeds. It will need 2 more to get to the Rock Tomb, and it does get there, and keep before Fria, before he could get to that Rock Tomb, Kazim comes in with that Play Rough to do a lot of damage. Fria wants to protect his Cradley as much as possible.
Great shield by Fria. I think the Tinkaton is closing in on getting 2 hit knocked out by this resisted attacks from the Cradley due to the defense debuff.
Yeah, first Rock Tomb comes in there, and Cradley is really close. Kazim will have to try to go for a catch here, but Fria says, you can try it, I'm gonna be patient, completely patient.
And Kazim is throwing a Play Rough. This is a debuffed Play Rough, won't do a lot, but here comes the Drapion, and Fria, it will threaten it with a knockout here with his Rock Tomb. Will Kazim shield?
I think no, he opts to no shield the Drapion. This puts him in a very difficult position here. He will have to get rid of this energy of the Cradley, and also, if he comes in with the Tinkaton, there is no way for him to clear that debuff. Tinkaton comes in here, 1 more for the Rock Tomb, another, and he goes for a Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb again will be shielded by this Tinkaton, but not before it gets that defense attack drop.
Kazim will still need to go for a Play Rough to knock out this Cradley, and here comes the Tinkaton from Fria. Kazim builds up. It will knock out this Tinkaton, but can Kazim outpace the Cradley in the back?
It's 2 Bullet Seeds that's needed for the Cradley to get to a move here, but no, Tinkaton gets to that Play Rough. All Tinkaton needed was 1 Fairy Wind, and this Play Rough is gonna knock that Cradley off the field. No time for dilly-dallying. Tinkaton gets it out.
Incredible play by Kazim, realizing mid-game how close this matchup could be, and maximizing his resources to get him that win in game 1. Incredible play.
Incredible play. One of the things that I noticed as well is what we thought of as well is that Kazim might go for that double water. I think Fria prepared for that. Unfortunately for him, it was that Tinkaton at the back. Considering the matchup, I think Fria did a great job to almost pull that in. It took Kazim to make 0 mistakes to get that game done.
Shielding his Tinkaton was the key point for Fria. That kept him in the game. If he had let his Tinkaton go with that much energy, then that Cradley would have been helpless in the back. So I think Fria realized, okay, this Tinkaton still has a lot of value, and that kept him and got him so close to actually winning in the game. But Kazim switched around, got rid of his debuffs, and then finally landed a full attack Play Rough to win that game.
Brilliant gameplay from both these very talented trainers. One of the things that I want to see is where is that Diggersby, man? Where is that Diggersby? We want to see the Diggersby.
Diggersby would have been incredible against Kazim's team. The Feraligatr with Shadow Claws are not threatening it. There was a Tinkaton and there was a Shadow Dropion. Both of these matchups are very good for the ground type. Diggersby hitting the poison and steel types were super effective.
Yeah. We also noticed the water type of choice for Kazim was that Feraligatr. This one is not a Shadow Feraligatr, so the Hydro Cannons don't hit as hard. So if the Diggersby can get to that Scorching Sand, get that attack fall, then suddenly the matchup is not so bad for Diggersby.
I wonder if Frika will adjust his plans or will he stick to his guns. I think that Kazim, known for that double water strategy, puts on a lot of pressure for Frika to keep bringing that Cradley, but if he gets it aligned on that Tinkaton, it will be so bad for him.
What Frika can do to completely negate that double water strategy, especially with the Pokemon that he has, is bringing that Diggersby. If that's Diggersby in the lead, you do not want to swap in your water types because its fast attacks do no damage. Let's see what these two trainers have. We see that Diggersby into the lead, onto that Tinkaton. Frika with an amazing read here.
And here we see how Kazim will respond. It goes into the regular Feraligatr, and of course there is the Cradley to answer it.
Cradley comes in here and it has the access to that super effective Grass Knot, but Kazim wants to bait it out, tries to get this Hydro Cannon shielded, and that's exactly what happens. Frika shields that Hydro Cannon, but at this point, this Cradley can go for this Rock Tomb to debuff this Feraligator's attack.
I think this is a very curious play, and Kazim calls it out. This is a Rock Tomb. Now Kazim can get to another charge attack.
Yeah, and I think at this point Frika might want to completely bullet seed down the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr goes for a Hydro Cannon. Potentially, I think he could get to another, putting that Cradley deep into the red. He gets to another, but I don't think this is enough to knock out the Cradley after that Rock Tomb debuff.
Frika's managed to neutralize that Feraligatr, but now the Tinkaton comes in. Oh, and he manages to get through. Feraligatr up a shield.
Feraligatr is up a shield, but this could potentially mean that Diggersby can come in, and Diggersby can get that Blastoise onto the field. Remember, it is a Corviknight at the back for Frika, so it's not like he needed the swap in this matchup.
I think Frika knows that the Tinkaton is not going anywhere. Weird timing from Frika. He gives Kazim a free rollout, but Kazim, will he shield this Blastoise? Yes, he realizes that this Blastoise might still have a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, Blastoise's first Hydro Cannon comes in here. Diggersby can safely tank this Hydro Cannon, but maybe the next one, not so much. Let's see what Frika does. He can go for one more, but not before another Hydro Cannon comes in. That one rollout that sneaks in will let Frika be in this position.
I think Frika knows he needs to get this Blastoise low sooner rather than later. Both of his Pokemon can deal with a Tinkaton, but this Blastoise is putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, Blastoise, look at the amount of work it did already. It is already at another Hydro Cannon. This Hydro Cannon will knock this Diggersby out, and it looks like a huge amount of HP the Corviknight will have to sand attack down.
And this is still an uphill battle for Frika. What started out as a great game is now looking kind of dire, because Kazim, he's nodding his head, he's smiling. He knows that even though that Corviknight is a great matchup against the Tinkaton, the Corviknight still needs some HP, and the Blastoise will get to a second Hydro Cannon, and Kazim is now putting on so much pressure with his water type.
Second Hydro Cannon comes in, and this is going to do a lot of damage onto this Corviknight. Corviknight is already into the red. It will have to try and farm down the Blastoise, but no, Kazim says, I'm not going to give you any win condition. Here, take a Bulldoze, and again, undercharging it here. And is this undercharge enough to knock out the Corviknight?
I don't think it is, but it's going to get close. This Fairy Winds will knock down the Corviknight, and Tinkaton is so tired of that obnoxious Corviknight using its hammer and knocking it down from the sky.
Great lead for Frika, but Kazim showing how he can work with that double water strategy to completely neutralize any advantage Frika could build up in the lead. Kazim. It's all about him, especially in that switch matchup where the Cradley was into that water type, and Kazim understanding, yes, okay, I got the bait in, so now all I have to do is go straight Hydro Cannons, and then I will be able to get the shield advantage and also the switch advantage, and that completely changed game for Kazim.
I think both of these trainers were put in such tough positions, and the pressure was on them. Like, Fria had that great lead, but he knew he needed to neutralize that Feraligatr because neither the Diggersby nor the Corviknight wanted to deal with it particularly. So Fria decided to shield this Cradley, but that shield was costly when he didn't land the Grass Knot. He didn't get a shield in return with a Rock Tomb, and he let the Feraligatr take out that Cradley entirely.
Yeah, I think at that moment of time, what was running on Fria's head was the fact that he has a Corviknight at the back and he has a Diggersby at the front. So for him, switch advantage was not the one that he was going for. Maybe he thought Kazim would pull up a Protect Shield, get that Rock Tomb shielded, and first fight for the switch, because Diggersby against Tinkaton is not a matchup where you want to go back into.
So Fria had a strong matchup against Tinkaton in the front and a strong matchup against Tinkaton in the back. So, as you say, switch advantage was not important to him, but still, going down resources against that Feraligatr was so costly. I think Fria would need to no-shield that Cradley and then start praying, because Kazim, with his double water strategy, it looks unbeatable right now.
Yeah, but it's as you said, right? He didn't have to fight for switch, but the point was that he not only lost switch, but he also used his resources. If you don't, how do you call it, hard press against your advantage, when you have the advantage, especially if you have a Cradley into the Feraligatr, it can come back and then bite you as well.
And I think, my friend Abi, that we have seen some of the great players here in Bologna, and they are putting on a show. It's Kazim 33. He was knocked down to the loser bracket by Colin 6, but you know who else is knocked down to the loser bracket? It is Colin 6, and he is getting ready on stage, facing off against Toad Collection.
Yeah, also he is getting ready on stage, but I want to hear a lot more from Kazim, his thought process on how he wants to run the double water as well. So we have Martin with a short interview.
Thank you, Abi and Marcus. I'm here with the winner of just now, Kazim. The Dortmund regional champion of this season is progressing further in Bologna. Congratulations, Kazim. I want to ask you, when was the last time you won with Feraligatr against Cradley a shield up?
Never. I don't think I've played that matchup before, but I think I was happy to know. I mean, Cradley users always just throw Rock Tomb, even though they have the super effective move, so I just thought, you know, I'll just call it and see where we can go from there. And Hydro Cannon is such an efficient attack that I felt it could two-shot the Cradley, even with the debuff. And I think he had an attack at the end when the Cradley lived on 1 HP. Yeah. But he didn't throw, I think, because he knew he didn't need switch, because he was very strong into my Tinkaton lead.
When he didn't go for switch,
yeah,
did you realize it was going to be Corviknight in the back?
No, I'm too tired, and I just wanted to keep my Tinkaton away from the Cradley. So I would have shielded it, and things might have been different because my Blastoise would have had a lot of legwork to do in the end game, and Tinkaton would have struggled.
Exactly. You face a lot of Corviknight in this tournament. It is one of the most flexible picks, one of my favorite actually. What is your opinion on the Corviknight? You face so many.
Well, firstly, it's not flexible. I think a flexible one has to have charge attack pressure as well as fast attack pressure, and increasingly, well, you're seeing a more dynamic meta where Pokemon need the ability to farm things down, convert energy into the next matchup. Corviknight just cannot do that. So I disagree with the flexible. I think it's got a great, fantastic type, a great defensive typing. Sorry. But in terms of its attack, it really lacks potential, and you can beat it with pretty much anything, including Jump Bluff.
I think Farid would definitely agree with you, because his favorite Pokemon is Skarmory, and it's also a Steel Flying type. Not a Pokemon we see as much.
It's better.
Skarmory's better? Yeah. Why is that?
It can fast move things down. It doesn't lose to Cradley.
What if you run Corviknight with Steel Wing, though?
I don't know. I mean, you never see it. People somehow prefer the sand attack. I don't know why.
You said you're tired by now because it's been a long day. How do you feel going into the next round? I believe you're in the loose semis right now?
Oh, am I top 4?
You're pretty far.
It's pretty cool. Just taking things one game at a time. I might play Colin next, and I feel like I'm not a morning person. I played pretty poorly against him in the first game, so it'd be really nice to have a rematch. But yeah, just looking forward to it. I set myself a target of top 8, and I've exceeded that. I wasn't even meant to be here, but I kind of missed out. It's been 3 months, and
Well, why did you come? Because you did. Because I thought it was because you liked Italy.
I do love Italy. I've had some good food over the last few days, and I'm sure I will enjoy a nice meal tonight. But I saw the travel award, and I've been slowly. Every time I log into a cast, I have that red arrow, that downwards arrow, and I felt like
And you want to go green, right?
Yep.
Exactly. Well, I think a top 8 is a very humble goal to set, considering you've won a regional championship before. Congratulations on this victory. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to friends, family, fans?
I want to shout out my wife. She's been really supportive from home. My mum, she's been watching and supporting as well. The TM Pizza team, London's finest, and specifically Witherd, who's had a great run himself. Actually stayed in the same hotel as me, and we team built together. I think he only ran the shadow for Alligator. So yeah, a lot of support.
That is great to hear, and to love that we all enjoy Pokemon together. We're gonna see how Colin's going to do in our next match, and I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
It's all about camaraderie in these events. And you know who are very good comrades? It's me and Farid, whose favorite Pokemon is Skarmory, which we just talked about as well. Also, Kazim and Farid are also good friends.
I can tell that there are a lot of good friends here. I just wish there was one for me. Maybe I can find one friend here on stage, Colin 6 or maybe Stone Collection. Maybe one of you want to be my friend.
I don't think so, but we see Colin going up against Stone Collection. The Colin's team is one that we saw its accent run and pilot to a huge success, and on the other side we see the Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Kanto Marowak that does so much work against Colin's team. One of the things with the Kanto Marowak is that even against the Lapras, it has that super effective Rock Slide towards the end game.
So are you saying that Lapras struggles to swap into that Shadow Kanto Marowak? That could be true.
Well, let's see, but it's also a very risky Pokemon because of the fact that on screen we see Colin having Jumpluff, so leading a Kanto Marowak would be a big risk. We saw it completely punished by Witherd in one of the games as well, where he had that Jumpluff onto the Kanto Marowak. So let's see what Stone has in store.
But Stone is a fearless trainer. He is willing to take those risks that he believes gives him the best chance at winning that game. He has a plethora of options though. The Tinkaton is a Fairy and Steel type Pokemon, can resist the rollouts from Blastoise, the Psywaves from Lapras, Psywaves from Malamar, Quick Attack. I don't even think Colin can hit the Tinkaton for even neutral fast attack damage here.
You know, if anybody can work around it, it has to be Colin. I'm sure he's faced so many Tinkaton on his way here, and I know he will have a strategy in place for dealing with the Tinkaton. But these two trainers have locked in their Pokemon. It's gonna be Blastoise going up against Tinkaton. Blastoise's rollout does not do super effective or neutral damage, but in comes this Tinkaton slowly and steadily, throwing that Fairy Wind, trying to get to that play rough.
But how cool is this Blastoise? This Blastoise is so cool that it doesn't even need to shield this play rough. But can the Blastoise cool off this hot Tinkaton with the Hydro Cannons? I'm not sure. This Hydro Cannon, I know for a fact, these Hydro Cannons are not enough to two-shot this Tinkaton.
I'm surprised you know it, Marcus. So here comes the first Hydro Cannon. The Hydro Cannon puts that Tinkaton almost into the yellow here, but in this Blastoise paces so fast, gets to another Hydro Cannon. This will put the Tinkaton into the red. But then again, because rollout being resisted by the Tinkaton is not enough to farm it down.
Someone give this Blastoise and Colin some sunglasses, because Stone Collection is shining bright in this lead matchup here with this Tinkaton.
Fairy type Pokemon getting rid of that cool and collected Blastoise, only to be met with this Jumpluff. Will Tinkaton get to the player of? No, it will not, but goes for a Bulldoze instead. This can potentially debuff the Jumpluff and put it in a very tricky situation.
And we see the Bulldoze now doing basically negative damage and not getting that debuff. What does Stone Collection decide to do here?
He will have to make a call here. If he comes in with a Cradley, and that's going to be very difficult. But this is one of those matchups where this is great, because we know Colin 6's Lapras is running that Ice Beam and not that Skull Bash.
And that is a lot better for Stone Collection's Azumarill, but Lapras can still win out that matchup. Stone Collection needs this Cradley to put in so much work for him, but that Colin knows that too, and he shields off this Rock Tomb.
Staying in this matchup could provide a huge clue for Stone Collection at what Pokemon could be at the back here. Staying in and going for another Acrobatics. Colin might give away his hand and still Stone Collection that, it's probably a Lapras at the back.
I'm very impressed by Stone Collection. He realizes that this Cradley is incredibly valuable to him. And here, Colin thinks that the Jumpluff is so valuable to him, he comes in with the Lapras. This is great for Stone Collection now.
Yes, now he has already debuffed that Lapras with that Rock Tomb. He can potentially go up to another Rock Tomb and then go into the Azumarill for a potential catch, and he goes for it, but Colin did not fall for it. But Azumarill is so healthy now. Yes, Lapras has 2 Sparkling Arias, but these are all resisted by the Azumarill.
And Stone Collection, this is exactly what he wanted to see. Now he can farm up with the Azumarill to an Ice Beam and threaten the shields away from the Jumpluff.
So much energy can be gotten into this Azumarill. Stone Collection is in the driver's seat here, but if anybody can snatch this game back from Stone Collection, it is Colin. Colin will get to another Sparkling Area. This will be enough to put that Azumarill into the yellow, but it's still such a healthy Azumarill. And not only healthy, such an Azumarill with a lot of energy.
And we see Stone Collection goes for the Ice Beam into the Lapras. He wants to negate a potential catch opportunity and also get more farm on his Azumarill.
Yeah,
Furious play.
Because now the Jumpluff is forced to swap in and not before getting in for that Ice Beam from that Azumarill. Azumarill putting in a ton of work here. We know that Cradley has access to that Rock Tomb. It can immediately swap in and go for that Rock Tomb to get the attack fall. No, but he waits. He goes for another Bullet Seed.
Is this Acrobatics enough to knock out, or can Stone Collection get to 2 Rock Tombs? Oh, it's so low. I think Stone Collection needed that debuff. How close can he get to another Rock Tomb? He needs these 2 attacks.
First Rock Tomb coming in. This will debuff Colin's attack, but then again, I think one more is what is needed, but no. Jumpluff farms down, Fairy wins down that Cradley and goes for that Acrobatics to take this bunny out of the field.
And Colin 6 is pulling it back. The Cradley looked so good for Stone Collection, but Colin, he's not giving up. He knew that his Jumpluff could seal him the game.
That was so close. It was game of 2 halves indeed. I think the starting of the game, it was all about Colin. Then it switched completely to Stone Collection side when Colin made that catch on the Lapras. And then towards the end game, unfortunately for Stone Collection, he went for that extra Bullet Seed, which caused his Cradley to take a full damage of that Acrobatics.
But at the same time, I think that Jumpluff could have reached an Aerial Ace before the second Rock Tomb, so that means that Stone Collection was in a dire situation anyway, not being able to reach 2 Rock Tombs, against that Jumpluff anyway.
Yep, it would have been a really close game indeed. I think Colin played perfectly well, managing his energy not only on the Lapras but also on the Jumpluff, recognizing, why is he staying in as the Cradley into this matchup? Maybe there's a Pokemon at the back that my Jumpluff can do better against. So understanding that and swapping his Cradley, his Jumpluff out, bringing the Lapras, even though it cost him a huge lead there.
Colin wanted to get rid of those debuffs so that the Acrobatics could really hurt that Cradley. And realizing that, Colin swapped out to clear the debuff, even if it meant taking a charge attack on that Lapras. I'm curious, maybe the best play for Stone Collection would be to throw the Rock Tomb
onto the Lapras.
Yeah, and keep the Azumarill healthy so that the Azumarill potentially could get to 2 Ice Beams against the Jumpluff in the back.
Doesn't have to, it potentially might have been in such a way as well that maybe going for that second Rock Tomb onto... Anyways, game number 2, we have a Malamar lead into the Corviknight. Corviknight resists all these fast attack damage from the Malamar, but Malamar does have access to Foul Play to do neutral damage and also Superpower to do neutral damage on to this Corviknight.
I think Colin potentially wants to get out of here eventually because he is very soft to that Cradley in the back. Colin, maybe he needs to save some energy on this Malamar, and here comes the Blastoise.
Blastoise comes in only to be met with the Malamar. Yes, this is a Shadow Malamar on the side of Stone Collection, and look at how much damage the Psywaves already do. Hydro Cannon number 1 coming in from Colin's cool and collected Blastoise, only to be no-shielded by Stone Collection.
I'm very surprised Stone Collection decided to no-shield here, because this Malamar is the squishiest Pokemon on Stone Collection's side. He decides to throw a superpower and Colin puts up his shield.
Puts up a Protect Shield because it was a Charge Attack tie on that Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon now coming in from the Blastoise. Will Stone Collection pull up a Protect Shield? Because this is very crucial here. At the back line, there is the Azumarill that cannot farm down this Blastoise, but in comes the Corviknight again. Will it get to a move before Blastoise reaches an Hydro Cannon? No. Stone Collection wanting to overfarm a little bit more.
I think Stone Collection needs to start spending his shields, but he's not shielding another Hydro Cannon. Now he has 1.5 Pokemon left. Here comes a foul play. Stone Collection, where are you going to use your shields? You have an Azumarill in the back.
If you don't use your shields, you will not have any HP towards the end game as well. Malamar is going to be met with this Iron Head coming in and shielded by Malamar. Colin recognizing maybe there is something the Malamar can do a great job against at the back line and goes for a catch here. Stone Collection, unfortunately, not falling for it, Colin.
And Colin, he's going for the superpower. He wants to debuff his Malamar so the Azumarill gets less farm. And that means he's also doing less damage, but he realizes that the value of Azumarill's energy is outweighing the damage that he can do with this Malamar.
Yep, in comes the superpower from Malamar, but then again at this point, Azumarill will get that full farm down. It has access to that one Protect Shield, so whatever Pokemon comes in is gonna be in a position, or should be in a position, to do a ton of damage over time to this Azumarill.
I think Stone Collection really needs to use his Corviknight somewhere. He needs to find out where does he spend that final Protect Shield. I think the Azumarill is not going to be protected by Stone Collection, but Colin is farming up and farming up and farming up. When is Colin going to throw his energy?
I think he has to go for that back-to-back Sparkling Arias before he goes and gets rid of the energy, and he gets there. Will he? Oh, he waits patiently. Unfortunately, Stone Collection will now be either forced to pull up a Protect Shield or go into his own Corviknight. Corviknight is in the yellow. Blastoise's rollouts will slowly add up over time, but not before Lapras gets to another Sparkling Aria.
How far away are Colin's Pokemon from charge attacks? Can the Blastoise come in and Hydro Cannon? Can Corviknight outpay? Oh, and he catches an Iron Head from Stone Collection. Detrimental for Stone Collection's chances in this game.
Catch comes in. This Iron Head is resisted, but now this puts Colin in the driver's seat here. Hydro Cannon coming in. No shield for that Corviknight to hide behind. I think Stone's chances of going further in this tournament is slowly and steadily slipping away from him.
Can the Azumarill farm down the Blastoise? No, I don't think it can. It would need to outpace both the Blastoise and the Lapras. And Colin 6, and the cool Blastoise is blasting out the Azumarill out of the water here.
Azumarill is out. Colin is through 2-0 against Stone Collection. We might see that game. We might see when Colin is going up against Kazim next for that redemption game for Kazim. But it's all about Colin right now. He shows how calm and composed he can be. He got put into that losers bracket very early into day 2, but he has not lost a single game, making sure that he's still in contention to defend his title.
Colin 6, he found out his Blastoise. He put it on the field, and anyway, it started blasting. Blasting left, blasting right, blast, Blastoise.
Blast, Blastoise indeed. Well, it's also a very cool Pokemon design, especially having like two pumps to get rid of the water attacks, and it's a really amazing design. And not to mention Colin running that Blastoise that you could get from, I think, quests, was it, a long time ago, where you could find the Squirtle with glasses. That was a quest as well.
It was also a community day with a
glasses?
I can't remember.
I don't think it was with the glasses.
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure.
It wasn't. I'm not sure either, but now that you put that down into me, this is where I think going for another Rock Slide here would have potentially forced Colin maybe to go for that second shield, and then Azumarill could potentially close out. But here, Colin, understanding what he needs to do, goes in with a Jumpluff. Again, Jumpluff, too much to handle. That Acrobatics, one of the best charge attacks in the game, comes in, gets that Cradley almost off the pitch, and also says to the Azumarill, hey Azumarill, bye Azumarill.
You want to see a magic trick? Well, the bunny disappears in this magic trick. And here we see Colin pulling up another magic trick, catching that Iron Head on his turtle. And then Blastoise does what Blastoise does best. It's blasting.
Yep, roll out slowly and steadily adding up. And then Azumarill coming back only to met with another Hydro Cannon. Both it's just so good, the combination of rollout with Hydro Cannon for Blastoise.
Incredible.
First one, you need 4 rollouts, and then from there out, it's 3.
3? 3.
3.
3. 3. 3. How many threes?
I don't know.
So like 12 threes. And that is how incredibly efficient Blastoise is to a charge attack. And we have seen not a lot of Blastoise in this series until it's Axon won with it last weekend. And now Blastoise is everywhere and putting in so much work for both Colin and Kazim.
I just want to, you know, feather my cap a little bit as well, because
Okay.
I predicted Blastoise so much earlier. It was in my caster prediction draft, and nobody played it, guys. Please take a look.
It was also in my caster prediction for Utrecht.
Utrecht? No, mine was before. Haha.
Wow, you're so impressive. I've also been playing Blastoise a lot in practice tournaments, and there are a lot of trainers who have practiced with their Pokemon. I'm sure that PvP David has been practicing with his Blastoise, and now he's up in the winners finals against Feelback. I just want to know, trainers, this is a best of 5. That means the trainer who wins needs to win 3 games to knock the opponent down to the loser bracket.
Because it is the winners final here. This is going to give these competitors one step closer. Whoever wins this already has that silver medal in the bag. It's going to be Feelback who put Colin 6 down into the losers bracket, showing off that Sand Slash plushie. I swear, that's so cute. But also on the back, we see those 2 Laprases cuddling each other as well.
You mean the Latios and Latias? The Eon twins are cuddling in the back, but here we see Feelback. He's been cuddling his fur Talonflame core. I think that core is so good right now. And also paired with that Shadow Malamar, regular Swampert, and the double fairy Tinkaton Azumarill.
Yeah, but one of the things that we need to look out for the Talonflame is PvP David is playing that double water line as well with Lapras and Blastoise. That gives him quite a decent way to deal with the Talonflame, but we know the only Pokemon that can deal with a Talonflame with Flame Charge in this lineup is a Blastoise.
That is absolutely correct. Even the Lapras can struggle against that Talonflame. And Diggersby, Jumpluff, Tinkaton, and even the Malamar kind of struggles with Talonflame here. So will Feelback take the risk of running that Talonflame against a team with a Blastoise?
Yep.
Is he brave enough?
Is he brave enough? But unfortunately, he doesn't have the brave word, so we'll have to wait and see. Talonflame is potentially could be run into the lead matchup as well, because of the fact that a lot of the trainers have been using Blastoise in that safe swap position because of how safe it is into the meta.
I think Feelback will need to rely on Talonflame to get rid of the Tinkaton on PvP David's side, but will David use his Tinkaton? If he doesn't, that Furret could really threaten his team, because Furret has a grass type charge attack.
Exactly, and one of the things that I want to note down here as well is that Swampert. Swampert, yes, of course, if you look at even shielding scenarios against PvP David's team, is not going to have a great time. But if it gets an energy lead or a shield advantage, suddenly it can do a lot of work. And over the course of the seasons, that's exactly how players have played Swampert. Give it a shield or give it some energy lead, and then it will go through the opponent's teams.
I think there are so many ways for Feelback to play this matchup. I also believe in the Shadow Malamar. I think Feelback kind of has the upper hand in this matchup, because the Shadow Malamar compared to the regular one is way worse for PvP David's Lapras, Diggersby, and the Blastoise. Shadow Malamar, if it 2 shields against the Blastoise, it will take Blastoise out before Blastoise can even land a Hydro Cannon.
Oof, that is rough indeed, but these 2 trainers have made their decisions. Let's see what they have in store. Winners final. Feelback on the left, PvP David on the right. It's a Talonflame lead onto the Lapras.
Is this good for Feelback or not? He's shaking his head a little bit. This is not exactly what he wanted to see, but it's better than the Blast. Oh, he goes directly into that Tinkaton. This is what Feelback wants. He has lured out that Tinkaton.
Luring out the Tinkaton with the Malamar is a great thing to do here for Feelback, because this superpower, yes, it is neutral against the Tinkaton and it will put it into the yellow. This can be a great farm down for Talonflame towards the end game. Bulldoze coming in for PvP David, opting not to go for that play rough.
Does Feelback want to take out this Tinkaton now? I believe he would. Can he though? Because this superpower will threaten a knockout.
superpower, back-to-back superpower here, and this will knock out PvP David's Tinkaton. PvP David pulls up that protection. Does he know there is another superpower in store for his Tinkaton?
Feelback is playing this astronomically great. Now he has upper shield and he has switch advantage. Who can stop Feelback?
Oh my, looks so bad for PvP David. In comes his Lapras to try and get that energy lead, but we know there is that Witherd, but we also know that PvP David has that Blastoise at the back. Does Feelback make that read and come in with his Talonflame?
He does! Incredible read by Feelback, but will he shield the Sparkling Aria or will he let his Talonflame go? He lets it go!
He lets that Sparkling Aria go. He's going to give all his shields for that Witherd at the backline. Sparkling Aria #1 comes in, but in comes his Blastoise. He gets to that fly before the rollout could knock out the Talonflame. Fly #1 comes in, and at this point, it's going to be the Witherd show. That cute little Pokemon is gonna come in and give this Blastoise hell.
That little spin that Witherd does, it looks cute, but now it's so threatening to PvP David. Feelback, now that the Tinkaton was gone, Feelback thought, this Witherd can win me this game. I'm even going to take Water Attack on the Talonflame.
Now, what also happens here is that Feelback goes for the Trailblaze before Blastoise gets to that second Hydro Cannon, throwing at not ideal timing to force the Blastoise to pull up that Protect Shield. So that's exactly what Blastoise does at this point. This is crucial here. Feelback, will he pull up a Protect Shield? He says no. I'm going to try to Sucker Punch down the Blastoise.
With these Sucker Punches, I don't think the Blastoise can get to another Hydro Cannon. So now the Witherd has boosted Trailblazers to throw into this Lapras. PvP David, can he get to 2 Charge Attacks or Sidewave down the Witherd? I don't think it is. He can. Feelback is looking so good here.
Trailblaze comes in, puts that Lapras into the red here. Sucker Punching, slowly and steadily whittling that Lapras down, and it gets there, gets to that Swift to knock Lapras out. Feelback takes the lead in the winner's final.
Incredible game by Feelback. He came in with his Talonflame against a Water-type Pokemon, let a Water-type attack through, and then just got to that fly, took away a lot of HP from that Blastoise, and then put it all on the Witherd. And yeah, it worked out so well.
Darn, did it work out so well. Also, that Malamar, one of the reasons why I think it's a good showcase to show why you want to run that Shadow Malamar in this matchup. We saw Tinkaton is it's considered as such a polarizing matchup for the Malamar to go up against, but the Shadow came in, got to the first superpower, put that Tinkaton into the yellow, and then those Psywaves added up over time, got to that back-to-back superpower. Not only did Feelback get rid of the Tinkaton to face against a Witherd, he got the shield advantage and also the switch advantage in that matchup.
Incredible display by Feelback. I am in awe because he pulled out every stop to put that matchup in his favor. Put it all on the Witherd, and it did not disappoint. It was a very uphill matchup for PvP David once the Tinkaton was out of the way. And I think PvP David realized during the game this was a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. It was so close as well. Getting to that superpower with 1 HP on that Malamar to force the Tinkaton to either shield again or let go of the switch was very crucial. One of the times that it shows that sometimes maybe, you know, having the right stat distribution matters.
I think Feelback now might consider running his Swampert because what is the chances of PvP David running that Jump Bluff now that you saw the Talonflame come out and put in a lot of work?
Well, it's going to be risky, right? I think it's one of those times where it's a best of 5 as well. So if you win game 1, it's a good opportunity for you to test the waters a little bit more to see or try to get into your opponent's head. And that's exactly maybe what Feelback would want to do. Let's see if PvP David understands this and brings up a counter strategy of his own.
Feelback thinking it through. PvP David looking ready and locked in, and we have both of these trainers. They are tension. There's tension here. I can feel it that these trainers want this so bad, and Feelback, he's getting ready.
Feelback just needs 2 more wins to go into the next round, and it's round 2 already. We see the Malamar into a Malamar mirror. It's gonna come down to charge attack priority. Which of these Pokemon has that tiny bit of attack to try and win this game for them?
And this is a Shadow Malamar into the regular one. Who will win charge attack priority? Oh, they throw in charge attack priority, and it's just Shadow Malamar that wins the charge attack priority.
Feelback's Malamar gets the charge attack priority, and this will do a ton of damage onto PvP David's Malamar, which of course is not the Shadow Malamar, so it's not going to do as much damage. But since Malamar of Feelback is the Shadow type Pokemon, it's going to take 20% more damage. So it will even it out.
Feelback will need switch advantage in this situation because he has a Ferret in the back, and he needs to keep it away from that Tinkaton.
Yeah, but Witherd with a shield advantage can still do well against Tinkaton, but let's see how these two players play it out here. In comes the second foul play from PvP David, and Feelback says, all right, if you're going to fight for Switch, I am going to as well. Let's see how these two trainers play it out. Maybe this is an opportunity for PvP David to go for that foul play charge attack tie or try to catch it on another Pokemon, but Feelback and PvP David going for this foul play again.
Feelback knows he is in control here. He can control switch advantage or shield advantage. And will he go for either? Maybe he can go for a farm down on his Tinkaton. No, he decides to shield up his Shadow Malamar. He knows that the energy and health on this Malamar is important and can come to great use against everything.
Yeah, at this point, you would want to go for the superpower here, but Feelback says, all right, I'm not going to take any risk. I'm going to go for this foul play and see what is at the back here. PvP David's Malamar off the field, and still a lot of HP left on Feelback's Malamar. But this Tinkaton is coming here. Will this be able to fairy wind down? No, not before Feelback's Malamar gets to another parting superpower. This is a great position for Feelback.
Filbe getting the most out of his Malamar. PvP David, can he risk running the Malamar lead ever again? Because here comes the Ferret. It's kept away from the Tinkaton. It can start boosting up with its super effective Trailblazes.
But before it gets to that Trailblaze, Blastoise will meet it with that Hydro Cannon. This will do a ton of damage against that Ferret, puts it into the yellow, but Ferret gets to that Trailblaze. This Trailblaze will help it boost its attack. Trailblaze number 1 comes in, and there's no shield for both of these trainers to hide behind.
And the Blastoise gets to a Hydro Cannon. Just want to get rid of this annoying Ferret as soon as possible. But now Feelback can come in with his Tinkaton, get a farm down, and then threaten PvP David's Tink with his energy.
Yeah, Feelback doesn't even want to wait for that switch clock as well. He knows all he has to do is get that energy, get that farm down onto that Tinkaton to get to back-to-back bulldozers to knock out PvP David's Tinkaton at the back. Hydro Cannon comes in from the Blastoise. Feelback going for that switch immediately.
But there is a bulldoze stored on PvP David's side. Can he outpace Feelback's Tinkaton? If he can get the debuff here, no. But can he win win charge attack priority in this situation? Then PvP David might still have a chance.
It's gonna be all about that charge attack tie again. No, actually PvP David's Tinkaton is at a bulldoze already, but again, Feelback's Tinkaton wins that charge attack tie. This will send PvP David's Tinkaton back into the field, and last but not the least, in comes that Blastoise. This is going to be a fairy wind down for Feelback. 2-0, dominant display by Feelback. The game hangs by the thread for PvP David. He needs to win the next game to bring himself back, to give him hope to continue on the winner's side of the bracket.
PvP David, this is his last chance to start taking a game off of Feelback. If he does not win the next game, he gets knocked down to the loser's bracket. But the strategy has not changed for PvP David. He still needs to win 3 games if he can keep his composure and realize there's still 3 games that needs to be won. Nothing has changed for me.
In these scenarios, it's what you call is for PvP David the best of ones. He loses 1, it's over. So for him, every game he has to play like it's his last. Feelback has a little bit of wiggle room. He has 3 games to bring out 1 win. If anybody can reverse sweep Feelback, it is PvP David. He's been competing so much throughout the championship series, and he has done so well as a trainer. You can't count out PvP David at this point, but let's see how these two trainers work their way out in game number 3. What are their strategies? What will they change? But a thing to note here is Malamar of Feelback wins charge attack tie against the Malamar of PvP David, and Tinkaton of Feelback wins the charge attack tie against PvP David. So he has 2 Pokemon with just 1 extra matchup that's better for them in the mirror as well.
Very big advantage for Feelback, and I don't think PvP David can risk leading the Malamar anytime again because of how terrible that led to his opposing Malamar, the mirror Malamar matchup to be.
Yep, it cannot be a Malamar lead, but then again, what do you lead if you're PvP David? We saw that Feelback is not afraid to run that Talonflame into this line as well. It's going to be a lead. It's going to be these two trainers have locked in, and it's going to be a Tinkaton mirror. But we know this mirror is favored for Feelback.
Because now Filbe gets to keep his Ferret away from that Tinkaton, and he has a Malamar also in the back, and this is looking great for Feelback. I just want to note, Feelback has not dropped a single game yet in this competition.
Wow, dominant display, but in comes the safe swap into that Blastoise, only to be met with this Ferret. Ferret does not want to be against that Tinkaton, so this is exactly where you want to put it if you are Feelback. In comes that first Hydro Cannon from this Blastoise. It's not as cool as Colin's Blastoise, but it's here and it's trying to get the job done as much.
And Feelback, he's throwing the super effective Trail Blaze, but the Blastoise outpacing the Ferret will win this zero shield scenario. Will Feelback put his shields on this Ferret?
Yeah, he has to, right? He has bought that Malamar at the back, so he wants to secure that swap here. Ferret, yes, of course, it is a shield down, but then again, Tinkaton will have to deal with these damage over time. Ferret doesn't have a great matchup, but the longer it stays, the more it boosts up, the better it is for it.
This is a play ref coming through. Feelback, does he want to save this Ferret? No, he lets it go. PvP David has now spent all its energy on this Tinkaton. So can Feelback start to threaten the opposing Tinkaton with their energy?
Yeah, Bulldoze, a lot of energy stored up on the side of PvP David's Tinkaton. He needs to try to dance around with the energy to try to pull this game back here. Bulldoze #1 connects for Feelback, and PvP David goes for a Bulldoze of his own. Let's make sure that we understand that Feelback is at a shield disadvantage here. So energy towards the late game could be pivotal in how this game turns out.
But Feelback is now threatening a knockout on PvP David's Tinkaton if he doesn't put up a shield, but he does.
He does put up that Protect Shield, but look at the amount of HP his Tinkaton has here. It is so low. One Bulldoze is all it will take, and we know at this point the Feelback's Tinkaton has reached that Bulldoze, so it can be a charge attack tie. PvP David could set up a catch here, going immediately into his Lapras. No, and he does, and it's a catch!
Should it be a debuff, a potential debuff? But this is still looking so good for the Malamar in the back for Feelback.
Malamar is a nightmare of a match, and a defenseful! Oh my, it's all going the side of Feelback here. Psywave's adding up for Malamar, but unfortunately, PvP David's Psywave from that Lapras is barely making any dents onto this Malamar.
And there's a foul play bait as well. PvP David shaking his head. He's pointing out to the sky. He knows that this is looking so tough for him right now.
Feelback, not having dropped a single game, is completely confident in this matchup. He also knows his Malamar will outpace that next charge attack. Foul play #2 coming in here. At this point, all he has to do is let go of the next charge attack from that Lapras and get that energy up. No, but there is no charge attack from the Lapras. Lapras is down. Malamar side-waving down this Tinkaton. Will Tinkaton be able to hold down? No!
And Feelback is closing out Winners Finals. This is 3-0, and Feelback has not dropped a single game. He is now 17-0 in this entire tournament.
17-0, Feelback playing like a champion. He goes into the grand final like a boss, taking out final boss Colin as well beforehand, and now PvP David as well. Dominant gameplay. I don't think he made a single mistake throughout the whole 2 days.
I am in awe. This trainer, whose last and only tournament before was in Bologna last year, he is now competing without dropping a single game here in this championship. This is historical, Abi.
Historic. And that's one of the things that we have to see, right? Feelback has always been a competitor that we see very high in the Go Battle League leaderboards. He practices his crafts. Of course, he doesn't come to a lot of these championship events, but he comes, when he shows up, he is going to dominate because he practices day in and day out, battles against top trainers over and over and over again.
I'm just in shock of how great of a performance he's putting on. There's only 2 players who have gone this far without dropping a single game. That is Z Swallis in the Winners Finals at EUIC. I believe he went 18-0. And then we have Harjeff, who also, he won an entire regional not dropping a single game. Can Feelback repeat Jeff's incredible performance?
Let's take a look at what he did right now to get back and then try getting into that grand finals. We thought this was going to be an even match, PvP David against Feelback, but Feelback and his Ferd, that cute little Pokemon, came in and came through for Feelback. So much domination by this, but also Feelback in game number 2 got the best information possible. That was, hey, my Malamar wins Charge Attack tie, and in the same game finds out his Tinkaton wins the Charge Attack tie. That is just brilliant.
And I don't think PvP David really had a great way around that Tinkaton Malamar core, and Feelback just utilized both of them to such success that PvP David, he didn't, what could he do?
As we saw, he could not do much here, but then again, PvP David is not out. He goes to the losers bracket of the thing. He can still try to beat the winner of the next round in the losers bracket to come up and set up a redemption match against Feelback, but we know the skill level that's there in the losers bracket of it all. We still have Kazim there. We also have the final boss, Colin, trying to defend his title.
And I just want to say once more, Feelback has gone 17 victories, 0 losses in this tournament so far. Today, he has faced Nickname in round 1, our most in form, allegedly, trainer here in Europe, winning 2 out of the last 3 events, a 3-time regional winner. Then he faced Colin 6 in the semifinals.
Another 3-time regional.
Another 3-time regional winner. The final boss, he's number 3 on the EU leaderboard. And then he faces PvP David, the prodigy, the young trainer who never finishes outside of the top 8. And he hasn't dropped 1 game!
It reminds me of, to be honest, it reminds me of what Boom kind of did in Lille as well. Comes in new, and then he didn't drop a single game day 1, went almost all the way through, but unfortunately, he had to play the final boss, Colin, in the finals. This might also be a repeat of that, but talking about the final boss, we have Colin on screen here. On the left and on the right, we have Kazim. Looking at these 2 trainers and their teams, the main difference that we see here are 2 Pokemon. Colin went for that Blastoise Lapras, whereas Kazim goes for Feraligatr and Blastoise, and last but not the least, Malamar on the side of Colin and Drapion on the side of Kazim.
I suspect, important to note, this is a best of 3 again, because this is the losers semifinals, and that is a best of 3, so the first trainer to take 2 victories will win this matchup. But I suspect we will see a lot of double water in this matchup.
We will. I think both these trainers have been doing really well with that double water strategy, but Kazim had to make a correction in his game number 1 in the previous round where he did not go for that double water. So let's see how these 2 trainers played out. One of the things that I would like to point out, yes, if they go for the double water strategy, Colin's double water is slightly superior than Kazim's, just because of the fact that Lapras' Psywaves against Feraligatr is going to add up.
But I kind of disagree with that, because I think that Lapras struggles a little bit more into the Skull Bash Blastoise than Kazim's Feraligatr struggles into Colin's Skull Bash Blastoise. I think Kazim, with greater confidence, can play that double water lineup than Colin can.
Yeah, it's very difficult to be your friend if you're always going to be disagreeing with me through the whole tournament. On this side of Kazim, again, another Pokemon that I really want to look at is Diggersby. It's been on almost every team that we see, every other team that we see.
But if you just start saying smart things, then maybe we can start agreeing, or we both be wrong.
I mean, you know, to recognize smart things, the other person has to be smart as well, so...
Okay, you are correct, and I want to be your friend, so I will give you that. But I just want to say, the Diggersby, as you're saying, it does show up on a lot of teams, but as I mentioned yesterday as well, I haven't seen it being brought that much. Do you think we'll see anything of Diggersby in this matchup?
Oof, I honestly don't think we are going to see a lot of Diggersby. But to be honest, it can come in trying to neutralize the Drapion on the side of Kazim, because Colin wants to play his Jumpluff, right? It has a decent matchup against most of Kazim's team, but Kazim has a Drapion. You need to have a Pokemon that can potentially neutralize a Drapion.
I think we will see the Diggersby from Colin. I think you're right. He needs to use it to neutralize Drapion. It can take the energy of the opposing Diggersby. Also, the Tinkaton gets completely shut down by that Diggersby. So I think Colin will rely on his Diggersby, but I don't think Kazim will.
Let's see how these two trainers have decided to play this out here. Diggersby lead into a Tinkerton. Colin calling the lead.
Oh, yeah, I saw what you did there. And here we go. Kazim is going into his Blastoise. And I gotta say, this is what Colin expected. He expected the double water from Kazim. Will he shield this Blastoise?
It's going to be a double water sandwich here from both these trainers. Blastoise gets to that Hydro Cannon to do super effective damage on to the Diggersby. Diggersby going for the Scorching Sand, and Colin at this moment is trying to fish for that debuff.
I think Colin is going into his mirror with his own Blastoise, and there we see the attack drop. This is detrimental for Kazim.
This is not looking good for Kazim, but Kazim will get to that Skull Bash before Colin's Blastoise gets to a charge attack. This, of course, does pull up his defense, but unfortunately for him, this Skull Bash is not going to do the damage it's supposed to do.
Can Colin now go for the Hydro Cannons to knock this Blastoise out? I don't think so. This is a defense boost to Blastoise.
At this point, Colin can easily go for the Hydro Cannon. Oh man, Hydro Cannon bait there, and Kazim pulls up that protection, and this is looking really, really dire for Kazim.
Kazim knows that this is just a Hydro Cannon, and he believes he can hang on, but can he get to a Skull Bash to potentially win switch advantage? I think he can.
He can indeed. In comes that Skull Bash. Skull Bash will knock out Colin's Blastoise, but Colin recognizing this and pulls up that Protect Shield. Colin maintains switch, gets a lot of energy onto his own Blastoise, and it's time for Blastin'.
And Kazim is smirking because he knows that this is not what he had wanted. This is looking tough for Kazim with that Tinkerton into that Diggersby potentially.
This is also a double boost. No, it's a boosted Blastoise, so it's gonna take some time to get it out of the way. Feraligatr comes in. Look at that. The fast attacks from the Feraligatr are not doing a lot of damage onto the Diggersby. Diggersby goes for his second Scorching Sand in this game. Will he get another attack fall here?
And Colin is throwing Kazim a bone. Can Kazim capitalize? What is standing in the way of Kazim winning this game now? It's Colin's shield?
I mean, there are 3 Pokemon standing in the way of Kazim from winning this game here. Diggersby comes in, he got to that Scorching Sand. It is a charge attack tie, and again, Scorching Sand comes in, and this will put that Feraligatr into the red.
I think Kazim, he is not believing in his situation, but Colin also knows that this is getting better and better for Kazim. If Kazim can land some energy into that Blastoise, or potentially that Jump Bluff, then Kazim can turn this around.
Yeah, it's going to be really close indeed. Blastoise will be coming in for Colin. If he comes in with a Jump Bluff, he has to do Fairy Winds and try to get out. But no! Kazim goes into his own Tinkerton here, giving Colin another opportunity to get back into this game.
And Kazim will need to spend energy to take out this Blastoise anyway, and this Feraligatr is so low. Colin is in the driver's seat because there's going to be 2 Play Roughs that needs to be thrown to take out this Jump Bluff.
Play Rough number 1 comes in from this Tinkerton, puts that Jump Bluff into the yellow, but not enough to help him win the game here. Feraligatr does have that Hydro Cannon stored, but this Feraligatr will have to get rid of that Jump Bluff with that Ice Beam and then have enough energy to also get rid of that Blastoise as well. Ice Beam is already loaded on the side of this Feraligatr, goes for the Ice Beam. This will knock out Colin's Jump Bluff here, but all it will take is 1 rollout to come in to knock out the Feraligatr. Let's see what the Blastoise has in store for us. Rollout number 1, bye-bye Feraligatr.
And it was too tall a task for that Feraligatr to take out 3 Pokemon on Colin's side. But Colin, in dominant position after game number 1, he is piloting that Blastoise so efficiently.
Yeah, wow, that was a brilliant gameplay. I think he had that very, very solid lead of the Diggersby onto the Tinkerton, and then he made sure from the start of the game till the end, there was no way for Kazim to crawl back into the game. Honestly, there was a teeny tiny opportunity there, staying in with the Feraligatr against the Blastoise, trying to get energy and being able to try to get that Ice Beam onto the Jump Bluff towards end game. That was a win con for Kazim, but I think at that point he made a team read and he thought Feraligatr's energy would be more useful at the back.
The Feraligatr also got so low that it eventually got roll-outed down, and
it got rolled out of the field.
It did, and even though it's a non-Shadow Feraligatr, it can only take so much damage, and it did get a Scorching Sand to the face.
Yeah, and also a Scorching Sand debuff as well. We saw it earlier.
Oh, that was on the Blastoise.
That was on the
Feraligatr.
Blastoise. That was on the Blastoise, of course. It would be very lucky for Colin as well if he gets double. Let's see what Kazim does to modify this. Maybe he still goes for the Tinkaton in the lead and then tries to say, all right, Diggersby was my worst case scenario. Maybe I can try to flip this matchup. Maybe if my Blastoise did not get that attack fall, I could have pulled this game back as well. It's a thought.
But why would Colin change up his line? It worked out so well for him. We'll just have to see what these trainers are deciding to do.
All right, let's see. Game number 2 here. We see a Tinkaton into Jumpluff. Colin did change up his line, and Kazim did not.
This is so much better for Colin now. But here, now Colin is the one swapping in the Blastoise. How is Kazim deciding to play this? Colin throws... Oh, he doesn't throw the Hydro Cannon immediately. And Kazim... Oh, he expected Colin to throw immediately, but Colin's patience is paying off.
Colin's patience pays off, but one of the things we see here is Kazim predicting that Skull Bash. This gives him a way into the game. Again, he will also be Skull Bash boosted by the time the next charge attacks comes in from Colin, but here Kazim going for this Hydro Cannon bait, and he gets it!
Incredible play by Kazim, waiting to try to bait Colin back so that he can catch up on energy. But now Kazim's Blastoise is not defense boosted, while Colin's is.
Colin's Blastoise is double defense boosted at this point. Skull Bash puts Kazim's Blastoise into the red here. This is looking very dire. Waiting a turn there, trying to make sure that Colin doesn't make a catch onto the Jumpluff. Skull Bash coming in. This might put it into the yellow, to be honest, because it's double defense boosted there.
But Colin is still in the driver's seat. But Kazim, he knows that his Tinkaton can put in work against both the Lapras and the Jumpluff, and the Feraligatr will threaten the Jumpluff with energy.
Is Colin really in the driver's seat? Because the Feraligatr can come in here and ramp up the energy. These Shadow Claws adding up. This is only a Hydro Cannon. Kazim knows this. With this much energy, Jumpluff cannot be swapped into this Feraligatr because the Ice Beam just ices that Jumpluff out of the sky.
And Kazim, even though it looked dire for him in the lead, now his Feraligatr is so good.
Feraligatr is loaded, in comes the Lapras, and immediate swap in into the Tinkaton. Tinkaton also has this great matchup onto the Jumpluff and also has so much energy here. Player of number 1 going into the Jumpluff will put it into the yellow.
What shield? Where do you use your protect shield for Kazim though? You protect this Tinkaton, or because this Tinkaton is going to take the most damage. This is where your shields are most valuable. But is it by... Oh, Colin missed some of the bubbles of the acrobatics and Kazim was not shielding.
No shield from Kazim indeed, but let's see, will he go for this player off? He's going to try to maximize his energy. Went for that charge attack tie on that airless. Goes for the player off. This player off, if unshielded, will knock the Jumpluff out of the sky. Colin wants to put more damage on to this Tinkaton, and he pulls up that protect shield.
I think this is a safe shield for Kazim, but because he needs to land a player off into the Lapras as well.
He will have to protect the Tinkaton, but Lapras comes in aggressively here, only to be met with this player up from the Tinkaton. At this point, Kazim can force swap into this Feraligatr and get to a back-to-back Hydro Cannon maybe.
But this is very clever by Colin as well, because the Jumpluff is still... Oh, and a catch from Kazim! But the Jumpluff from Colin is still outside of Hydro Cannon range. I think Kazim will need either a play ref or an Ice Beam to take out this
But let's see how this plays out here. Hydro Cannon number 1 comes in. We have to also understand this Lapras does not have any energy to hide behind. This will all come down to, can that Jumpluff have an acrobatics toad for the end game here, or can this Feraligatr go to a point where it will almost be knocked out? Kazim showing a lot of patience, giving very few HP for that Jumpluff to farm down. How much energy did that Jumpluff have? Does it get to another acrobatics? No, not a lot of energy onto the Jumpluff, but we know this player off will come in before the Jumpluff can get to a move. This is enough to knock that Jumpluff out. Kazim evening out the playing field against Colin.
This is the most impressive game I've seen the entire tournament by Kazim. Kazim realized that the Lapras was 1 turn away from that sparkling aria. So he decided to wait 1 turn to throw his Hydro Cannon with Feraligatr so that the Feraligatr would have even less HP to give to that jump bluff. Kazim showing so much patience and so much understanding of his win conditions that Colin, he did not have a chance to crawl back in this game.
I have another opinion to that. I think Colin overfarmed the Sparkling area. He had it beforehand. He overfarmed. The goal for Colin was a Feraligatr to throw energy so the jump bluff can fairy wind down. But on the other side, for Kazim, it was to have as low HP on the Feraligatr as possible. If the Lapras had managed to knock out the Feraligatr, then it's good to go for Colin, for Kazim to farm down the Lapras as well.
But I think that Colin knew that he needed the Sparkling Aria to take out that Tinkaton, because as you say, if Kazim gets a farm down with his Tinkaton on the Lapras, then it's game over. So even though Colin had a Sparkling Aria, he knew he needed to farm down the Feraligatr if he would have a chance to win that game, or get the farm on the jump bluff. And Kazim denied it with his brilliant play of waiting to throw that Hydro Cannon.
I think both these trainers made sure that they understood both their win condition and played for it, but Kazim just making that one tiny heads-up play to even the playing field here. But this is all going to come down to this game. This is a best of 3 because this is a loser semi-final game here. Colin versus Kazim.
And Colin, he said he wants a gold in this season, and his gold is on the line. It's hanging by a thread. He needs to win this game against Kazim, and Kazim leads Tinkaton for the 3rd time, and it's jump bluff again from Colin.
Jump bluff comes in, unfortunately for Colin, but Kazim making that amazing read with that Tinkaton Blastoise safe swap to be met with this jump bluff on the side of Kazim this time.
Very impressive and interesting play by Kazim, going in with a jump bluff against a Blastoise that throws rollouts. And here is a shielded aerial ace.
Great bait there by Kazim, understanding most Blastoise trainers will want to boost up their attack before getting that acrobatics. This is another bait by Colin. He's been doing it, and we're gonna
go! And look at his face. He knows how valuable this can be. And this Blastoise is not so cool anymore because that jump bluff is living rent-free in its head.
Jump bluff will not be taken down by this Hydro Cannon, but jump bluff has so much energy. This acrobatics will be enough to put this Blastoise into the red. Will Colin go 2 shields down? Yes, he does. He wants to get a better matchup for the Tinkaton here.
And this is great play by Kazim. He does not want to get farmed down, so he goes into his own Blastoise. Colin's Blastoise could potentially now be in School Bash range. I think Kazim needs to put up his shield, and he needs to do it soon.
He goes for no protection. He's been trying to call that Hydro Cannon. He succeeded twice, but unfortunately for him, this time Colin said, all right, I'm gonna go for the Hail Mary play. Now his Blastoise is in such a critical position here because I don't think this is rollout range. He will get to another Hydro Cannon or even another Skull Bash.
But this is where Kazim needs to keep his cool. Don't throw any energy, shield up this Blastoise, and come in Tinkaton, and you have this jump bluff neutralized.
Let's see if he does that. This switch clock is so close here. He needs 1 more rollout to get to the switch clock. 2 more, not before Colin gets to another aerial ace. Double shielding his Blastoise, saving that energy for that late game. Now we will see the pivot into that Tinkaton to neutralize all this energy from jump bluff.
But Colin's switch timer is soon up again. Can Colin pivot out this jump bluff before it takes a play rough? I think Kazim needs to throw almost immediately.
Acrobatics coming in, doing a lot of damage onto the jump bluff here. But at this point, Kazim waiting a turn, showing that, all right, I don't want my energy to be completely neutralized. Play rough going in, and this will do a lot of damage onto the jump bluff.
And what is great for Kazim right now is that this Diggersby is going to be taking some damage from this Tinkaton, and that will put it in double Hydro Cannon range from that Blastoise.
Yeah, double Hydro Cannon range, but we also have to understand that this Tinkaton needs to be preserved, but that is not a position where Kazim is right now, because Blastoise on the side of Colin always has 5 rollouts worth of energy.
So, Kazim, he's going in with his Blastoise here for sure, trying to just get this Diggersby out of the way so that he can win this game and go on to the loser finals and face PvP David.
Hydro Cannon comes in. This will do super effective damage onto the Diggersby, but the Diggersby holds on. This is still going to be so close. Hydro Cannon comes in, and he wins it down and makes a catch!
It doesn't even need to. Kazim, he didn't even need that catch, but he is pulling out all the strings here, and he throws the Hydro Cannon into the Diggersby. They're both laughing because, oh no, the Blastoise now has a single HP left, and Colin He can roll out this down.
Doesn't have to roll it down. He goes into the jump left. Jump left will take this energy and Blastoise. The cool Blastoise with that shade will propel Colin out of this round and into the next. Hydro Cannon comes in, and this is enough to take Kazim out and give Colin the win.
And Kazim, he knew. He didn't realize that he needed the HP on the Blastoise. Colin, he used all his resources to his advantage. And Colin 6, he does not give up. He does not roll over. He keeps blasting with the Blastoise. He keeps punching with the Diggersby. And now he has got himself into the losers finals here in Bologna.
It's gonna be another great losers final indeed. Colin, of course, he was knocked down into the losers bracket early in day 2, but he, being the trainer he is, being the calm and composed trainer he is, shows no hesitation, made no mistakes, brings himself in one game at a time, winning each of them.
And I think that Colin will be so happy with how that end game turned out. He has wanted this gold medal the entire season, and he's still in the running.
If there's any trainer who's going to make this great losers bracket run again, it's just Colin. He's so good. I would want to see the final boss going up against the trainer in the final, which is going to be Feelback, who has that unbeaten streak. And I would like to see if Colin can make a dent, because Feelback did also 2-0 Colin there.
Oh, that is correct. But all the trainers left still have a chance at redemption against Feelback. But now, this was all about Colin and about Kazim. They both played so well in this incredible matchup. I don't think we could have had a better game in this series.
Yeah, it was brilliant gameplay. Each and every one of these games were top-class games from both these trainers. Of course, I think in game number 3, Kazim making this bold call of letting the Skull Bash go was hugely detrimental on how the game turned out. He had 2 shields for the Blastoise to hide behind, unfortunately deciding not to do that, and that was so costly for him towards the end game.
Oh yeah, Kazim, he realized after he made that catch that he needed the HP on the jump fluff, and Colin, he thanked Kazim for the gift, and he opened it immediately, and he smiled like it was one of the holidays where presents are exchanged, and Colin has sealed himself a losers finals. Kazim applauding his opponent into that losers finals.
Kazim redeemed his gift coupon so fast before, Colin redeemed Kazim's gift coupon so fast before Kazim could even react or say anything for Colin to hold on for later. But that is brilliant gameplay. So many brilliant games. But what we still have a few more in store for you guys. Do not go anywhere.
I think that we will see a lot of great play still, because the trainers left in this tournament are some of the highest caliber trainers we have here in Europe. It's PvP David, who's refusing to finish outside of the top 8. It's the final boss Colin, they're up next, and also the undefeated GBL hero, but now play Pokemon legend, Feelback.
Oof, yeah, it's a lot of high caliber trainers here, and these trainers have a lot of things to offer. You can learn from seeing them, watching them, battling against them, but we've also put together some small tips that you can try to add into your gameplay.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick
Through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
Here we are for the final matches here in Bologna. We're gonna get that heat going in some of these fantastic games.
We've seen so many spicy battles. This is the culinary capital of Italy, as we know, and these players have been cooking incredible gameplay. Their Pokemon Go careers are right at a pinnacle, and everyone now is hunting for gold.
But some of these trainers have been passing on the success of previous winners. The team of It's Axon actually is again present in the finals here in Bologna. Both trainers in the losers finals that will be in the top 3 have that same team.
Which is incredible. Colin against PvP David. These two are not just teammates, they are very close friends. They are bringing the exact same lines of 6. The team that It's Axon won Portland with not so long ago. Can one of these players win this mirror match? Either way, this team was guaranteed to be featuring in our grand finals.
And this will be a best of 5 in the loser finals here. The only difference between these teams is that Colin has the cool Blastoise with sunglasses. But I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference here.
What might make a difference is the attack stat on each of these Pokemon. Because all 6 are the same, in every individual mirror matchup, charge attack priority could be pivotal.
And we saw that earlier when PvP David played against Feelback. He lost charge attack priority with both his Malamar and the Tinkaton. And in that case, it gave Feelback such a big advantage in those lead matchups that you kind of don't want to lead either Malamar or Tinkaton anymore. And these two are friends, so perhaps they know from each other which Pokemon wins charge superiority. In fact, they even practiced yesterday for their Day 2 matches.
Well, exactly that. They've been playing against each other for so long, they will likely be using Pokemon that they have seen their fellow competitor use, and that has to play a big part on how they will strategize in these games. We saw when Filbe played against PvP David, Malamar losing charge attack priority in the mirror can be so impactful. Will Colin win Malamar's charge attack priority here, or can David back himself?
And of course, Blastoise having access to SirCoghez as well. If you can get that set up and raise your defense early on, it will be able to get to multiple Hydro Cannon. And Hydro Cannon can come out so quickly from the Blastoise, hitting neutral on so many of these Pokemon. And then even when it's resisted by Lapras, you don't want Lapras there either. Both Lapras do not have SirCoghez in this matchup.
So this is another thing that could be quite interesting, is that even if you lose charge attack priority, if you do so when your Pokemon is in really low health, you could let your opponent farm down, and these are such neutral games. We're not seeing hugely polarizing matchups here, and so that could play a big part as well.
We're going to see how these trainers are preparing. Both trainers still thinking through what they want to use here. And I feel like pretty much everything here is playable. The Malamar might be a tough Pokemon to bring, but if you can line it up on Lapras or Diggersby, it will be phenomenal there. But you got to be careful of Jumpluff and Tinkaton, because there's no Fire-type Pokemon to cover that core on either team.
Well, whoever wins charge attack priority with their Malamar is able to use it a lot more flexibly. Let's find out. The players are locked in. We are ready for game 1 of these losers finals.
And it's Blastoise into Diggersby. This is a slightly favorable matchup for the Blastoise, but if Diggersby can get some debuffs, it will actually flip in its favor.
Let's remember that Rollout is resisted by the ground typing of Diggersby, but Hydro Cannon is super effective and can do a ton of damage. It won't quite do more than half, and that's why this matchup is a little bit more neutral. Colin is immediately shielding up.
Because he wants to attempt to drop the attack of this Blastoise. Scorching Sands has a 30% chance to do so, and if Diggersby gets the attack drop, it will be able to hang on to 2 Hydro Cannon here.
Here we go. Scorching Sands taking Blastoise into the yellow first, but Blastoise still has 2 shields available. David, with a slight pause before throwing, he doesn't want to allow Colin to catch this into his own water type for resisted damage.
And we do see that the next one would knock out, so Colin swaps into the cool Blastoise, firing up energy here. Beefy David storing a Hydro Cannon, then swapping into the Shadow Jump Left, which is prone to his SirCoghez now, but Beefy David does have that shield advantage.
Colin threw a Hydro Cannon into Shadow Jump Up in his last match versus Kazim, and it was cold. David doesn't risk it. He puts up the shield, correctly shielding that Skull Bash.
Acrobatics coming through. Because the defense has been raised of this Blastoise, it will be able to hang on quite comfortably. But because the pacing of Jump Left is so quickly, Blastoise would struggle getting to another Skull Bash, and because of the next Protect Shield, you retain all your health. Can you get to the Skull Bash before the next Acrobatics? I think it will be very close. In fact, they get there at the same time. David knows he's going for the extra Fairy Wind.
Skull Bash will do a ton of damage. It won't quite knock out this Shadow Jump Up, so David is confident he can get an Acrobatics off. The question is for Colin, will you shield this? You have got a double defense buff. You don't actually have a shield. You don't have that choice, but I don't think that this can knock out the Blastoise.
I believe this is even an... this is the Acrobatics is gonna not put it into Air Ace just yet, but that's the only attack you get in right now.
Does this Aerial Ace knock out double defense boosted Blastoise? It might be really, really close.
But you do get it into farm down range for your backline Pokemon. Can this Blastoise get to another Hydro Cannon? Yes, it has one loaded. David letting this go. If this knocks out, the Blastoise from PP David will lose his Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, a lot of energy. Almost lost, but the Blastoise holds on. And now you can reach the Skull Bash. This will do a ton of damage. Colin doesn't have the opportunity to shield. At least it's not an Ice Beam, he's thinking. But the Blastoise at least goes down with a parting shot.
And now you come in with the Tinkaton with a shield advantage. Colin is not happy with this. He does have some left on that Diggersby. This is what he preserved the Diggersby for, but Beefy David still has that shield advantage.
This is still all to play for. The Diggersby in the back has a great matchup against Tinkaton, and Tinkaton has to throw a Play Rough if it wants to take out this Shadow Jump Up. So David is going to maximize his energy before doing so.
Very smart play from David here. He needs to knock out Diggersby as well, but it's not in player of range just quite yet. There's also a catch available for both trainers here. There's already so much energy on this Diggersby even.
Look at this, Scorching Sands immediately shielded by Tinkaton. This would do a massive amount of damage, so it's a great shield by David. And now David is chasing for that extra damage. Can it reach the Play Rough? It's got one already. Will this be enough?
He even waited a turn, making sure that Colin is stuck in the animation of the quick attack so he cannot catch it on the back line. It still doesn't knock out. Can this Diggersby hang on and get to another charge attack here? It will be able to get to the Scorches, but I think that Colin tried to predict a catch. It didn't come there, and then the Bulldoze comes through. PvP David is taking game number 1.
Colin had the Scorching Sands. He didn't throw it. He didn't want to risk it being caught. He says GG. Blastoise goes down. David takes game number 1.
What a close game there. And I love the attempt there from Colin to predict. But Beefy David was like, well, maybe I just know you long enough. Or perhaps David just lost track of energy. Also possible, of course.
We're there. We can see the players' teams. Colin's team is actually named Axon as homage to the player that he has borrowed this team from. David, as we know, using it as well. He has the advantage, but this is a best of 5. There is still so many more games to come. Colin knows he absolutely has the opportunity to pull this back.
And while Colin was very successful last season, he actually hasn't won a championship yet this season. His opponent, however, Beefy David, won the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Champion.
And also, both of these players have earned a silver medal this season already. So this is a huge matchup between these titans of the game. PvP David, so young yet so experienced by this point. And Colin, as we've said so many times, widely regarded as the final boss.
One of these trainers has locked in, the other one still thinking through what to run in this mirror matchup here. We have a lock-in. We're getting ready for game number 2.
Here we go. PvP David versus Colin 6. We have Diggersby up against Diggersby. It's a mirror.
This is the worst because this matchup is dependent on the Scorching Sands attack drop. And I think that Beefy David and Colin are both pretty content seeing the Diggersby here, considering they both have Tinkaton in the back.
Now, Diggersby on PvP David's side wins charge attack priority. If he can get a debuff here, that is massively impactful on this matchup. And he does get it. Colin nods his head. Of course you do. Of course you do, he says.
of course, going for another Scorching Sands, and this one will do less damage now. Can he actually get a debuff back? And that it doesn't. Going into the Blastoise right away, retreating from this matchup. And what do you have to swap in here as PP David? He's likely going for a Scorching Sands and perhaps then soak the damage on the Tinkaton so it can avoid the Diggersby from Colin.
Yeah, David running a team that is soft to that Diggersby. Now, once he gets this Scorching Sands off, I expect him to come in with Tinkaton because Tinkaton wants to avoid Colin's Diggersby. And now, at least it still resists the rollout and the Blastoise is in play rough range.
And also notice, no attack drop this time, so he's gonna get the full brunt of this Hydro Cannon here. 2 won't knock out just yet, but may leave it into far down range for either the Diggersby or the Tinkaton.
Yeah, Tinkaton is so bulky. This second Hydro Cannon will put it in the red. It won't be enough for a knockout. And Tinkaton now does have that play rough available, so it could go to try and take down this Blastoise.
Another play rough coming through. This, I think this barely knocks out. Play rough, not the most efficient charge stack, but should be heavy enough. Oh, actually, Colin is preserving the Blastoise. Wants to keep the energy, perhaps for the Diggersby of PP David. He's building up energy and going for another one to take switch advantage or an attempt to.
Yeah, Colin is on one of the fast cycles for these Hydro Cannons, so he's so close to another one. But will he come back in with the Diggersby? This is what David has to consider. David reaches the play rough now. If Colin wants to preserve this Hydro Cannon, he will need to use his second shield.
Even though rollout does so little damage, the few rollouts after the shield from the Blastoise has put this Tinkaton into far down range for either the Diggersby or the Tinkaton, but PvP, David is not letting that happen and swaps into the Lapras.
Colin comes in with his own Tinkaton. This takes 1 damage per Psywave from the Lapras, but this is a regular Lapras, which means it can also tank a huge amount of damage as well. The first Sparkling Aria comes through, and David is racing towards that second.
This is actually great for Colin because now he's able to avoid the Diggersby from PvP David with his Tinkaton. That's where he doesn't want it. And on top of that, he also doesn't have the Diggersby now on the Lapras of PvP David. So alignment is looking great here for Colin, but it's still looking quite even.
Now, David's going well past both the Sparkling Arias before the play rough comes through because he knows he can tank it. He just wants to maximize his energy so that as soon as a switch is made, the Lapras is already prepared to start throwing energy into it.
First Sparkling Area coming through. Tinkaton doesn't need to Tinkaton here to take this damage as it doesn't knock out just yet. In comes the Diggersby though. That really doesn't want to take a Sparkling Area. I think Colin predicted the switch here.
Yes, Colin comes in with the Diggersby. He will shield up the Sparkling Aria, but he's got energy on the Diggersby. So if David stays in, then Colin will be able to take it out with the Scorching Sands. He does not want it to get caught. David now comes in, and he's giving this Diggersby a ton of energy. Colin doesn't want to risk any extra damage, though, so he's just going to quickly Fire Punch this away.
A Bulldoze wouldn't have done that much on the Diggersby, but there's a 50% chance that it would drop the defense. And look, another Scorching Sands is being thrown here. Do you think that the debuff is crucial here?
Debuff could make a big difference because Colin needs to go up to another Scorching Sands to take out the Lapras. There is no debuff, which means 2 more Scorching Sands might be needed by Colin to be able to take out both the Diggersby and the Lapras. Can he reach that amount of energy?
Both Pokemon are bulky, but we're nearing their HP limit here as Colin is farming up more energy, going for the Scorching Sands right before PvP Dave can get to a Fire Punch, but can this Diggersby get to a final charge stack on this Lapras?
Here we go. Colin is going to land 1 Scorching Sands. Can he reach another? The Tinkaton in the back doesn't have a lot. He probably won't. He's going into the Tinkaton to try and make a catch. He does take the energy from the Lapras, but he still has to get this Lapras down. Will Fire Punch be enough from here?
Can you even launch the Fire Punch because it's at 1 HP? And yes, he can! Is Fire Punch not the same type of attack bonus enough? Diggersby is very bulky. Lapras is very bulky. Fire Punch coming through. We're gonna find out. Lapras hangs on!
Lapras holds on with 1 HP. David takes game number 2. Colin smiles. David smiles. This is massive. What a massive momentum shift. David could have dropped it, and that would have been huge for this series. But no, 2 games to 0, and Colin has his back against the wall.
And again, this is a best of 5. The final boss, Colin, still has 3 matches to come back and make a reverse sweep, but it's looking really difficult right now with David winning 2 games in a mirror match.
Can the cool Blastoise bring it back for Colin 6? Look at this player. Accolades. He has so many they couldn't even fit onto this list. He wants Bologna to be 1 more. He wants to be a repeat champion. But if he needs, he has to beat PvP David if he wants that opportunity.
There are so many titles for Colin to achieve here. Not just being the only European to win so many of those championships, but also being the first back-to-back in a single same location championship.
It
Only
never
Borha
really
did that.
happens. It never really happens in Europe, and these players will be sat there with bated breath, knowing that anything could pivot at any moment. I've been up against Colin, 2 games up, and I have still lost a best of 5. David knows this. David has played against this player. He's watched this player. He still has to absolutely lock in if he wants to seal this series.
And locked in he is as we're waiting for Colin to make his final decisions to tackle his teammate here and make a comeback. The pressure is real for the final boss. Who's really the final boss right now?
This is it, PvP David. His ascent in Pokemon Go has been incredible to watch, but Colin, he is no pushover by any means. He can turn the tables. If anyone can, he certainly is that name. But as we know, these are mirror teams. There is so much neutrality, so much flexibility. Everything comes down to how well you can manage your energy on your Pokemon.
And we have a lock-in. This may be the final game, the loser finals, unless Colin can make a comeback. And in that case, he will need to overcome with his cool Blastoise against his Malamar.
Malamar into Blastoise. It's a pretty neutral matchup, but these Psywaves can do a lot of damage. Colin will be going up. Maybe he goes up to a Skull Bash, or will he be throwing Hydro Cannon straight away? David is going to throw a Foul Play even before.
This matchup is extremely dependent on the attack of the Malamar. If the Psywave can deal 1 more damage, then Malamar obliterates this Blastoise. But if not, then this Blastoise can hang on to the last Foul Play, or it can take out the Malamar in the 2-shield scenario.
So first Hydro Cannon coming through. You can see Blastoise already in the yellow. Now the Malamar is too, and Colin comes in with his own Malamar. Psywave doesn't do a lot of damage, but this superpower will chunk and do around half the amount of health of the Malamar.
PvP David didn't bring the Tinkaton this time, so he doesn't really have a great answer, but now his Lapras will avoid the Malamar, so he can bring in the Blastoise, which has good bulk. Colin not firing off his energy yet. I reckon you have to shield this if you want to preserve all of that.
Yeah, I think Colin's going to start investing more into this Malamar. He knows that David's Malamar has thrown a lot of its energy, and his Malamar has a ton to use. 2 Foul Plays could be enough to take out the Blastoise, so he might try and force that second shield from David.
I think at this point, Colin might be a little bit nervous. It could be a Diggersby in the back. He has a Tinkaton lurking in the back. That's the only Pokemon that really doesn't want to see another superpower is being launched here. This might get really close to knocking out the Blastoise. David, lets it go!
Yeah, that burst shield from David, sorry, it still doesn't come up, but Colin is able to make the catch of the Hydro Cannon onto his own Blastoise. That could be huge, preserving his own Malamar.
It is, because the Malamar from Colin cannot be farmed down by an opposing Psywaver, and PvP David has 2 of them!
Look at this, Lapras coming in. He might now shield up this Skull Bash. Yes, he does. And he can now Psywave down the cool Blastoise and have it put himself in a great position for this endgame.
There are this 1 shield in play for both trainers here. Tinkaton, yes, resists the Psywave, but Sparkling Area is a very efficient charge attack, so it's gonna look pretty difficult for Colin and his Tinkaton here.
Lapras with that burst Sparkling Aria coming through. This will do a decent chunk of damage. You might need a lot of Psywaves and 2 Sparkling Arias to take out this Tinkaton, maybe even 3. Colin now reaching for that burst play rough.
Another player coming through here to get the Lapras into the yellow, but it's still hanging on quite well. I think that Colin is trying to preserve the shield for the Malamar, because both Pokemon of PvP David won't hit any damage with that. And for that reason, we see David maximizing his energy as much as possible, so Colin cannot just swap in his Malamar for free.
Yeah, I really like that. If Colin were to come in with the Malamar, Lapras would basically have a move to throw immediately. Lapras is now going to throw its energy to take out the Tinkaton or force a shield from Colin.
And let's see, Colin not putting out a Protect Shield. It's the Malamar show here in Bologna. Here it comes. Is PvP David able to get to another charge deck here? He might need some energy on his own Malamar as well here.
He's actually throwing straight away, which means he's now at 0 energy on his Malamar, but David is shielding up, so he really wants to reach for that Sparkling Aria. His own Malamar comes in. Who wins charge attack priority? Colin still has a shield. He can't be Psywave down, so what he can do now is shield this Malamar and farm up as much as possible and try and outpace the Lapras, but he has to get the energy management correct. If he throws too soon, Lapras will reach that Sparkling Aria.
Malamar is slapping, and oh man, it threw a little bit early. Colin's not exactly at 2 attacks just yet here. May have forgotten a little bit about how much energy this Malamar from David had. Can Malamar outpace this Lapras? Lapras has a lot of energy, but it's charge attack priority tie! Colin wins that with Malamar. He gets 1 point in.
We said it comes down to energy management. Superb energy management from Colin 6. He claws his way back from the jaws of defeat. It's now 2 games to 1, but does Colin 6 have the momentum?
That was such a close game here. The third close game between these two champions, and we have a 2-1 score here. Is Colin able to make the reverse sweep? Then he would need to make 2 more wins in a row against PvP David.
Game by game, win one at a time. That will be Colin's focus. David, he just needs to win 1 more. Colin needs 2. Everything is on the line for these players. They want to be in those grand finals, to play against Feelback.
And David is 1 win away from that grand finals to have that potential rematch, and Colin as well needs to get past there, but Feelback at this point looks undefeatable as well because he's 15-0 at the moment. That will be the next trainer the winner of this match would have to face.
And one advantage for Feelback is that he knows exactly which team he's going to be facing in those grand finals. So he can use this whole time to prepare. These players are running identical teams. This is the Axon team that won Portland. One of these teams might have the opportunity to win gold here at the Bologna Special Championship.
Chat, let us know what you think. Who's going to take this losers finals between these great players? Both trainers are about to lock in their match. We're heading into game number 4 between PvP David and Colin.
And here we go. We have Diggersby up against Diggersby once more. We saw in that earlier game that David's Diggersby won charge attack priority and Colin got the debuff. Colin might now not throw his Scorching Sands as soon as he reaches it because he knows he doesn't win charge attack priority anyway.
And you're right, he doesn't throw it just yet, knowing that, so maybe now he wants to preserve that energy a little bit in case he gets debuff right away, then we might swap into the cool Blastoise.
And that's a really nice adaptation. Now that he doesn't get that debuff, he knows he can throw this Scorching Sands at full power, and he will be having his fingers crossed for a debuff against PvP David's Diggersby.
And Scorching Sands comes through. There we get the attack drop actually, and now David is swapping into the Blastoise, and it's answered by the Malamar from Colin.
And we can see the backlines. This is great for Colin. That Malamar avoids the Tinkaton that David has in the back. Malamar shredding through Blastoise with those side waves. Hydro Cannon will do a chunk of damage, but it won't threaten a knockout.
Not just yet, and also here depends on the attack set of the Malamar of Colin, how close this matchup will be, because if Psywave will do 1 more damage than usual, then Malamar will shred this Blastoise. Blastoise hangs on to this foul play and is already at another Hydro Cannon here.
So now Colin is the first one to make a real shield decision, and he gives that first shield. He wants to protect the Malamar. He wants to take out this Blastoise. He knows it would be trickier to take it out later, so he may as well use the energy he's already got on his Malamar.
I like that play. Another foul play right before the next Hydro Cannon. Is PvP David going to invest in his first Protect Shield here? No, yes, just at the very last seconds.
Yes, he really wants to start getting shields down because he knows that whatever comes into this Malamar otherwise would have to take a superpower. So he says, let me take out the Malamar. I'll keep alignment. Colin's going to let this Malamar go down and come in with Blastoise of his own. Can David reach a Skull Bash before it gets rolled out down? It looks like he might be able to.
There is cool Blastoise, and a Hydro Cannon is being caught, but it's super effective on this Diggersby.
David has decided that he doesn't need the Diggersby. He knows that a Hydro Cannon was coming, and he is sacrificing his Diggersby because he thinks that his Tinkaton is more valuable to him, and he really wanted to preserve the health on his own Blastoise.
Interesting play because he had seen the Diggersby from Colin already, and here it comes now, but this is exactly what David wants. Now the Tinkaton avoids the Diggersby and go for charge attack priority tie, but PvP David wins that.
Colin maybe with a slight error there going for that charge attack priority. David throws this Fire Punch. Colin probably hoping that he didn't actually press the attack, but he has, and so a lot of this energy goes. David briefly looks up. You need to capitalize on these small mistakes from your opponents. They could be the momentum shift you need. Colin shakes his head.
Blastoise still had some energy after the catch from PvP David, and there it is, the Hydro Cannon coming through. The Blastoise, the myth, the legend is taking out Diggersby and setting up PvP David here.
David still has a full health Tinkaton in the back. Colin putting everything on his own Blastoise, but he knows that this Hydro Cannon is going to do a decent chunk of damage. Blastoise needs 3 Hydro Cannons to take out Tinkaton, and Colin will be racing to try and reach those.
Cool Blastoise has 2 Hydro Cannon loaded already. Can it get to 3 before PvP David? Actually, I think you need 4 even, because this is from full health. 2 Hydro Cannon won't knock out yet with the rollout damage it will do right now.
That's right, 3 Hydro Cannons needed to land on that Tinkaton. Colin has used 1 to get rid of a shield. He really is going to struggle to get to 3 more from here. David knows that he is in a commanding position in this game. If he wins this, he will be there in the grand finals, and he gets to that play rough.
player of coming through. PvP David making all the plays he needs against good friend Colin. Cool Blastoise goes down. PvP David moves on to the grand finals.
3 games to 1. PvP David knocks out that Blastoise. He hugs his fellow competitor, but he is the winner here. He will go forward to those grand finals. Filbe has been sat, waiting, wondering which opponent he will be up against. He's already played against PvP David once. He will be relishing the opportunity to play against him one more time.
I feel back your pardon because he needs to play against David another time after defeating David 3-0 in the winners final. Now David has the opportunity to go into the grand finals, take advantage of that opportunity to learn from the matchup in the winners final and see if he can overcome.
No matter what happens, win or lose, the important thing is to learn. And David, I am sure, has taken a lot of lessons from his games against Filbe in those winners finals. He lost 3 games to 0. There were maybe opportunities that he could have won, but this is the momentum shift, as we've said so many times, that he needed. To beat a player of Colin's caliber can surely give you confidence that you can take anyone on.
And that momentum is just really necessary. We've seen a lot of times that a grand finals can be flipped. The person coming in from the loose side of the bracket would need to reset the bracket first, so winning that best of 5 and then winning a best of 5 again. We've seen that plenty of times. Perhaps PvP David can do that this time as he took down Colin first. In this first game, the Tinkaton was so important. In the second game, the Diggersby going with the Fire Punch at just 1 HP on the Diggersby, but Lapras was just too bulky and hung on there about 1 HP.
So close in those games, and it really does come down to which Pokemon you choose to build. Just how bulky are they? How much attack do they have? We've seen situations where Pokemon have been holding on with, as you say, 1 HP, but we've also seen so many games pivot around charge attack priority, and these players have been preparing for so long, ensuring that they bring the best Pokemon possible.
Not just the best Pokemon, also the best catches, as we saw earlier. Colin catching that Hydro Cannon on his cool Blastoise and closing out with the Malamar. I love that play, knowing that if there's both Malamar and Lapras, nothing has fast attack pressure on your own Malamar.
Colin with that cool Blastoise, but in this mirror matchup, it was David that brought the heat. He proceeds to those grand finals. He is the one that so many players will be itching to know, can you reset a bracket against a player of Filbe's quality? Filbe with all of the backing of the crowd here in Bologna.
I want to make a statement here. A lot of players were saying that the meta is solved, but Blastoise has become meta only by the very end of it.
And we've been waiting for so long. Blastoise is such a fan favorite Pokemon. I know many of us have really wanted to see Blastoise succeed. It's made a gold medal in Portland. It's getting guaranteed at least a silver medal here in Bologna.
It has been a terrific Pokemon. We've seen Charizard shine now. Blastoise. When is it Venusaur's time to shine?
What needs to happen for Venusaur to become meta?
Actually, it won a World Championship in 2022.
Dancing Rob?
Yep. Ran the same team. I lost very early on. He did very well.
Yeah, well, there we go. The Kanto starter Pokemon, they are definitely something that you should get. They have been available for a while, but the fact that they are still strong even now, I think is pretty special.
And what makes them extra strong is because of that legacy charge attack. If you want a Blastoise, Charizard, Venusaur, or any of those starter Pokemon that looks so good, you may need to use an elite charge TM to unlock that charge attack that is Blast, Burn, Hydro Cannon, or Frenzy Plant.
Yes, elite charge TMs really crucial in this game, but elite gameplay, that is what gets you to this stage, and we have 2 elite players preparing now for their grand finals. We've got Arceus Aurelius down in the Caster's Lounge to let you hear a little bit about what's in their minds.
And here in the Caster's Lounge, it's calm before the storm, but I'm sitting here with 2 elite players, and I want to ask you, PvP David, you were just now faced up against your teammate Colin 6. You beat him, and now you've gone into the grand finals. Tell me, how do you feel right now? What's going on?
I mean, it's a bittersweet feeling, you know, like facing Colin. It's a good teammate, a good friend of mine. I've played him before in the last season, I think. Beat him twice, and it's not always like the best feeling beating him, but like coming into the grand finals, it feels amazing still.
I'm happy to hear that. Now you have a grudge match up against Feelback. You are undefeated in this tournament so far. 15 wins, 0 losses. Does that put pressure on you, or do you feel confident going into the grand finals?
Honestly, I feel pretty confident
because I really like my team. I did scrim a lot, and I'm happy already to be here. I haven't reached even a top 4 previously, so it is a big opportunity. I am very excited.
We're all excited to see you, and I don't want the viewers at home to keep watching me talking to you guys, so I'm just gonna send you right back on stage. Trainers, please get ready for your grand finals match, and viewers, get ready because you do not want to miss this.
This is going to be such an incredible match. These two players have such high quality. PvP David is one that we have seen time and time again in the Play Pokemon circuit. But Filbe, he is a player that has grinded through the Go Battle League leaderboards. He is a name that you and I have known for years. But this is his first time, his first opportunity to get a gold in the Play Pokemon circuit. And I know that so many people are rooting for him.
It's his first medal in his whole career so far. His last performance in Lille was already quite good, reaching day 2, not just yet at a medal, but now reaching it, it must be such a great feeling for him, and also probably inspiring. Maybe I should do more of those tournaments.
It really, really is an inspiration to watch him, and I hope it's an inspiration for you as well, because this is an example that you can break into the Play Pokemon scene. You don't need to have been a name in Play Pokemon to still see success, and Filbe has so much support here in his home nation, and I think that everyone knows that he has a great team. He's nailed the team call, he has a team comp advantage, but also because he's on the winner's side of the bracket, he just needs to win 1 best of 5, whereas David, 2 best of 5s are needed. 1 to reset the bracket and 1 to take it all.
A tough task for PvP David, but if there's anyone who can do that, it could be him. He has so much experience already and has played against Feelback earlier, so he knows a little bit about their playstyle. Feelback just keeps facing the same Pokemon and team over and over.
And maybe this is exactly what Filbe was preparing for. He recognized that a lot of players might go for that accent team from Portland, and he made sure he had the adjustments and the strategy to be able to handle those.
What Feelback really has been leaning on is one of my favorite cores in this meta. It is the third Talonflame core. And in fact, you don't even always need Talonflame. It's just there to make sure both Tinkaton and Jumpluff are not always played together, because fire breaks that core, and that's been so valuable to him. If you can scare away the Tinkaton, your Ferret has a lot of value, because out of all the hard meta Pokemon, there are hardly any dark type Pokemon that resist Sucker Punch, so it's so free to use the Ferret.
And we are now at the final event in Europe of this season, and at the beginning of this season of the Might and Mastery meta, we queried what impact would Ferret have, and we said, I think that this could be a Pokemon.
Were you a believer?
I was a believer. I said that Ferret could be a Pokemon that could see medals, that could see top cuts, and time again, even though it's not necessarily been the star of the show, it has been such a vital component, and Filbe will be hoping that it can do that once more here in these Bologna Grand Finals.
And here we see the team previews. Feelback on the left, PvP David on the right with that It's Accent team. Well, Feelback has a little bit of a more off-meta choice in the Talonflame, the Ferret and the Swampert. 3 Pokemon that have been very good for him. And then of course the Shadow Malamar making his debut here in Bologna and being extremely good right off the bat.
I love the flexibility with which Filbe has been using his Shadow Malamar. He's obviously also got that Swampert there that I think can put on so much pressure into certain teams. He's opted for that regular, for that extra bulk. And I think that the composition of this team, but also the way that Filbe is using it, makes this a really fun team to watch.
It has really paid off for him as well to have the non-Shadow Swampert, because with that extra bulk you can take damage from Jumpluff a little bit better, and in that case you will be able to get to 2 Sludge on the Jumpluff. However, when a lot of Fairy Wind are added up, the acrobatics will knock out, as it is one of the most efficient charge attacks. It will deal a lot of damage, even coming from one of the more bulky Pokemon in the meta.
Yeah, that Talonflame plus that Tinkaton really makes it difficult for Shadow Jumpluff to shine as much as it has. And let's not forget, 15 games won by Filbe and 0 games lost.
I believe the current record has been set by Lindos Harjev in Brazil. He didn't lose a single match in his win in Porto Alegre, and Feelback
could match it.
He could match it.
Yeah, 18 games. If he 3-0s this immediate set of 5 in the grand finals, he will be the only European player to have a 100% record in a regional or special championship, and he will match that record set by SirCoghez in Brazil.
And he will have to do it with Pokemon that he's been so comfortable with through this run. Witherd, I think Witherd had never been really aligned to a full health Tinkaton. So not only the way he uses his Pokemon, also the way he makes the team compositions and reads has been so phenomenal. That's what you need when you get to this position.
Now, interestingly, we do have one Azumarill on the side of Filbe. There is no Shadow Drapion here in the Grand Finals, but we do have 2 Tinkaton, 1 on either side, 2 Malamar, 1 Shadow, 1 regular.
And we'll see what these players are going to bring. I think from David, the Lapras looks so solid. Even in some of its worst matchups, such as the Tinkaton and the Witherd, it has play. The only Pokemon you really want to be careful of is the Shadow Malamar. We have a lock-in on one side, we have a lock-in on both sides. Get ready for Game 1 of the Grand Finals!
And here we go. PvP David up against Feelback. Feelback leading that Shadow Malamar, and he's into a Blastoise.
This is a decent matchup for the Malamar, but Blastoise definitely has a lot of play here. Hydro Cannon will chunk along with the rollout damage there, but Malamar also has a lot of fast attack pressure with the Psywave.
Foul play coming in just before that Blastoise reaches the Hydro Cannons. The Psywaves are already shredding. This is a massive amount of damage into the Blastoise. Will Feelback preserve his Malamar, or will he let this Hydro Cannon land?
It looks like he does want to keep the Malamar around. Maybe necessary for a potential Diggersby in the back, as he does have his own Tinkaton, and we do see the Diggersby on the side of PvP David going for the Foul Blade just before the Hydro Cannon. Excellent timing from Feelback here.
Now David has a Hydro Cannon. He won't want it to get caught, but Feelback doesn't really have anything that he can comfortably catch onto, so David's going to throw straight away Hydro Cannon. Feelback shields, the 2 shield Malamar in the lead. This has been so strong for Feelback in the past. Can it work again in this first game of the Grand Final?
And staying in here means you get the full Psywave down. This is actually really dangerous for PvP David, because this Malamar might be able to get to 2 superpower here, and that, going straight for the Bulldoze actually to chip this Malamar immediately, perhaps hoping for a debuff so it won't be able to get to 2 superpower.
Yeah, David does not want 2 superpowers to land on the Malamar. Feelback might throw one and bank the other. He actually has it now. Do you throw both here, or do you preserve one of them?
I think that you might just want to get rid of them. Make sure that the Witherd is not aligned to this Tinkaton. Going for another superpower. Feelback has the alignment. Do you preserve this Tinkaton as PvP David? You probably know that there's got to be Witherd in the back, and he lets it go.
David lets it go, and he's going to come aggressively in with the Diggersby with a shield advantage. If this with shield advantage...
He's predicting that he would swap, but look at that! Sucker punching down the Tinkaton! Feelback is in an excellent spot! That play was bellissimo!
Tinkaton gets the full farm down. David with a slight shake of his head. Now the first Trailblaze lands. David, it's going to be an uphill battle to try and take out this Furret. 1 Scorching Sands isn't going to be enough, and the Furret is boosted. It is coming through hard and fast.
There's still a shield on PvP David's side, so it's not exactly over just yet, but Furret needs to be supporting the Tinkaton here to put it in range for a charge attack. No debuff there. That means that this Swift is single buffed after the Trailblaze previously thrown by this Furret into the Diggersby.
And look at this Swift from Furret. We didn't say that Furret was the star of the show in his team, but it might be the star show in this game. Scorching Sand is reached. That will be enough to take out the Furret, but it had put in so much work that Diggersby is now in range of a Tinkaton play rough.
Furret not on Tinkaton means that it will have so much play, and that Tinkaton earlier not getting to a charge attack is really going to be decisive here, as this Scorching Sands is going to come through. No, PvP David conceding the battle. He knows the Scorching Sands will be super effective, but it's not going to be enough. This player, though, it definitely will be enough.
And here we go. The first game to the side of Feelback. That is the momentum he wanted. David had a chance. He had an opportunity, but he didn't come in with the Diggersby quite aggressive enough. The farm down on that Tinkaton was instrumental in that game.
And Feelback keeping his win streak going. 16-0 in matchups currently. PvP David needs to break that streak if he wants to have a chance at his 2nd gold medal this season. But you need to get Tinkaton on that Witherd, or it just runs through your team.
The momentum is building. The hype is building, and Filbe knows that he is so close. 2 more wins, and he will have his hands on that crown.
And he has all the support from the Italians in the crowd here. David has his dad watching at home. He has his friends watching, some of them in the crowd, some of them at home, and his teammates see if their advice can help him against Feelback. This is going to be really tough for David to come back from.
That Shadow Malamar, what can David do? It puts on so much pressure. Feelback does not mind at all what he leads Shadow Malamar into, because we know from the winners finals that he wins charge attack priority in the mirror, and even against a Shadow Jumpluff or a Tinkaton, he can always superpower and then dip out.
And David noticed it as well. That's why I think he's very reluctant to leading Malamar, because in the mirror it will be an awful matchup. I think if you want to stop that Malamar from going rampant, you need to lead either the Jumpluff or the Tinkaton.
Yes, even if you throw an attack into that Shadow Jumpluff, it will be able to tank it. And once you get the Malamar down, maybe David has an opportunity in the back. The question for David is, what do you do? Because if you lead Malamar into Malamar, you are in such a difficult position because you are forced to have to catch to be able to take it down. Let's see what these players predict. They are locked in for Game 2 of these Grand Finals.
We have the Shadow Malamar into the Malamar. And even though this is a mirror, this looks very neutral, this is great for Feelback because he knows from the winners final that he wins charge attack priority in this match.
An absolutely massive lead for Feelback. The most that David can hope for is maybe to try and catch on something else, or he plays out the scenario letting his Malamar go down, and he would have to work out how to take it down later.
This is looking so good for Feelback because not only does he dominate this matchup, he also decides who gets switch advantage here, and because he has third in the back, the Tinkaton in the back from PvP, David will never see this third likely.
Yes, very little chance, but we do get that first catch. It is the catch of the foul play. This is the type of play that David needs to pull out if he wants to claim this match back.
This is only resisted. Looks like Feelback is farming up some more energy and perhaps looking then to swap out or just get rid of the energy here. Going into the Swampert after banking another foul play and superpower. Player off is going to do a good amount of damage, but Swampert is exactly where it wants to be.
David needs to remember the energy on that Malamar. He also has an attack on his own Malamar. Swampert coming in. One Hydro Cannon will put a ton of pressure onto this Tinkaton. So David's going for the Bulldoze first, trying to get a little bit of chip. And Feelback knows, actually, I'm going to shield this up because I want more value from my Swampert in this
I like this play from David because Feelback was probably counting up until a player off, and David wanted to get the damage in before that. And now you get some more Fairywind damage, especially after that defense drop from the Bulldoze into the Swampert. That makes it easier to get the farm down. Otherwise, Swampert might get to 2 Hydro Cannon on this Malamar.
The difficulty here.
Whoa!
There we go! This is exactly what we're talking about. Show the Malamar, and now I'm gone. Blastoise taking a Hydro Cannon instead of a Sludge.
Peekaboo catching the Hydro Cannon on Blastoise, but it baits out the Furret. Furret is in a great position here, especially because both Pokemon started off on even energy. But looks like Feelback is not going for the Trailblaze before the first Hydro Cannon.
So Hydro Cannon coming through. This will do a massive chunk to the Furret. It won't threaten a knockout. You need one more attack. Whereas Trailblaze from the Furret will put the Blastoise in a really difficult position.
Wow, charge attack priority tie. Furret wins it. This super effective Trailblaze will knock out the Blastoise and also boost the attack of the Furret, making it even more of a menace. But you have the energy on the Malamar. Not throwing it just yet. This is a boosted Swift. It's going to chunk into the Malamar. And do keep in mind that Feelback still stores an attack on his own Malamar.
So David is shielding up this first attack, and I assume that that's because he doesn't want to put his Malamar in a range where the Sucker Punches could threaten a knockout. Remember that the Furret is boosted after that first Trailblaze.
It is boosted, and that's why it did so much damage, going for the shield here, but David has another charge attack. It wins charge attack priority tie into the Furret. Looks like Feelback may have miscalculated that there. He does have the superpower loaded though for the opposing Malamar.
I think Feelback is still in a comfortable position here because he has that charge attack already ready, and he is able to pivot into his Swampert as and when he wants. This superpower will do a huge amount of damage. It probably will take the knockout. Let's see.
It's coming in, superpower landing, knocking out the Malamar. Feelback is still unbeaten!
17 games to 0. One more needed for the Italian. Feelback has everything under control. Can he seal this final game to win the Bologna Special Championship?
We may be witnessing history here. Going unbeaten through an entire European Championship. I didn't think I would live the day that would happen.
David needs to adjust. Feelback does not need to change his team. He is forcing David to make the alternative option. And so David needs to think, this Shadow Malamar, it is running through my team right now. What can I do? But the problem is every single time David thinks, Filbe could change his team right now, and maybe I'll catch him off. And that makes things really, really difficult.
And do notice that Feelback keeps going soft ABA weak to the Tinkaton from PvP David. He's just making sure that the third avoids a potential Tinkaton, because if he would lead into Tinkaton, he could superpower and then swap out potentially or play it out so that the third would only deal with Tinkaton when it's severely weakened. Third is being so good here.
One player has locked in. This could be the final game of this weekend. If Filbe can take victory, he takes it all. The players are ready. The game is starting. Tinkaton into Tinkaton.
And again, this is a mirror, but we know from the winners final, the Tinkaton from Feelback will win the charge stack priority tie once again, making it favorable for Feelback. However, this might also come down to the debuffs from this Bulldoze. It has a 50% chance to drop the defense, and then the charge stacks will do more damage.
I generally think the Bulldoze debuffs are slightly less important than the charge attack priority. So Feelback really does have an advantage here. David needs everything to go in his favor, because even looking at that backline, the Furret and the Shadow Malamar look like they will have a ton of play into Blastoise and Lapras.
And it is a little bit going in his way, as he got not only the catch, but also the debuff on his Tinkaton. Blastoise taking the Bulldoze, doing little damage, but he does draw out the Furret now.
And let's see that Blastoise does get the defense drop already, which means even before a Trailblaze boost, this damage will do a huge amount. If this Trailblaze lands, it does threaten a knockout here.
Let's see if it does. Trailblaze going through, and it does knock out, actually. Feelback is in a great position there, even though Furret will now be aligned to the Tinkaton, and PvP David Lapras avoids the Furret. It doesn't really matter, because you still will take so much damage from the Tinkaton.
The players at home, the players in the crowd, they think they can see the writing on the wall. David trying his absolute best to take out this Furret. He wants his Lapras to be free. He doesn't know that there is a Shadow Malamar in the back. The best he can do is continue to keep fighting.
Tinkaton needs to race to these charge stacks to knock out this Furret. It's been too much trouble. This Bulldoze is not the strongest charge attack. Can it get rid of this Furret before it gets to another Swift? Because that would be disastrous for PvP David, and it does hang on. In goes the Malamar, in goes the Lapras. Feelback has all the alignment that he needs.
Feelback gets the Shadow Malamar. It has been the Shadow Malamar show. So far this weekend, David has 2 shields. Is there anything he can do? He lets the first foul play go. He still has 2 shields available. What pressure can he put back onto this Shadow Malamar?
Feelback is going demon mode in this grand finals as he's supported by the crowd. Sparkling area coming through, but the Psywave are triple resistant. They don't deal any damage here, so Feelback has the possibility to just build up energy here. And again, a charge stack priority tie on this foul play against the Sparkling area.
The first shield goes up on David's side. Lapras is in the red. David is holding on. He still has that Tinkaton. Maybe a catch can help him out here. Everything is up against the wall. Feelback's in such a commanding position.
He is him as he shields up the Malamar. I think the only play PvP David may have is a potential catch opportunity, but it's looking really difficult at this point. This last Protect Shield goes up. Can this Malamar, can the Tinkaton put in any work here? The swap comes in, but the Tinkaton is way too healthy on the side of Feelback.
Did Feelback bank an attack on that Malamar? Can David's Lapras farm down the Tinkaton and potentially reach an attack? It's going to be a real mission. Feelback in such a strong position.
Feelback has a Tinkaton. He has a shield going for the resistant Ice Beam. It is looking like PvP David knows the writing is on the wall. He is conceding in this match. Feelback, the Italian trainer. We hear the Italians singing in the crowd. He is going 18-0 in the Bologna Special Championship. Andiamo!
And there it lands!
Feelback knocks out the Lapras and he wins!
In 2024, Feelback competed here and just missed out on top 8. He has waited a whole year for his return to the Play Pokemon circuit. And look what he's done with the opportunity. The players he watched on the stage and the screen now rise for him. And for the first time in Pokémon GO history, the Italian event is won by one of their own! Feelback wins the Bologna Special Championship!
18-0 to win the Bologna Special Championship, the final tournament of this season, is absolute insanity as he's celebrating with his friends in the crowd. Feelback, congratulations on such an amazing performance, and this goes in the history books.
And look how much it means. If only you could see the crowds at home. They are cheering in the stands. The venue is erupting. This means so much to him, his friends, his family, and what a show. He deserves every accolade. He is your Bologna Special Champion.
And the way he made his Pokemon work. Shadow Malamar for the first time. Feelback for the first time. Both champion, hand in hand.
Hand in hand, one event, one win for that Shadow Malamar. It has shown the world just how strong it is, and it dominated alongside that Furret, but also the way that Feelback used those Pokemon was near perfect. 18 wins, 0 losses, 1 gold medal.
Can you just imagine how, when I think of playing in a tournament, all the losses that I had over there, and I see this man run through everyone, and they were not like, they were champions. These were champions he defeated.
And all David can do is put down his phone and lift up his hands and give this man a round of applause, because that was sensational. That was historic. The first European to go completely unbeaten. Not one game dropped, and he takes his crown.
In his home country, supported by so many of his friends. What a feeling that must be, to have all your Italian friends rooting for you here. And with Feelback winning his first championship also means another spot for the World Championships is cascading down.
This is huge for Europe. Remember that there are 50 spots, but there are also automatic or direct qualification places for those who win these events or come very high up in international championships or indeed the World Championships last year. So not only has Feelback taken a crown for himself and got himself a direct qualification, he's also opened the door for one lucky European.
And Feelback can go to the World Championships now with so many of the other trainers that we've seen here. If we take a look at the standings, some of these trainers will be at the World Championships, but they performed one last time here as well. Trainers like PvP, David, Colin will also be at the North American International Championship, as will Stone Collection, but the other trainers put on one last amazing performance for the before the World Championship.
Incredible stuff from all of these top players, and we know that many of them are also fighting for that travel award. This is so huge now for these players. Some, as you say, competing at LAIC, but right now all of the attention is here in Bologna on Feelback. What a player, what Pokemon, and what an event we've had this weekend.
And what I want to say, knowing your matchups is just so important for these tournaments. Feelback knew he needs a Malamar with a lot of attack, because with that attack, it basically allows him to win the lead so many times. And winning the lead can really be important, especially when you have control in the finals.
You and I spoke yesterday about Shadow Malamar, and we agreed if you choose to run it, you have to have it with high attack, because damage output is the name of the game for Shadow Malamar. Against anything, look at the damage output. That is a Tinkaton almost going down to a superpower, and Feelback with his Furret as well, positioning everything near perfectly for him. What a farm down, what a way to start these grand finals.
Farming down the Tinkaton in game number 1, right before he could get to a charge attack there, and then Feelback had weakened the Diggersby so much that Tinkaton, all it had to do was just poke this Diggersby with its hammer. And in game number 2, the Swampert was so pivotal as it answered the Tinkaton and then caught, the attack was caught on the Blastoise, but it didn't matter because Feelback had the alignment.
David doing everything he can, every trick in the book, but Feelback was always one step ahead. Every adjustment, every alignment always seemed to be in Feelback's favor. David doing everything he could. What a brilliant performance from this young man again. But Feelback, you cannot do anything other than put your hands together and applaud.
Dude, I think we all should, honestly. Like 18-0. Again, we've said it a million times. I will say it a million times more, honestly. It is so crazy impressive impressive. PvP David is a regional champion. Colin is a multiple-time regional champion. Nickname a multiple-time regional champion. And Feelback ran through all of them.
He ran through every single world-class player that Bologna had to offer. And did he ever really celebrate? Did he ever really give us
He's
much
just being
more
humble.
than a smile? That is such humility. He knows that he is in the presence of champions. Feelback, you are a champion now. You deserve to celebrate, and I hope you get to have an incredible time with your friends and family that are here to support you.
Well, I'm sure he's going to celebrate with his Italian friends here. We can hear them behind here, and man, was it loud when he won.
The venue was shaking, and it really deserved to be so, because 18 games to 0. We actually cannot overstate how impressive that is. Not one game dropped, and he faced so many good players. So many players that should have probably backed themselves in the overall match, couldn't even take one game from him.
And I also want to say that Bologna has been super impactful for the Travel Awards standings, because yes, Feelback got a lot of championship points, but the second, third and fourth place also have a lot of championship points, and that pushes David and Colin further up. I think David might be in range for a potential Travel Award for the World Championships now.
He definitely has a really good chance. There is still one more event where you can earn championship points. That is the North America International Championships, and they have a ton of points and prizes available. Martijn and I will be there. We hope that we will see you there as well. But this is it for the European circuit now. What's next otherwise in Europe?
Dude, I'm so excited, and I cannot wait for the North America International Championship. This just gets you up so hyped, but now it is time to crown our winners. Abi, take it away.
Trainers, what a tournament and what a season it has been. I am Kazim live from the last event here in Europe, the Bologna Special Championships. Over the last 2 days, the battlers have been trying to get to that championship title, the coveted title of the Special Championship champion. But now it is time. It is time to crown our champion. But before that, we have a player here who was started out as a prodigy in the game, and then now he is now one of the gold standards for players in Pokémon GO PvP. In second place, we have PvP David. Congratulations. How are you feeling? It's a second place finish, and you came here all the way, and this looks really good for you.
I mean, obviously, like, again, second place, a bit of bittersweet feeling, but I came here for the Travel Award, and I think I secured it. So in the end, I will still be quite happy, I think, with this performance.
All right. Are you prepared and ready for Worlds?
We'll see, but I'm definitely looking forward to it, and I hope I can put a nice show there.
Thank you so much, PvP David, and I hope to see you crush it in Worlds. It is now time. A player who came in with not a lot of experience in the championship circuit, but now he's set at the gold standard for Pokémon GO PvP, unbeaten throughout the whole tournament, going across the tournament without even losing a single game. We have Feelback. Congratulations. All right, Feelback, I see you have a lot of friends and supporters here. Do you have some words for them?
Yeah, I really appreciate them, especially my big friend Ettore, that is not here today, but is a big supporter from home.
All right, this is your first tournament win, and what a way to win as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels really unreal still. I can't believe it.
All right, and like I said, for PvP David, I'm looking forward to seeing you in Worlds. Hope you crush it as well. Give it up for Feelback! There you have it, folks, our event champion. But there's still a lot of tournaments to come. Then also a small update to the movesets that's been released as well. Don't go anywhere. We're going to give you a short discussion on it as well. Welcome back, trainers. We can still hear the celebrations of all these trainers who came in to support Feelback. Guys, what are your opinions? Do you have some special insights for this tournament?
Man, Shadow Malamar, on day one, I thought it wasn't that good because we saw them getting knocked out one by one. But now it went 18-0, man. I don't know what I'm doing.
That was incredible. I am sweating from those battles. They were so hype. They were so exciting. And what a player to win it all.
Shadow Malamar came, it saw, it conquered, just like Feelback in this tournament. He's the Caesar of Bologna.
Caesar of Bologna, but there are also other trainers who have done well in this tournament.
PvP David, second place is so important for him in that race for the Travel Award standings. And look at both these teams, by the way, inspired by its Accent, the 2023 World Champion, who had won the Portland Regional Champion just last week.
Yeah, Colin and David, friends and teammates, they faced off and only one could get to those finals. Filbe knew exactly which team he would be up against and he was prepared, and boy, did he succeed.
All these trainers are insane trainers. They have so much skills, but also there are so many other trainers who won these regional championships. Let's take a look at who they are.
There are so many new winners this season, and I gotta say, it's impressing me so much how much talent we have here in Europe. But Feelback, he came out of nowhere, unseeded into this tournament, and now he has cemented himself historically as the only trainer to go undefeated through a championship here in Europe.
In fact, we hardly have any champions here that had won last season as well. I believe it was only Batuman, but he won an international championship this time, so he even took it up further. If we take a look at the events we've had this season so far, we have come so far this season already in Europe here, and in 2 weeks. It's time for the North American.
And what a way to end it. What a season we have had in Europe. And as you've said, Marcus, to win 18 games and 0 losses, that is a perfect final story for our European circuit. But it now does lead on to the North American International Championships and then the World Championships in Anaheim.
As you said, before the World Championship, we have the NAIC. But for that, we have a small thing to see what is left in NAIC.
And there are some of us who are going there to compete or to work. There's a lot at stake for us Europeans, even there in North America.
Competing and working is the same, no?
Well, yeah, you get paid.
We will be hoping to. Marcus and I, we will be going there as competitors. Martijn, he'll be going there as a caster, but we want to make sure to see you there as well, either in that venue or watching from home, because that is going to be one really, really special event.
And it's not going to be the same what we see here at NAIC. There is a new moveset update that's been dropped. Let's take a look at what we have all predicted will be the Pokemon that benefit from this.
Yeah, how about that Giratina from you, Tomo? Can you explain that?
Well, I think Martijn has slyly put Giratina Origin into my slot, but it's Dedenne that I think really stood out to me as one massive winner from this attack update. Parabolic Charge is going to be a great attack, and Electric Fairy typing is not too shabby either.
You know what really loses heart to Dedenne? Galarian Moltres. But other than the Dedenne, Galarian Moltres looks incredible with this new move update. It already has Sucker Punch, it already has Brave Bird, but now it has Fly. So it doesn't need to throw that debuffing Brave Bird to hit that flying type damage. I think Moltres is going to be good.
I do want to let Martijn talk about Giratina, but we're going to skip over him for a bit now. We have the Fortress that got that attack. They didn't get the attack. The Bug Bite from Fortress got buffed. And the best way to play Fortress, I believe, is running that Sand Tomb, slowly and steadily whittling down your opposition Pokemon. That's the best way to play. You're a master at that.
I want to talk about Giratina, Avi, because it stands for its Ghost typing and Ghost resists Bug. Of course, Giratina might not be the most popular Ghost-type Pokemon, but I think Pokemon like Dusclops could really make steps. Of course, it does not want to face that Galarian Moltres of yours.
That Galarian Moltres will shred your Giratina, and I can't wait to see Galarian Moltres put on a show at North America International Championship.
There are so many Pokemon that I think will be really strong, so many winners from this update, and I think we all agree that the meta is going to see a massive shift, and there will be so many more opportunities to build teams that are really, really excited, and I can't wait to see who has success with them.
And maybe not Azumarill, Maybe no Azumarill?
You want to place a bet?
We can do another one of those as well. Yeah, let's do that. Marcus, do you think there will not be any
Marcus
Azumarill?
challenge. You're going to tweet one more time.
Just let me think a little bit. Azumarill? No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Camera, shift back to some other.
All right. So where can we watch all of these? The meta shift. So the only way and the only place and the best place for you to follow it is in Pokemon.com/broadcast. You will have all what you need in this website.
Right, you can even see the casters there as well and the events coming up next. And make sure that you follow the channels as well so you don't miss any of the action. We have a new YouTube channel, Play Pokemon, so you can watch all the action. Marcus,
guys, did you know?
The first 500.
Marcus was the first one of the first 500. I think he told me he was the 499th one to sign up.
I've also told you 500 times, so...
He did 500 times, and that's one of the reasons we're still not friends.
I've tried my best, but unfortunately, Abby has so many friends already, and I'm just trying to do my best. Dude, are you trying to hold me down?
I don't know. My jacket is wet, okay, with sweat right now. Those games were so incredible.
Incredible.
It just goes to show what happens if you miss out on the action. This is why you need to follow the channels. This is why you need to keep track, because these gameplays, this is why we play Pokemon Go. For players like this, for storylines like this, and for Filbe, for heroes like this.
Yeah, are you guys okay?
Oh, we're more than okay.
I'm so
We're gonna let them be comfortable, and this is exactly why we play Pokemon Go indeed, for the camaraderie that you build up towards the tournament. But this is it. This is all from us. Until next time.